stagger the respawn time coming in from the team, because Agi was about to spawn. That's when they tried to force a fight, get someone, and make sure that not all 5 members are alive at the very same time. Make sure that, okay, one's down, then we get 2, and then once they are about to get up, we're gonna kill them as well.
Oh man. All right, okay, Biston's fine. Biston's okay.
Close call.
Yeah, you were talking about that, right? They need to find something else. They need to trade back, and I think that's what Biston is trying to do, right? Claude has a little bit more mobility than maybe the other members of the team. I would argue that Martis should be the one to do that, but taking a look at the instant replay right now, let's see what happens.
The instant replay, honestly, they just feel like, okay, you know what? Right now, even what they're not really doing anything, so we might as well just engage and try our luck, because I kind of feel like for them themselves, they're like, we just have enough damage. Yeah, we just catch someone.
Anyone.
And
how perfect is it that his first target was the one with the retribution. Now an argument by Sanji. Finally locks in that tier 1 in mid. Agi answers back. Oh, Evo here. Still alive, still up, keeping much of what they want to protect. They have one more turret out of their base, but Echo has a luminous lord.
I would argue that Evo should be able to have the high ground to defend it, but compared to Echo...
Your name gets kicked out of the way, he survives! But Lord does trample through. Look at Sanford. Oh, deep behind enemy territory. Over. Walks up, Biston takes quite a bit of damage from Sanford. He did pop his petrify. Down goes Agi. Sanji coming in. Didn't have to spend his retry, rather his flicker. Probably he spent his retry though, trying to slow him down. Another push in mid by Benny Cutie. This is looking dire.
Yeah, right now we gotta look at Biston because he cannot deal out the damage safely. Every single time he goes to the front, it's gonna take quite a lot of damage. And now real manipulation.
Oh, we were talking about Biston. Down he goes. Oper as well. They're slowly falling. Your name gets taken down by Benny Cutie. It's a wipeout. Echo takes game 1.
A triple kill for the 1-1. That was insane gameplay coming in from Echo. That was clean cut straight to the book. I don't really know what to say about that game.
Honestly, in this game, Echo, they took the game in control. They say this is Mobile Legends Bang Bang. I got a car. I'm in the driver's seat. You can sit anywhere you want. Shotgun, sit in the back. Either way, you're coming with us on the ride that we're steering the wheel.
That's basically calling the shots. It's like, all right, we're the world champions. We just won our MPL. Here's how we do it. Actually, you know what? I have to admit, in the first maybe 5-6 minutes, I wasn't sure where they were going, right? And maybe even Evo wasn't sure where they were going. But as soon as Echo got it figured out, well, we'll see. When we break down the items, I can't believe how easy built sustain.
It's interesting. It's
gonna make more
right?
sense,
because,
though.
I mean, but what LaFell mentioned earlier, I think that makes sense as well, right? He's counting on the damage coming from all the other members. He realizes that his plus point, his advantage on the Bane just needs to be relying on the utility of his ultimate. And we saw that in those team fights when things got a little bit messy, that they were able to disrupt the initial just formation of Evo from the get-go.
Yeah, and with that, I'd like to double check exactly why. I think Bane's skills scale off of magic and physical damage,
yep.
right? Nothing with HP. But Caldese was building HP.
I mean, here's the thing, right? If you want to make sure you deal more damage with your first skill and your passive, you go physical. If you want more heal on your second skill, the ale as well as the deadly catch.
Cooldown too.
Yeah, it cooldown as well. But here's the thing, right? Because of the emblem, it really does make sure that you get a lot of advantage with the more HP that you have. And again, we see how every single time off cooldown, he just uses the deadly catch. And I kind of feel like that's really the big difference. And now, Yaoi as the MVP, hearing the crowd, they were not surprised. They were hoping that he gets the MVP.
Yeah,
smiling.
I mean, if
You're smiling.
If I were in the crowd, I'd be like screaming too, right? We don't expect anything less from the performance coming in from Yaoi. He's proved time and time again on the international stage what that Cho means when he gets his hands on it.
Some might argue it's Cho's Yaoi, not Yaoi's Cho.
Yep.
Either way, looking at the itemization again and again, as a Cho, as a playmaker, you kind of don't care that much because the catches are really one that defines the hero. And we kind of see Yaoi, Cho, I don't know, I kind of feel like they're two souls melding into one. And without Yaoi starting anything, I kind of feel like Echo is just like, we're just going to spam the skills and then see what's happening. And now, looking at the highlights in this game, especially coming in from Yaoi, definitely deserve the highlights because every single time a fight starts, it is because of him.
Yeah. What was a better way to say welcome to MSC Yaoi than to have him play his highlight play hero?
Yeah. It's no longer Chaknu, right? Because when we talk about Cho, usually I'm accustomed to seeing Chaknu, but coming back into the performance, I think his targeting was just on point. His macro, his micro as well. He just knows exactly who to catch at the right time, and just even these plays, right? They're able to make it. He's able to make it uneven, unbalanced for Evo every time they try and go for a team fight.
And he didn't die. He didn't die. Look at the heat that Evo is back in. You would usually die, especially if there's a Diggy on the other side, right? But he didn't die.
Honestly, in this kind of game, I kind of feel like it makes sense that he does not die because the damage dealers can actually deal the damage safely because every single time Yaoi catches someone, there's always going to be someone following up. If he's there alone, sure, maybe he will die. But again, looking at this game, unfortunately, Biston cannot deal free damage. The same can be said about Agi. Right now, we're going to look at the heroes as well as the itemization for Echo, but afterwards, we're going to look at Evo, and a lot can be said there because looking at itemization here, Carl Dizzy did not go full defense. He actually has a 100 strike, so he has a little bit more damage on his passive as well as the first skill, making sure that the extra damage, I kind of feel like that is also another reason why the Claude can't really do anything because he can survive for a very long time in the front line. And when he wants to pop the first kill, all of a sudden, the Claude has no HP. And now, honestly, for Evo, for them to make this draft work, your name, as well as Opera, has to be a very annoying frontline. It's 0, 4, and 0, 1, 4, and 0. Opera for the first item, or the second item. He built the Bloodless Axe. I don't think it's great for Marcus, especially when you're not snowballing.
I think Eternal was onto something. I think you would have preferred to see the Martis in the jungle. Yeah. I think that's what Evo was also thinking. But again, isn't that the story of this matchup? Like somewhere, somehow, you're wondering, maybe Evo wasn't sure.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that is really the case right now, looking at the rich guy, Manicutie, 832 gold per minute. The ace, the one that dealt the most damage, Sanji, 71,000 damage dealt. Your name took a lot of damage, but apparently not enough, because again, I kind of feel like Evo, if Agi as well as Biston can actually deal the damage, maybe a lot can be punished. But again, not enough damage, no punishment is going to be dealt.
You know, on top of that, I really wanted to talk about the gold lane matchup, right? Because earlier on, even we mentioned, right, the Claude had more gold than the 1-1, and for the longest time, the 1-1 was sitting at, I think like 0-0-1-1 or something.
0-2-1-0, yeah.
So he was playing it very passively from that early game to that mid game, and up until that late game, that's when he started to pop up, and that's how he got that 4-1. But even before that, despite him being so pressured in that early game against the Diggy, against the Claude as well, he did a really good job, and at the end, he was able to have the impact that he was meant to.
How perfect is that, right? Throughout the majority of the game, Benny was behind in gold, but when you look at the end, oh yeah, he's a rich guy. How?
Honestly, that is the difference, right? Because again, just because I'm losing in the early game doesn't mean I have to lose in the late game. It's not how you start, it's how you finish.
It's how you finished, and don't forget to, you know, don't finish this, right? Because it's only just begun. The MSC support chest will be available from the 6th, no.
The 5th of June.
The 5th of June.
The 6th month.
So that's 18th of June?
Yes.
18th of June, that's how you read spiels, everybody. Spend only 20 diamonds, and you may stand a chance to get an excellent skin. Leomord Triumph Eagle of up to 1,000 MSC coins await you as well. So don't forget to purchase the MSC support chest and root for the MSC games now. And don't forget your hashtags. Hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag See the World, and of course, hashtag MSC 2023.
I was just checking what my level was.
What's your level?
Or if I bought the pass.
Have you?
I did. I just don't have the Atlas skin yet.
What? When you buy it, you get it.
Oh.
Dude, for me, you know, I have.
What do I not have, then?
I have a very good problem, right? You know how we could get all of the previous MSC skins?
Yeah.
I already got all of them.
No, that's what I don't have. That's what
Good
I don't
problem to have.
I don't have the Leomord Triumph Eagle skin. I want that. I'm gonna play later. Bane, sustain.
Bane sustain.
I'm gonna play
With one damage item. Hunter Strike.
Hunter Strike. Yes.
Oh, he had Hunter Strike.
Yeah, he had Hunter
All
Strike.
right.
I love it. It's perfect.
I think it's like second or third item.
Can you consider that hybrid? Is that considered hybrid, or do you need like more damage items to be considered
I think it's
hybrid?
enough to consider hybrid, honestly.
Okay,
yeah.
so that's a build that you go for.
Honestly, the Hunter Strike, mostly because of the extra movement speed. Because the deadly catch itself is very slow. So you gotta find some speed somewhere.
Movement speed and cooldown.
Penetration.
You get the best of both worlds. Usually because if you go full damage, you only really enhance Crab Claw Cannon. If you only get magic, you only enhance Ale. With this build that Carl TZ showed us here, opening up for MSC, you get the best of both worlds. You're sustainable enough so that Ale's cooldown doesn't matter, but you still have kind of cooldown because defense items have cooldown built in, plus Thunder Strike giving you that penetration, that physical damage, plus the cooldown. It's amazing. It's amazing.
It's amazing.
I love it.
I love it too.
I'm not gonna sleep tonight until I play some Bane.
I love it just because I kind of feel like this is the question that everyone had. Like, how do I build it? Full mage, full damage, full defense, and now it's like, build a bit of defense, and then up to you.
And even rolls, right? You guys even talked about rolls.
Oh, yeah,
You mentioned that you like it in
I
mid
said
better.
mid, but Sanji's like, no. Carl, you do it.
But I feel like Sanji's just so good at these high ground mages. Is this identical to what you usually see in MPLPH?
Oh, for sure. And then we all saw it, even in Jakarta, even in M4. That was a thing already. So I'm loving it. Echo really did not have to, I'd say, stretch out too much. This is how they play. And now we're really wondering, what can we expect from Evo? Like,
Exactly.
how do they evolve? I was going to say, Dan Bane.
What's the next step?
Play a simpler composition.
All right.
Because I kind of feel like for that draft to work, a lot has to go right? The constellation has to line up perfectly. The horoscope has to say, yeah, this draft is great. I kind of feel like they just gotta simple it down just a little bit. Because again, Claude is an amazing hero. You know, a lot of mechanics is involved. But again, you gotta make sure a lot of skills have been used first, and then you can safely go in. Because in that game, the Claude can't safely go in. So maybe having something a little bit more simpler, especially for the gold laner, might be the difference maker. And in terms of banning, I kind of prefer banning Yaoi's hero, but the thing is, Yaoi probably doesn't care. He has a lot to use.
Wait, going back to that point about the gold laners, right? I also want to add a fun fact, right? Guston
Okay.
has a really large hero pool, right? He plays almost all the marksmen except for APCs, but that's what I mean, right? He has a lot to work with. He has a lot to, you know, maybe stave off maybe that marksman for later on, prioritize something different.
Exactly. Is that not the point, right? Why would you rush it and why would you overcomplicate it when your marksman can actually pick up the slack? When they can actually say, I don't mind being last pick, let me. But yes, just to recap, Claude came in first phase.
Because
Second
of the
pick.
Eve. Because
That's
of the
right.
Eve, yeah.
They were like, oh, we need an answer to the Eve.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I don't blame the Claude pick, but yeah.
No, I kind of feel like it was a bait. Picking up the Eve, they're definitely going to pick a Claude, right? I felt like that was a bait.
So Coach Tick and Coach Trev's like, we bait, we do the bait.
Yeah, I kind of feel like if they were a little bit more patient, maybe a better option could come up. Because again, we saw even in the first series of the day, early picking the Leslie to counter the Claude, it makes sense. But then you get countered again.
Are you saying it's the same bait 2 series in a row?
Exactly.
Like it's a gold lane gambit.
It's like there's an obvious counter.
The GLG.
Do you want to take it?
Oh, I love it. I wonder if a coach, Flash Oni, and Bumblebee are kicking themselves right now. It's like, we fell for the GLG. We shouldn't have. We saw it in game 1. We saw it in series 1.
Okay, but to argue for them, what would you have replaced the Claude with?
I can't say for sure. I don't want to be a smarty pants and say I would have done this, but I think my honest opinion and suggestion would be let Biston draft in the second phase.
Yeah, I agree.
You can both protect him and you can still play around him.
And that's what I find very interesting, right? Because I'm not really sure if there's a shift in the roaming position, and that's why they drafted it the way that they did. But
true as well.
usually, Team Evo, when they play first 3 picks, definitely the roamer gets secured. So it's for 20 August. And then the gold lane is usually second phase. But we see a swap, right? Diggy last pick. Very interesting.
This is a very concrete and immediate showing of the effects of 20 August not being here.
Yeah, so again, we gotta give out hope because they're playing with the best that they can. Either ways, again, we've talked about the draft. We've seen that, okay, because in the absence of player, they changed the pattern a little bit so far. It's not working out for them. Early picking the marksman, I would really have to say you got to have a lot of trust in your gold laner for that to happen because, again, in any kind of situation, because not every single player of a team should be having 5 aces. Echo seems to be the sole exception here, but usually you have like two ace up your sleeve, right? And you kind of want to save it for the later stages of the draft to make sure that they don't lose in terms of the draft, right? Because you don't want to pick up a Claude and then all of a sudden get countered by something else. You don't want to pick up the Leslie early and then get countered by something else.
No, you're right. But
GLG,
so what
dynamics.
do they work with? What do they work around for Evo? It's like this ongoing question that I've been thinking throughout the entirety,
Pick
even in that game.
Pick a solid front line that you're very comfortable with using.
I agree, because, again, Oper on the Martis maybe wasn't, because he was an in-and-out kind of guy, plus a Diggy. Forget about it. That's not a front liner. So, yeah, they were lacking, for the lack of a better term, peel. They didn't have any peel.
Yep, agreed.
Maybe you could asterisk say your name on the Fredrin, but he's already too busy fending off Cartezy and retroing on point. So
yeah, exactly.
Because we don't know the players intimately. Maybe these are their best heroes, maybe they're not. I'm just thinking that one of the problems in the previous game, number one, they weren't exactly sure when is their power spike, because we don't see them really moving towards a certain goal. It looks like they're just responding to what Echo is trying to do. And then, because they don't have any front line, it's not safe for Agi. It's not safe for Biston. That's why I say just draft a very good front line and then figure the rest out later.
I agree, and also just the same, maybe go back as simple as ban the Cho or steal the Cho and ban the Bane, which I stand corrected. Upon checking further, his Ale, second skill, scales to his lost HP. So by stacking up all of those HP items, Cartezy has been healing more than he should have, rather than by building full magic. So yes, by building HP and defensive items, you're healing more on the Ale.
We do have a comment here, though, from their mid laner. I hope that Team Evo's participation in MSC 2023 could propel the growth of MLBB esports in Laos, even if it is just by a bit. I mean, everyone hopes that, right? And looking at the progression over the years, we already see a development. And us casters, everyone in the MLBB community, you guys as fans as well, we're stoked to see what they have in store for us in the future as well. And, you know, looking at that comment, right, from their mid laner, Agi is usually on heroes that have really fast clear. I do understand Valentina does have fast clear, but he's usually on something like the Lilia, right? They're accustomed to playing a very early game. They're accustomed to utilizing that mid game and fast mid rotations to be able to dominate the rotations after those first few minutes of the game. And I think they got caught off guard with how aggressive Echo was already playing from that early game.
And what happens when you're caught off guard from your originally aggressive and fast rotations is you become reactive. You don't know what to do next.
Yeah, and that's kind of why the Lilia pick would be actually pretty good, because it can help out their damage dealers. But again, it's kind of not good going up against Sanji, because Sanji is pretty good with a high ground hero, and using the Lilia going up against an Eve or Farsa, it's not great, because the damage is just way too much that Lilia can handle.
You're playing into Sanji's strength.
Exactly.
I can argue differently though. I mean, in the early stage of the game, Lilia is the best mage hero for clear. So if they can utilize that first few minutes, that's something that they have an edge over, right? Because high ground heroes like the Eve, like the Farsa, they rely heavily on that level 4. So pre-4th minute, I would say, that's when Agi can show his strength and utilize that.
So you outrun, you
increase the tempo.
Yes, you outspeed your opponent's eventual strength. So I don't know, can Evo do that here? Can they win the early game so hard that Sanji can't catch up? I think they tried to do that with Benny Cutie, right? Because Benny Cutie was doing nothing in the early to mid, but then eventually he was like,
honestly, if they can do that and they pressure Carl Teasy, maybe something can happen, right? Because if you slow down the jungler, you slow down the mid laner, then not a lot of rotations going on, then you're just hoping for your side laners to do very well in a 1v1 or a 2v2. So I can see the logic there, picking up the Lilia and then forcing in. But again, it's a very big gamble.
It's theoretical, right? It's theoretical. When they execute it in game, definitely there's so many other factors. So coming into the drafting phase here for the second game, you guys mentioned a Bane ban, a Cho ban, but what do they want to leave open, right? First of all, Lancelot, Franco, Arlet, there's just so much that they need to consider here as we welcome you to the drafting phase of game number 2 between Echo and Team Evo.
Right now, Echo is the first pick and immediately banning out the Glue, banning out the Kaja, banning out the Eve, and then Evo, not changing much, but this time they're banning out the 1-1 as well as the Lancelot. So now in terms of early pick, the Novaria was open, it didn't get picked up. I do want to see if Sanji is actually fancying a little bit of a Novaria.
Oh, yeah, no. Novaria was completely snubbed in game 1.
Exactly, yeah.
I completely forgot.
Okay, thinking about Sanji's main strengths, something tells me, yeah, maybe he is packing a Novaria. It's just, it needs the right time, it needs the right space. But yeah, no, Echo just reverts to an old flame, an old classic here. Carl DZ's Fredrin.
All right. So no Cho ban, no Bane ban, nothing too fancy. The Arlet has been left open this time around. That's exactly what's changed. And with Echo picking up something like the Fredrin, I don't know. It feels a little bit, dramatic by Echo. Like, let's teach you how to play the Fredrin. A little bit, just a little bit of that.
Statement.
I get it. But yeah, right now, they're picking up the Arlet, but now what else do they want? And they're gonna pick up the Valentina. Actually, a very good pick here would actually be the Frenemies, especially because the Eve has been banned out. But looks like they just want to play it safe. Pick up the Valentina and start dictating the draft by seeing what Echo will pull out of their pockets.
What they're allowed to.
What they're allowed to play, yeah.
I wonder if the Novaria was gonna come out, maybe it can come out now. Because again, if you steal Astral Echo, get it? Astral Echo?
Yeah, it is.
Well, I wonder if that's worth it for an IMU. Or if you can even find Novaria.
It's a good ult, don't get me wrong. But yeah, if your composition doesn't really need it, then it's kind of like whatever,
No, this doesn't say anything. We don't know. Yeah, we can play a Kadira.
But the more frightening thing is Sanford on this Yuzong. 100% still.
Yes, I think so.
10 out of 10, 11 out of 11.
Now we never see.
It's going to be 12 out of 12.
Wait, I have a question. Who usually plays the Kadira and Echo?
Yaoi or Sanji.
Yaoi, so they can both play it.
That's right, yeah. So even if jungle and
it's so
XP,
flex.
yeah, even if jungle and XP are honest here, you still don't know what the mid is going to look like.
Wow. That got a little bit more confusing for Evo as well, but they're going to close the first phase here with the Akai pickup.
That guy is honestly pretty good here just because, number one, you can help out because we don't know whether this Akai is going into the jungle or the roam position. Right. It can help you out by securing those neutral objectives like the Turtle as well as the Lord.
Wait.
And they're thinking, this isn't Sanji, this is Yaoi.
But do you see this? 20 August is back.
Oh, wait, what?
Oh, wait, I didn't notice it. Oh, my God.
Hello.
We were so focused on the heroes, we didn't look at the names.
That's right.
All right. So he's back in the roster. What does this mean for Team Evo, right? Because
the goal leader has to be picked up.
Yeah.
That's the change.
So are we back to the Evo that we know and expected to come over,
so
right?
Akai is banning.
See, focus on the front line.
Okay.
Focus on the front line, man.
Okay, Diggy.
There's a Novari. All right, they read into it. They know that the mid isn't as clear and as honest as it could be. But this big night right here, this should say something. This should show us.
I don't know, but with the Diggy being banned out here from Echo, do you think that that's enough, right? They see that they need the Yuzong and the Kadita to be, just can land all their shots, or do you think something else might be brewing? Are they going to be picking up something else that's crazy? Like maybe...
Honestly, I think Betty was just annoyed. He's just like, get this Diggy out of my lane.
Okay.
I can win the 1v1.
Stop.
I want the wombo combo though.
Exactly.
Is picking.
Oh, all right. Well, look at this. Evo answers back. They want to solve the Yuzhong. They want to solve the Fredrin. Pick up the carry. Now we're going to find out. Where is that Kadita going?
I kind of feel like based on the bans, they're trying to force this Carita to go mid. They're trying to force it.
I kind of want it to go mid.
Oh.
To be honest, I want to see the wombo combo strat coming in from Echo. I mean, like, you know, just like double down with something even crazier. But it's so hard against the Akai, honestly.
Yeah.
Time and time.
Well, you got what you wanted.
Yo!
You got what you wanted.
This Echo draft looks very M4. This is
Lolita will be okay here.
nothing new. They dusted off All Reliable. All of those are signature picks.
Is this a bad thing?
Benecuity obtained 5 legendaries during
Oh,
MPL
man.
Philippines Season 11 with Beatrix.
See, it's not just very M4, it's very MPLPH Season 11.
If it ain't broken, take it again.
That's right. If it ain't broken, keep using it.
Yeah.
All right, last pick here coming in from
it's
Evo.
It's a thing. It's not a good thing, not a bad thing. It's a thing.
It's a thing. It's a thing. Okay, we're gonna expect this thing here in the second game, but what else are they gonna secure here? Akai in the jungle position, so that leaves the roamer. With the Diggy being banned out, what's their best goal?
Only they know.
Hermes. All right.
All right.
Hermes is good against catch, just because let's say Yaoi catches someone out, the alter could give the second life, so in theory it's good, but in execution it's very difficult because you got to mirror the Yaoi. The Yaoi.
The Yaoi.
The Yaoi.
The Yaoi played by Cho.
Played by Cho, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So maybe they're picking up from the tempo in game 1, right? Remember, game 1, they were very reactive. What if this time around they just press load game and then they just play reactive as well? I don't know, it works. Maybe some teams just need to warm up. Maybe Evo is like that.
Maybe. But they have one more chance, Leo. Rafael.
Well, this one more chance, it's got to be feeling very heavy on their shoulders because we read what Agi said. What his hope is for this to be a bigger spark in Mekong to make sure that everyone actually invests more in Mobile Legends.
Oh, here we go. Let's get back into the portal, taking us straight on a one-way trip to the land of dawn.
Smash them.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we are, finally. Remember, match point here for Echo. They need one more game to be able to win this best of 3 series. And you can see already with the composition that Echo has brought to the table that it is CC heavy.
Right now, looking at the lineup, looks like, so far they're moving in a way to make sure that 20 August actually gets the level 4 a little bit quickly. So they're moving the mid laner, going to the EXP, sharing some minions. But it looks like Echo is not doing the same thing. It looks like Yaoi's just scouting out, making sure that he knows everyone's positioning. And Sanji just absorbs the minion in the mid all by himself.
Yeah, no, this is a play that was more recently made popular. The whole XP lane, faster level 4, and then you get your roamer there. But yeah, Echo's playing very 6 months ago. Like, this is, you don't respond to that. So I think that they understood the dynamic there.
I agree. And for Echo in particular, I think there are a lot of these members that are heavily reliant on that level 4. So what we saw, the aggression we saw in game number 1, it's not going to be replicated here in game number 2.
Biston really respecting the damage that could be outputted, so he built the Still Lake place a little bit earlier. Now Carl Deasy is down here. Benecuity scouts out Biston. Biston, you're in trouble.
Oh, finds him out, gets out of the way, dashing through, uses that Purify.
Oh, but that's already an advantage here from the Beatrix, right? He's not going to get the Grobak, is what we call it in Indonesia. The last minion, the cannon minion. There you go.
Grobak?
The Grobak.
Taking notes.
Yes. So that gives the Beatrix a little bit of an edge there in that 1v1 situation. But Sanford.
Oh, they mean business. They want this turtle. Sanford goes for the back line, pushing your name away. Oper just deep behind enemy territory. He goes down. Cartesi gets the kill. Turtle still standing. First blood drawn already. Algi very low as well. Sanji just keeping him at bay. Yaoi goes in deep. Cartesi secures the turtle.
We can definitely see both EXP laners kind of going for the same thing, where both EXP laners are looking for the junglers. The only difference is Upper goes in, but he's 1v2ing. Instead of Sanford, it's just 1v1ing. So it's a situation where they have the same idea, executed differently, and we can definitely see one is taking a more safer route, while the other is really trying to outplay hard, trying to 1v2.
But with that in mind, Echo still holds that gold lead, right? 1,100 for 4. Seems like Evo catching up just a little bit, but 1v1. Force the flicker there, here. Too much damage. What is the Arlet and the Yuzong matchup like?
I would honestly say it is a very skill-based matchup, but now Yaoi gets a good kick in.
Oh, there it is. They compromised Agi. He's not going to survive for long. How easy gets the kill. Now your name gets saved here by 20 August. There goes the cult altar. Oh, they ate up those life bars so quickly. In comes the Apex Predator. Serving up a kill to Yaoi. Your name goes down. But 20 August gets away. But the damage has already been done.
Again, this is why what I said. The Fireman is good against a catch composition, but you got to mirror him all the way through. The moment you're away from your own teammates, the moment you're away from Yaoi, you will see something like that. You're just going to be a little bit too late. And the fact that you're just a little bit too late feels bad.
Isn't that the same as almost is never enough, right? You could say, I got so close, but that doesn't count up top. Oh, we were just talking about what that matchup might be like. But that changes when a rogue Kadita just comes through from down bottom.
Man, Sanji on the Kadita has just been insane, right? 1-0-2 already, the KDA, the impact that he's had, the way that they are able to follow up and just work and build on one another. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to see that Wombo combo coming in from Echo, and we see it being played to perfection here. Even in just the first 4 minutes of the game, already at a 3,000 gold lead, guys.
And now looking at the top side, Sanford is controlling, I would say, 2/3 of the map. Just because, again, but here in the mid, Yaoi catches Agi, but Yaoi, he might be making a mistake.
What's that? 3 fights happening at the same time? 20 August eventually does get it. Make that 4 fights. A turtle, a push in mid, down bottom. Benny Cutie barely winning. Push is bestowed away.
This is 1v1 all across the map.
That's right.
It's everywhere.
All at the same time.
Okay, right now here in the top side, you can see that Sanji and Sanford going to look for something, but I gotta say, that was a little bit of a caster curse. I just mentioned Echo. I said that they were really calculated, and Yaoi dies.
You know
Sorry,
what?
Yaoi.
Not gonna lie, sometimes even I feel that maybe I should have kept my mouth shut. But now,
But
looking
you
at
paid them to keep your mouth open and talking.
you know what? Money is great, so we're gonna continue. Even right now, we definitely see that 20 August, he's kind of like more focused on the bottom side of the map. So at this point, he's like, you know what, Opper, I hope you can survive, because I'm not gonna come to you as often.
That's right, and what makes it so difficult for this X-Feeling Arlet is it's not very good when you're on the reactive portion, right? Like when you're the one who's answering back, it's difficult, but oh wait, they have mad intentions for Pistone!
no.
Does he know? Oh, he's kicked in! And here goes 20 August to the rescue. Oh, that backfired. Echo doesn't really do much with that.
Oh.
Do they continue?
Yaoi, oh my god!
There's a taunt, like how easy. He's in the middle of 4 members here, and there's
Wow.
Oh, they got the goat down! Evo clap back!
Wow, beautiful counterplay there by Evo. Benny Cutie forced to flee for his life. Sanji might not get out of this alive.
Oh, but he's forcing it, and he goes down. Your name gets it. Already looking better.
Eterna, never say a team is being calculated. The
All
moment
right.
that happens, the calculator's gone.
And there's another calculated kick. Serving it up to Benny Cutie. Agi goes down, courtesy of Yaoi. And now the flicker in. Oh, but Benny, despite getting a 2K, goes down himself. Here comes Sanford. Black Dragon form in, but no one to keep him down. Yaoi skills are on cooldown.
Did you hear what the statement I said before
Yeah.
that went down?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I did.
You heard it? And then the caster curse again?
Yeah.
All right. You know what?
Here's the thing, man. I mean, you're talking a lot about Yaoi. Both times, Yaoi, the kick didn't connect as nicely as he
And
wanted
it wasn't
to.
just Yaoi.
Yeah.
I said Evo, very great counter engage, and then they lost a member.
I mean, you're not wrong. They were counter-engaging. They did win, but here's another heavy spin, keeping down Sanford, serving up a kill to Oper. And that's a man down for Echo. Can they force it? Oper goes down very low. Yaoi gets the kill, popping that concussive blast. No one doing third. There's a taunt that counts easy. Oh, an Appraiser's Wrath. Barely getting out of turret range, and they both disengage.
Right now it's around 1,000 gold lead, but it does look like Evo, they're in a good situation. Yaoi gets a kick onto your name.
Oh.
Again, they're going but that barrier, that wall, kept them away from each other. But there's a purple steal. Grant that purple in Phnom Penh.
I love that. I love that. I love that. Man, both of these teams have been playing so aggressively for the past few minutes. Very chaotic, honestly, if I have to say so myself. But what have they been able to achieve with that?
Honestly, looking at the itemization as well, a lot of changes have been gone on this Arlet, and so far, Opper is going for kind of cool defense here, but now the defense is going to help a lot. Oh, Opper's going to get taken down. He doesn't have any magic Grizzlies. Resist.
Words.
Words.
Yep.
The Malaysian come out.
Echo looking for a push, not just in bottom, but even in top. As Carl DZ cuts through Augie, and Augie's going to make the call. Yo, I need to defend this turret. I need to stay here. Here comes Tony August in your name. Can they find something?
Oh.
Sanji still takes down Augie, makes him pay for the overextension.
How do you do that, right? How are you playing this chaotic, this messy? Honestly, I would say messy here for Echo and still get the advantage on all fronts.
Is that the way that you want them to change to be a more calculated way?
No.
By saying they're messy?
Maybe, I don't
Is this
know.
the reverse curse?
Maybe.
I mean, you know what? we're learning a lot of new things here in MSE.
Okay.
Harnessing your power.
Yes.
Oh, but I love that last engagement in mid, right? You see how Augie was thinking twice about staying and defending, but Sanji, he was actually baiting him as well. And this is one of Sanji's best traits. And this was made clear to me when I had a conversation with Outplays Hoon. Hoon is a big fan of Sanji, and now we're seeing more of that here now. As Echo starts up a Lord's Dance. Oh, but Your Name is going to oblige. I love it. Your Name is also very confident.
Right now looking at Yowie. Yowie's trying to look for a kick. He finds onto Biston, but it looks like Biston is going to get caught.
There's a taunt serving up a kill to Yowie. Biston goes down. Koniagas pops the corner. A little too late. But he does get his HP bar taken down. Look at this. In the purple buff side. Augie goes down. Koniagas goes down as well. Oh, but Augie actually survives. Augie got away with it. Oh, but still 2 men down from Evo.
What?
Oh, missed that one. Your Name, can he survive? Danny gets him down as well eventually. That's a win for Echo. All this while, Carl was taking down the Lord.
And that's a shutdown for Benny QT as well. How in the world did he know? Oh man, I cannot even.
It's one of those spray and praise. Actually, it doesn't spray. It's just like,
Wow.
I'm just going to have one shot, one
Let's
opportunity,
see.
and see what I'm going to get. And he got Your Name. Not your, but, you know, the player.
The player.
Yeah, the player.
The jungler.
Player.
The jungler, exactly.
Amazing. 5,600 gold lead already. And you can feel, oh wait, now we again.
Oh, that was beautiful.
The perfect target.
That was beautiful.
With his Purify Up cooldown. The playmaker.
Dude, directly onto Sanji.
There are 2 rules in MLBB.
What's the
You
first rule?
always clear your lane, and you don't give Yowie the show.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't know that rule, but you know what? I love to hear it because now...
We never have to deal with it. We never have to play against them.
Exactly, because we usually just ban it out, but now with 7,000 goal lead, Evo, they're really looking at the situation. It's like, okay, guys, come on. What do we have to do here?
Turret has been destroyed.
I gotta feel like they just gotta catch this thing.
Yes, this is one way to start, right?
All right.
This is the mid-game. Your Name attempts a heavy spin displacement for Carl DZ. Doesn't get it. Now, Lord marches down through bottom. They try to clear the waves. They actually get it. Oh, they clear mid too. So Evo's still breathing. This is a step. This is one way to go.
All right. That's good, right? That means that Evo, they're still looking for ways to bring back the game into their hands, but like you can even tell that Echo are feeling it with their positioning, with the, oh my god, again!
They're gonna force it. They know that Evo is greenless. Down goes Carl DZ on the punish by Augie. And there's a kick onto Your Name. He goes down. Benny Cutie gets a kill. Maybe they're gonna follow through. Sanji goes. Augie gets 2K now, 2 for 2. They're trading. Look at the base. Turret up top in jeopardy as well. Evo is just barely hanging on, but they're still here.
Right now, honestly, the wave clear coming in from Evo, I kind of feel like they can defend this, but Echo, the moment Sanford has the Black Dragon form, I kind of feel like he wants to force it again.
When it looks like force it, they will. There's another kick by Yowie. Is there enough damage? Augie force up the ground. And a sniper shot by Benny Cutie. The storm is here.
Oh man, that's another member taken down. This is a 5v4 situation so far. Even then, Yaoi's still confident enough to help those minions get that turret in that bottom side. And that's it. The full expose of Evo's base in the 12th minute of the game, and a 10,000 gold lead for Echo.
This is scary when you have, I would say, most would regard the best EXP laner and the best roamer in your own team, because look at this. Yaoi, you engage? You good? All right. Sanford, you want to go in? All right, you go in. They can't take turns.
Yeah.
Everyone else is like, oh, who's going to go in? Yaoi first? All right, let's go. Yaoi, you done? Sanford, you want to go in next? All right, let's go.
They say art imitates life, but LaFell, that's literally what their comms sound like. Y'all can check it out at home, folks. Check out their YouTube channel, Echo. They actually share their comms. That's how it sounds like. You got it, G? You got it? Okay.
Seriously?
Wait, me? Yeah, wait, me? Yeah, that's how it sounds like.
Wow.
As an analyst, I'm proud.
That's how clean their comms are. That's why it translates so well into action.
But how do they even synergize with that kind of direction, that playstyle? It just, that adds more layer, more depth to Echo, that they don't rely on just single person to make that initiation play. And so Evo, they have to be aware from all sides.
Oh, they got a kick on the Oper. And can they get the kill though? Poppin, because out there early on, Benny Cutie's got like, in comes a late entrance. Look at Sanford in the back line. Can he take down Agi? Oh, already pops a petrify. Agi though, gets a Black Dragon form of his own. But all this while, Benny Cutie gonna take down your name. That's a two-man advantage. Whoa, all this time, God Easy was just taking down the Lord. I think the end is nigh.
Yeah, I kind of feel like this is a very deadly situation, and we definitely see how they engage. Echo, I'm smelling like they want to force this out. The minions are coming in.
Yaoi, play in footsies with 20 August. The wave is being taken care of. Evo knows their fundamentals. Evo knows. But then there's this Luminous Lord marching through mid.
Yeah, and crazily enough, even with the dominance coming in from Echo right now, they're still playing discipline, right? They're waiting for the Lord. They want it to hit on all three lanes, and this might just be it for Evo.
Here we go. Black Dragon formed by Sanford coming in from the west. Looking for a kick. Sanford very low. And there you go. The knockup and the takedown. Oper goes down. It's a 5-man push. Your name goes down as well. Just 3 defenders left. Down goes Agi Benny to get 2K. And that's all she wrote. Echo gets the sweep.
The Apex Predators strike again here at MSC 2023. Clean 2 games in a row, 2-0. And that just shows the dominance and the promise, once again, from the tournament favorites.
Very, very clean. As the wise man once said, when you don't have dragon, don't go in.
Ah, it's Wise. Literally, Wise said that.
Yeah. See what I did there? I love it. Pretty cool, right? But yeah, honestly, very, very clean. It's like, yo, you got the Black Dragon form, let's go in. Very clean to make sure that even at the end, there's always going to be a chance that Evo could catch a mistake. So just don't make a mistake.
And that's so difficult, right? To ask when you're facing off against the M4 World Champions. Already they entered Game 1 without 20 August, and there definitely was some improvement here in Game 2 with 20 August, but I'd argue they weren't translating to as much of an impact as maybe even Evo wanted.
In this game, again, Evo, they did their best. We've seen glimpses in, I would say, transitioning from the early to the mid.
Yep.
But again, Echo is just like, okay, we made some mistakes, not again.
You know what? Like, to be fair, this was a difficult first match for them, right? Like, going into MSC already against Echo of all teams.
A harsh welcome.
It's definitely a harsh welcome, right? We're definitely, what do you call it, supporting Evo right now.
We want to see them bloom.
Exactly. We want to see what reparations that they can make and maybe learn from Echo here from that first match to translate into that group, right? Because definitely we see moments, we see glimpses of brilliance from this team, but unfortunately in this first match, perhaps it was just a little bit too much to ask for against Echo. And there's like this one thing that I really wanted to touch on, right? You know, approximately the game duration in a Mekong, especially last tournament,
Qualifier.
their Mekong qualifiers, it's around 14 to 16 minutes, right? So
14, 16.
14 to 16 minutes. So it's relatively a quick game.
Yeah.
So maybe they need to expand on their playstyle, not rely too heavily on that early game. Because it seems like, once again, if they don't have it, they're kind of at a loss for what they want to do in the game.
That's actually a very interesting point, because if their average game is between 14 to 60 minutes, we don't see a lot of early aggressions. Perhaps they're giving way too much respect towards Echo. But that being said, the MVP for the game is going over to Cutie. 12 kills, 1 death, and 2 assists. And again, in this game, I kind of feel like without the Diggy, he has free reign to move forward, do as much damage as he can. And even though, like, Leo, I love when you talk about the MVP, because there's the payoff
And the setup.
and the setup. There's a lot of setup, and Cutie is definitely the payoff. Yaoi did great, Sanford did great.
Sanji did great.
Cutie just has to be at the right place at the right time.
Yep, and that 1 death came in during the early part, if I'm not mistaken, or in mid-game. But yeah,
Oh,
eventually, yeah, that one, he traded. So if he went down, hey, he's someone down.
Yeah,
So
still worth it.
definitely, it's no understatement to say that the storm has come to Phnom Penh.
Looking at this game, it does feel like Evo, looking at the situations, they're trying to bait out some aggression coming in from Echo, but then once Echo starts to have a feel about how they're gonna fight back, how are they gonna respond, then they're like, okay, we roughly understand what's gonna happen, so Cutie, keep this much distance. Sanji, keep this much distance. Carl Kesey, you don't want to fight, it's fine. You see the Lord, you go for the Lord. Everyone has their own jobs, and they're doing it well.
Like how they complete each other. I just don't understand that, right? That level of synergy, that chemistry that they have, where, look at that. What is that? How do they combo that so perfectly? It's Echo, man.
All right, communications is just a part of how they make it happen, right? But
What else do they do?
Exactly, what else do they do? That's the
Shower
secret.
together.
Shower together.
I'm pretty sure that's not in the list of things that allow.
Okay, sure.
We can ask management, but yes, talking about how you make world champions, MPL Philippines champions, communication is one of them. At least we have that kind of insight. We have that level of understanding.
And looking at this, just looking at the KDA, it does show a lot of the team fights, almost everyone is involved. And I kind of feel like in terms of actually moving with the chemistry of the team, when you have good communication, it just means everyone understands what's going to happen. But when you play with each other for so long, like queuing up 5 all the time, going through a lot of scrims, you start to build that non-verbal communication where even by looking at the movement of your teammate's avatar, the hero in game, you have an understanding of how they're feeling, whether they want to go aggressive, whether they want to go passive. So I kind of feel like just the amount of time they have with each other, they start to pick up the cues that you don't have to tell me. I kind of know.
Oh, but look at this, right? Cutie getting 2 categories, Rich Guy as well as the Ace. And it's just, I don't, like, you can't
Look
even
at the
say
team
that
fight
he
participation.
carried in particular, right? But he
Yeah.
has 2 of the categories.
I mean, look at the team fight participation.
Yes.
So equal.
Very equal.
It's not even 100% all across the board because, again, if you'll remember, folks, in this 15-minute game, there were fights happening everywhere, almost all at the
yeah.
same time. There was at least 1v1
Everywhere.
4 times.
Yeah.
So you see how it's supposed to be 50-60% across the board. So that's just how Echo overwhelmed Evo. And how poetic is this, right? We are playing in MSC, See the World. Dark Horses or Orcas? You make the call.
Dark horses can't swim though.
That's right.
Oh, that's what you meant. Oh, there you go.
I guess everyone learns something new every day.
Science.
Horses can't swim.
Not
Actually,
in the
I think they
seas.
can swim.
Not in the seas.
Not in the sea.
Maybe in rivers when you
Yes.
want to ford, a carriage or I don't have to explain.
Do
So
they
you
swim?
understand.
Yeah, I mean, like, they have very strong, very long legs. So maybe even if they don't swim, as long as they have a...
Stay afloat.
Yeah, they can stay afloat.
But what if there's an orca
Then
in
they
the
won't do
vicinity?
anything, yeah.
There you go. See,
Yeah.
that's what happened here. Figuratively speaking.
Mobile Legends, Bang Bang analyst here on the MSC desk table.
Sorry, I'm still thinking if I've ever seen a horse swim before.
I've seen videos of it.
Really?
Yeah.
Can you show it to me after the cast?
I can show you before the cast.
Like now?
Oh wait, no, I can't do that, can I?
No, I don't think you can. But ladies and gentlemen, that was match number 2. Stay tuned because you still have one more match ahead of you, and it's gonna be a banger, right? It's Indonesia, I think. Evos?
Yes,
Evos.
Indonesia versus
Who else?
Myanmar.
Myanmar?
Yes.
Oh my god, finally we get to see the other bird representative fly. Let's see how they do in the next match. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be me, Eterna, signing up for today as well, so Phil.
Yeah, and again, we just want to say MSC 2023 is powered by Moonton, supported by ROG, the official gaming phone, and Secret Lab, our official share partner. Remember to cash the last match of the day, which you have talked about.
Yeah, it's with him though.
Yes, I want to see it. I want to see it. Let's go. Remember, it's the former M1 World Champions going up against the new superpower from Myanmar, Phoenix.
And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you after the break.
Set a fire to the sky. Keep burning bright, kill the allies and enemies mesmerized. Strive for domination. Feel the pressure rising. Fight with your life and for your nation. With your devotion and motion. Lay it on the line. The choice is yours. Offense or defense. Let the courage roar. Reaching for your heart. It's up to soul. We Let's count us the practice, that is his match. Let's be the heroes, here to slay. Never back down, ever astray. Fade away. Sing the flame. Match by match, day by day. Determination and one at a time. See the world, we should conquer. S-E-A, see the world, we are warriors. Lay it on the line, the choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights, it's time to soar. Now or never, time to rise. We will start from. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. So let them dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world.
For 6 years, Southeast Asia have been the conquerors of the land of dawn. But now, new competitors have arisen, hungry to vanquish C's dominance. 12 teams will come to battle. Only one can be champion. In this MSC, the 12 qualified teams compete in 2 stages. First, the group stage, and then the knockout stage. The group stage starts with a draw. The champions of MPL Indonesia, MPL Philippines, MPL Malaysia, and MSC 2023 Myanmar qualifier are placed in Pool 1. All other competing teams are placed in Pool 2. Pool 1 teams will be distributed across 4 groups: A, B, C, and D. The other 8 teams will be drawn randomly into the other groups. Teams from MPL Indonesia and MPL Philippines will not be drawn into the same group, making sure things stay challenging. Each team will fight each other once, with the winner of each match decided in a best of 3. Only the top 2 teams of each group will advance to the knockout stages. As for the knockout stage format, it will be a single elimination bracket, with each team fighting in a best of 5 series. Teams from the same group won't be drawn into the same knockout matchup. There is no second chance. Losing teams are eliminated from the tournament until it comes to the semi-finals, where losing teams fight for a chance at 3rd place. But after the semi-finals, we come to the grand final in a best of 7 matchup. The knockout stages will take place over 4 days, from June 15th to 18th. No matter which side you stand for, let your voices roar and carry your team as they fight for honor, glory, and victory. Witness history in the making as we see the world this MSC in Cambodia.
2019 menjadi tahun bersejarah saat Onyx Esports menjadi tim Indonesia pertama yang menjuarai MSC. Tangguh, itulah satu kata yang tepat untuk menggambarkan Onyx Esports. Pada MPL Indonesia Season 11 babak playoff, Onyx tak terkalahkan satu game pun. Secara 2 tahun beruntun, MPLE menjadi panggungnya Onyx Esports dengan mengalahkan Blacklist Internasional di 2021 dan Geekfam di 2022. Menemani Onyx Esports, EVOS Legends mendapatkan julukan The King of Comeback pada MPL Indonesia Season 11. Sang Harimau Biru telah menjadi tim Indonesia dan dunia pertama yang menjuarai M-Series. Mereka juga membawa nama Indonesia melambung tinggi di IESF 2022 dengan mengalahkan Filipina. Catatan sejarah telah diraih kedua tim Indonesia. Dan kini, Onyx Esports bersama EVOS Legends siap untuk bertarung untuk mengukir sejarah baru di panggung internasional MSC 2023. Berikan dukungan terbaik kalian untuk tim Indonesia.
They flew out hot after their grand finals performance in MPL Philippines Season 10. And here we're seeing the rivalry of a century. The age of the Orcas is now. Echo are your N4 world champions. Echo books their ticket to MST and the grand finals. A rematch against Blacklist International.
A rematch. Blacklist International and Echo taking the rivalry form from Season 10, taking the rivalry continued in M4. Now here we are in the grand finals of Season 11.
This is destiny moving in a way na parang kailangan pa nila mag-meet. Yung M4 World Championship, nakita natin kung ano yung naging resulta doon, nanalo yung Echo, and parang binigyan ng tadhana ng panahon na makabawi yung Blacklist or yung Echo para ma-ensure na sila talaga ang pinakamalakas na Filipino team.
Pwede po kami yan sa last day ng playoffs po sa Grand Final. Pwede po kami ng player ng pag-iisip and discipline po yung sa game sa magandang kalabas ng pro.
Blacklist International will now respect back the Franco and the Kaja.
Alam nila yun no?
Binibigay, oo nga, Dragon, ni Sanford for the third pick. After kasi ng Season 10 Grand Finals, marami ang nagsabi na kaya din nanalo ang Blacklist kasi parang naubusan ng Echo sa kanilang mga pina-obstruct. Ngayon parang ang dami. Parang malulunod siya tayo eh.
It's going to be happening.
Okay.
Balir. Post 5.
Hindi ganun kaganda ang ultimate ng isang balir. So, masasabi natin medyo useless siya para sa Valentina. Hindi sila kumuha ng ganun kaganda yung ultimate.
Yep.
And at the same time, parang ma-force yung Valentina na real world manipulation lagi yung kukunin ko. Can Blacklist International do the reverse? Pero ngayon siya atay na pasobra din. Siya, ni Edward dito, a beautiful switch onto the mid lane. Pero si Cortez hindi ata papayag naman ang kapalit. Pero nabitin ng bahagya, yung maaari niyang tawiran doon sa mga minions mula sa mid lane. Napunta ba siya? Makikita ba siya ni Carl? Napunta ba? King Wise?
Walang retry.
Natawan sila dito ng orange buff. Kaso nga lang siya ay may higit sa tatlo. Wise dito, may pansalba nga ba si Omoy Pino sa Pacers Wrath? Sakto yung bitaw. Kaso nga lang hindi umabot yung altar. Omoy Pino's trying to zone everyone. Pero look at Sanji. Nobar, eto na, pasok King Wise, ulit si Yawi. O si Yawi nga talaga maging target nila. Hindi na nga ito makakatakas pa. Tungkol sa real manipulation. Kaso nga lang natuhog sila dito. The bad execution. Owl and Omoy Pinos will go down. Pero si Edward naman naghanap na pwedeng hulihin. Naghanap siya na pwede sa punukan. Pero pwede naman silang umuli pa ng isa. At mukhang makukuha nga talaga. Kaso nga lang si Carl. Sobrang unat, sobrang sakit, sobrang dulas. Lahat na ibigay mo sa kanya. And sasabayan pa. Sabat force the force. Pero ang tuntik na yung pagtulak
mapigilan niya yung pagtakas ni The Queen. Sinabi na ni Wolf, every time na may dragon, may follow-up na dalawa na hindi mo alam kung skill. Ganon din naman yung Evo Ultimate. Diyan na naman yung dragon ni Sanford. Talagang mag-push away dito sa members of Blacklist International. Pero si Edward na nakapwesto. So meron silang info. Maaari silang umabol. Kaso palang sobrang tapang ni Carl. Aray lang yan, wala talaga mag-first down sa kanya. Kaya sobrang tapang nila kung pumasok. Wise goes down.
Nagkakaroon ng magandang pwesto si Sanchi, pati na rin ito si Yawi.
Subok na mama ng Blacklist International. Pero dito, dragon ni Sanford. Hahabulin talaga yung the backline. Pero masyado atang maagang na-pop yung altar. Kaya naman sila ay mapapanish bigla. Wise is down. Wala na yung referee holder. Pero marinisip na naman yung Lord. Awal ang pasok dito. Bago para matutulak yung si Yawi. Tapos may paamoy-amoy pa. May palagkit-lagkit pa. Pero si The Queen na magsisave sa kanya. My goodness, go easy. Sa young gold. Blacklist International, they want the retaliation play. Dito na nagalit ang mga agents. Biglang may mission accomplished. Pasok si Carl this time. Nais nila dumipensa dito mula sa push na nais gawin ng Blacklist International. May ipin nga lang dito si Yue, pero habulin pa rin naman talaga nila. At sa lang, andun yung altar. Pero hindi magiging ang maray safe si Yue. Mahigit ata ang members ng Blacklist International. Dito sa maglalaging na. Nakashoot na rin yung mga spells na pwede mas gamitin sana. So yung Echo, may Echo sila. Wala yung mga spells, wala yung mga skills. Maaari tayong umarangkada. And just a snap. What's the play though? Wala talaga yung si Aul. Si Aul nga talaga ang bibigyan nila. At dito na rin naman yung dragon. Wala na si Aul. Wala na yung damage na asahan ng Blacklist International. Yung Echo, sila na ngayon na magde-decide. Direkta tayo sa Lord. Kaya sila sa mid lane. Sakto lang din yung pagbitaw noong dragon. Tapos yung altar binitawan na rin. At si Cordy, si Tata Hipa, pipirma pa sa base ng Blacklist International. Sakto yung mga tusok. Kaso nga lang low na rin sila. Pero nakuha nila si Wise. Pero makapag-regen din naman agad yung members ng Blacklist International. Madedepensahan nila yung Lord. Kaso nga lang may parating pang minions. Medyo makapal mula doon sa bottom lane. At meron pang kasabay sa mid lane. Will this be it? Will Blacklist International manage to defend this? Dahil yung Echo ayaw na naman papigil. Okay, tingnan natin. Pasok ngayon. Oh my Venus, sabay sa akin po sa Maniberi Cute. Aabol naman sila sa Kitay. Mukha maulin na di siya ni Queen. Pero mabilis pa naman yung death timer. Si Immortality Pump nga lang para kay Edward. Naabangan nila naman may inward manipulation pa. And yung minions na natin sa back ata. Hahabulin na sila ng mga Orca. Pero ngayon, tuloy pa rin ang depensa. Pero ang goal ng Echo ay yung face. Ay ang yun ng LPLPA. Season 11. Echo!
I came this far, nothing can stop me now. They knock me down, but they can't count me out. I can't lose, I won't lose.
Uling kinalaban ng Orcas
I can't lose.
ang Blacklist International.
I'ma keep winning.
But the better team
I'ma keep winning.
came up on top.
I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, keep winning. But you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, keep winning. But you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, keep winning. But you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, keep winning. But you wanna go play yourself.
Yeah, you gon' need 100 men, 100 scopes, 100 cans just for you to watch what I'm doing under the sun again. God-given gift, them C's doing the running man. If you want me to get it poppin', may cost 100 pounds. Yeah, what I supply is always in the middle. The throne is mine, take that. It ain't a high five, got the upper hand. I'm too real, can't fake that. Who you know put a fear in them like this? You a vampire, still suck when you bite this. They didn't think I could do it, I had to demonstrate how the flow is so heavenly, keeping demons straight. Who they fooling? I showed them the jig is up again. When I asked them who is the best, they get this to stuttering. Tell them.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, keep winning. But you wanna go play yourself.
It's Mirko from Indonesia.
Here from California.
It's North America's favorite caster here.
Santiago from IGSG.
From Echo Philippines. I'm Yawi from Echo Philippines. I am Raime from Pine Sport. I am from Myanmar. I'm Chma, one of the junglers in Cambodia.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته جمهور موبايل ليجند الكريم منورين أحلى عيلة وأحلى جمهور في الدنيا.
And I just want to tell you guys all to get hype and to get excited for MSC 2023.
All the underdogs are coming from across the world to go and compete against the pros, against the favorites.
With that being said, hashtag see the world and hashtag roar for MSC.
Roar for MSC.
Dan foto dah buat betul-betul and langgar semua betul-betul. Alright.
Hashtag roar for MSC. Hashtag see the world. Roar for MSC and see the world.
Hashtag go for MSC. Hashtag see the world. GG RG.
Roar for MSC and see the world.
And Shark, I know you're hungry for first place.
Outplay them, outclass them, outstyle them. Let's go get them, boys.
Türkiye şampiyonasını güzel bir şekilde kazandık. Umarım MSC'de güzel şeyler yapacağız.
See the world, roar for MSC. Don't forget to watch us in MSC. I hope you support us on MSC. See the world and roar for MSC.
It's time to roar for MSC and hashtag see the world.
Nàyក៏ដូចជាខាងក្រុមការងារបានរៀបចំការងារយ៉ាងល្អ
នៅពីមុនក៏ខ្ញុំអត់សូវច្បាស់ដែរតែដល់ពេលគាត់និយាយថាបើយើងចង់ខ្លាចជា personal player យើងត្រូវ set target មិនអីមិនមានអាជីពជាច្រើនដែលយើងអាចធ្វើការទៅជាមួយ e-sport
ខ្ញុំចាក់អារម្មណ៍លើ content creator បងចូលចិត្តខាង create video ខាងកាត់តអីចឹងបង
លឺស្រីដែរតែលេងហ្គេមអញ្ចឹងគេអាប៉ាម៉ាក៏អត់ធ្វើ support មកទេប៉ុន្តែបើយើងមានគោលដៅច្បាស់លាស់ហើយយើងប្រាប់ប៉ាម៉ាយើងពួកគាត់នឹងអាចផ្ដល់កម្លាំងចិត្តឲ្យយើងអាចនឹងទៅមុខបាន
ខ្ញុំបាន inspire ខ្លាំងទាក់ទងមួយចំណេះដឹងកីឡាឲ្យលើចំណេះទឹកខ្មែរយើងនឹងអភិវឌ្ឍច្រើនជាងហ្នឹងនឹងមានអ្នកជាច្រើនទៀតដែលគាត់បានស្គាល់បន្ថែមទៀតបង
Project Next was born from your passion, fueled by your hopes and expectations. At times, we stumbled, but you were there to support us. And when we succeeded, you were there to cheer us on. Now it's time to start the next chapter together. Creating bigger and better experiences. And telling new stories and legends. Let's treasure every moment together. Celebrate every accomplishment. Your love and dedication is what makes all this possible. Together, let's shape the future of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Next for you.
Greetings everyone. From June 5 to June 17, the MSC Guest event will be available in the esports channel in-game. Just log into the game and cheer for your team. Once you've made a guess correctly, you will gain a lot of MSC coins as a reward.
You can use the MSC coins to redeem a brand new Atlas Rune Sentinel epic skin, a MSC exclusive avatar border, emotes, and past MPL skins like Jawhead, Space Explorer,
and Claude Earth's Mightiest.
Don't wait, join the event now.
Over the matches, everyone. From the 5th to 10th of June, the MSC Guest event will be in full swing in-game.
Join the event and you can make your guesses on who will emerge the victorious as champion team. If your guess is correct, you will be handsomely rewarded with 1,000 MSC coins. You can exchange the coins for the brand new Epic Atlas skin, Rune Sentinel.
A 2023 MSC exclusive avatar border, emotes, and past MPL skins like Jawhead, Space Explorer, and Claude Earth's Mightiest.
More rewards are waiting for you. Don't hesitate.
Don't hesitate.
It's time to get them. That's right, everyone. From June 17 to June 18, as long as you log into the game, you can claim MSC Banner of Morale and the corresponding MSC coin reward.
Use the coins you have to redeem brand new epic skin Atlas Rune Sentinel,
a 2023 MSC exclusive avatar border, emotes, and past MPL skins like Jawhead, Space Explorer,
and Claude Earth Mightiest. There will be other rich rewards waiting for you to claim.
So what are you waiting for? Join the MSC Carnival and enjoy the event now.
Join the MSC Carnival and enjoy the event now.
Set the fire to the sky. Keep burning bright, kill the allies and enemies mesmerized. Strive for domination. Feel the pressure rising. The fight with your life and for your nation. With your devotion and motion. Lay it on the line. The choice is yours. Offense or defense. Let the courage roar. Reaching for your heart. It's a good song.
For 6 years, Southeast Asia have been the conquerors of the Land of Dawn. But now, new competitors have arisen, hungry to vanquish Sea's dominance. 12 teams will come to battle. Only one can be champion. In this MSC, the 12 qualified teams compete in 2 stages. First, the group stage, and then the knockout stage. The group stage starts with a draw. The champions of MPL Indonesia, MPL Philippines, MPL Malaysia, and MSC 2023 Myanmar qualifier are placed in Pool 1. All other competing teams are placed in Pool 2. Pool 1 teams will be distributed across 4 groups: A, B, C, and D. The other 8 teams will be drawn randomly into the other groups. Teams from MPL Indonesia and MPL Philippines will not be drawn into the same group, making sure things stay challenging. Each team will fight each other once, with the winner of each match decided in a best of 3. Only the top 2 teams of each group will advance to the knockout stages. As for the knockout stage format, it will be a single elimination bracket, with each team fighting in a best of 5 series. Teams from the same group won't be drawn into the same knockout matchup. There is no second chance. Losing teams are eliminated from the tournament until it comes to the semi-finals, where losing teams fight for a chance at 3rd place. But after the semi-finals, we come to the grand final in a best of 7 matchup. The knockout stages will take place over 4 days, from June 15th to 18th. No matter which side you stand for, let your voices roar and carry your team as they fight for honor, glory, and victory. Witness history in the making as we see the world this MSC in Cambodia.
menjadi tahun bersejarah saat Onyx Esports menjadi tim Indonesia pertama yang menjuarai MSC. Tangguh, itulah satu kata yang tepat untuk menggambarkan Onyx Esports. Pada MPL Indonesia Season 11 babak playoff, Onyx tak terkalahkan satu game pun. Secara 2 tahun beruntun, MPLE menjadi panggungnya Onyx Esport dengan mengalahkan Blacklist Internasional di 2021 dan Geek Fan di 2022. Menemani Onyx Esport, Evo Vs Legends mendapatkan julukan The King of Comeback pada MPL Indonesia Season 11. Sang Harimau Biru telah menjadi tim Indonesia dan dunia pertama yang menjuarai M-Series. Mereka juga membawa nama Indonesia melambung tinggi di IESF 2022 dengan mengalahkan Filipina. Catatan sejarah telah diraih kedua tim Indonesia. Dan kini, Onyx Esport bersama Evo Vs Legends siap untuk bertarung untuk mengukir sejarah baru di panggung internasional MSC 2023. Berikan dukungan terbaik kalian untuk tim Indonesia.
They flew out hot after their grand finals performance in MPL Philippines Season 10. And here we're seeing the rivalry of a century. The age of the Orcas is now. Echo are your AM4 World Champions. Echo books their ticket to MST and the grand finals. A rematch against Blacklist International.
A rematch. Blacklist International and Echo taking the rivalry form from Season 10. Taking the rivalry continued in M4. Now here we are, the grand finals of Season 11.
This is destiny moving in a way na parang kailangan pa nila mag-meet. Yung M4 World Championship, nakita natin kung ano yung naging resulta doon, nanalo yung Echo, and parang binigyan ng tadhana ng panahon na makabawi yung Blacklist or yung Echo para ma-ensure na sila talaga ang pinakamalakas na Filipino team.
Pwede po kami yan sa last day ng playoffs po sa Grand Finals. Pwede po kami ng clear na pag-iisip discipline po yun sa gaming. Mas maganda po yung kalabas ng
Blacklist International will now respect back the Franco and the Kaja. Binibigay ito na Dragon ni Sanford for the third pick. After kasi nung Season 10 Grand Finals, marami ang nagsasabi na kaya din nanalo ang Blacklist kasi parang naubusan ng Echo sa kanilang mga binaong strategy. Ngayon parang ang dami. Parang malulunod siya tayo eh.
It's going to be Harry.
Okay.
Balir. Post 5.
Hindi ganun kaganda ang ultimate ng isang balir. So, masasabi natin medyo useless siya para sa Valentina. Hindi sila kumuha ng ganun kaganda yung ultimate. And at the same time, para ma-force yung Valentina na real world manipulation lagi kukunin ko. Can Blacklist International do the reverse? Pero ngayon siya atay na pasobra tayo. Siya ni Edward dito, a beautiful switch onto the mid lane. Pero si Cortez hindi ata papayag naman ang kapalit. Pero nabitin ng bahagya yung maaari niyang tawiran doon sa mga minions mula sa mid lane. Napunta ba siya? Makikita ba siya ni Carl? Napunta ito. King Wise.
Walang retry.
Natawan sila dito ng orange buff. Kaso nga na siya ay may higit sa tatlo. Wise dito, may pagsalba nga ba si Omoy Pino sa Nature's Wrath. Sakto yung bitaw. Kaso nga lang hindi umabot yung altar. Omoy Pino's trying to zone everyone. Pero look at Sanji. Nobar. Ito na, pasok King Wise. Ulit si Yawi. O si Yawi nga talaga maging target nila. Hindi na nga ito makatakas pa tungkol sa real world manipulation. Kaso nga lang natuhog sila dito. Ng execution. Owl and Omoy Pinos will go down. Pero si Edward naman naghanap ng pwedeng hulihin. Naghanap siya na pwede sa punukan. Pero pwede naman silang umuli pa ng isa. At mukhang makukuha nga talaga. Kaso nga lang si Carl. Sobrang kunak. Sobrang sakit. Sobrang dulas. Lahat na ibigay mo sa kanya. And sasabayan pa. Sabat force na force. Pero ang duling yung pagtulak ni Yawi upang mapigilan niya yung pagtakas ni The Queen. Sinabi ni Timur, every time na may dragon, may follow-up na dalawa na hindi mo alam kung anong skill. Ganon din naman yung ultimate. Diyan na naman yung dragon ni Sanford. Talagang mag-push away dito sa members of Blacklist International. Pero si Edward na nakapwesto. So meron silang info. Maaari silang umabol kaso palang sobrang tapang ni Carl. Aray, lang wala talaga mag-burst down sa kanya. Kaya sobrang tapang nila kung pumasok. Wise goes down.
Nagkakaroon ng magandang pwesto si Sanji, pati na rin si Yawi.
Subok lumaban ng Blackness International pero dito Dragon isang goal. Hahabulin talaga yung the backline pero masyado atang na pop yung altar. Kaya naman sila ay mapapunish bigla. Wise is down. Wala na yung red beholder pero mariniisip na naman yung Lord. Awal ang pasok dito. Bago ka na matutulak ang isang Yawi. Tapos may paamoy-amoy pa. May palagkit-lagkit pa. Pero si The Queen na magsisave sa kanya. My goodness, go easy. Sa young gold. Blackness International, they want the retaliation play. Dito na nagalit ang mga agents. Biglang may mission accomplished. Pasok si Carl this time. Nais nila dumipensa dito mula sa push na nais gawin ng Blackness International. May ipit nga lang dito si Uwe pero hamulit pa rin naman talaga nila. Gusto na lang andun yung altar. Pero hindi magiging ang parang save si Uwe. Mahigit at ang members ng Blackness International. Dito sa magandang gitna. Nakonsum na rin yung mga spells na pwede na sa gamitin sana. So yung Echo, may Echo sila. Wala yung mga spells. Wala yung mga skills. Maaari tayong umarangkada. And just a snap. What's in play though? Wala ka na may gamitin. Si Aul nga talaga ang bibigyan nila. At nandito na rin naman yung Dragon. Wala na si Aul. Wala na yung damage na asahan ng Blackness International. Yung Echo, sila na ngayon na magde-decide. Direkta tayo sa Lord. Na sila sa mid lane. Sakto lang din yung pagbitaw noong Dragon. Tapos yung altar binitawan na rin. At si Cordy, si Tata Hipa, pipirma pa sa base ng Blackness International. Sakto yung mga tusok. Kaso nga lang low na rin sila. Pero nakuha nila si Wise. Pero makapag-regen din naman agad yung members ng Blackness International. Madedepensahan nila yung Lord. Kaso nga lang may parating pang minions. Medyo makapal mula doon sa bottom lane. At meron pang kasabay sa mid lane. Will this be it? Will Blackness International manage to defend this? Dahil yung Echo ayaw na naman papigil. Okay, tingnan natin. Pasok ngayon. Oh my Venus. Sabay sa course naman ni Very Cute. Aabol na naman sila sa gitna. Mukhang mahulin na dito si Queen. Pero mabilis pa naman yung death timer. Si Immortality Pop nga lang para kay Edward. Naabangan nila. Kapag may inward manipulation pa. And yung minions sa death. Sa back. Ata. Hahabulin na sila ng mga Orca. Pero ngayon, tuloy pa rin ang depensa. Pero ang goal ng Echo ay yung base. Ay ang skill ng LPLPA Season 11. And go!
I came this far, nothing can stop me now. They knock me down, but they can't count me out. I can't lose, I won't lose.
Uling kinalaban ng Orcas ang Blacklist International.
I'ma keep winning.
But the better team
I'ma keep winning.
came up on top.
I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself. But you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself. But you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself. But you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself. But you wanna go play yourself.
Yeah, you gon' need 100 men, 100 scopes, 100 cans just for you to watch what I'm doing under the sun again. God-given gift, them C's doing the running man. If you want me to get it poppin', may cost 100 pounds. Yeah, what I supply is always in the middle. In the man. The throne is mine, take that. Take that. It ain't a high five, got the upper hand. Upper hand. I'm too real, can't fake that. Who you know putting fear in them like this? You a vampire, still suck when you bite this. They didn't think I could do it, I had to demonstrate how the flow is so heavenly, keeping demons straight. Who they fooling? I showed them the jig is up again. When I asked them who is the best, they get this to stutter brand. Tell them.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself.
Sir, the most successful start.
It's Mirko from Indonesia.
ខ្ញុំ Mickey មកពីប្រទេសកម្ពុជា
Here from California.
It's North America's favorite caster here.
الله تعالى وبركاته معكم العدد من المغرب
أعزائي المشاهدين معكم يكسب من العراق.
Santiago from IGSG
เขาชื่อเอจิมาจากประเทศลาว Sandy from Echo Philippines. I'm Yawi from Echo Philippines. I am Raime from Pine Esport. I am from Myanmar. I'm Chma, one of the junglers in Cambodia.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته جمهور موبايل ليجند الكريم منورين أحلى عيلة وأحلى جمهور في الدنيا.
And I just want to tell you guys all to get hype and to get excited for MSC 2023.
All the underdogs are coming from across the world to go and compete against the pros, against the favorites.
ចឹងអ្នកនរគ្នាកុំភ្លេចចូលដល់ចាំកាន់ណាអ្នកនរគ្នាចាំពីថ្ងៃទី10ខែមិថុនារហូតដល់ថ្ងៃទី10
With that being said, hashtag see the world and hashtag roar for MSC.
Roar for MSC.
Dan foto dah buat betul-betul and langgar semua betul-betul, alright?
Hashtag Roar for MSC. Hashtag See the World.
Kamu cari di sini. Vote for MSC and see the world. Hashtag vote for MSC. Hashtag see the world. GGRG.
Roar for MSC and see the world.
And Shark, I know you're hungry for first place.
Outplay them, outclass them, outstyle them. Let's go get them, boys.
Türkiye Şampiyonası'nı güzel bir şekilde kazandık. Umarım MSC'de güzel şeyler yapacağız.
See the world, roar for MSC. Don't forget to watch us in MSC. I hope you support us on MSC. See the world and roar for MSC.
It's time to roar for MSC and hashtag see the world.
Đây cả đôi chia trong càng nghi bàn tiếp trong càng nghi dạng lõ.
តែពីមុនក៏ខ្ញុំអត់សូវច្បាស់ដែរតែដល់ពេលគាត់និយាយថាបើយើងចង់ខ្លាចជា personal player យើងត្រូវ set target មិនអីមិនមានអាជីពជាច្រើនដែលយើងអាចធ្វើការទៅជាមួយ e-sport
ខ្ញុំចាក់អារម្មណ៍លើ content creator បងចូលចិត្តខាង create video ខាងកាត់តអញ្ចឹងបង
លឺស្រីដែរតែលេងហ្គេមអញ្ចឹងគេអាប៉ាម៉ាក៏អត់សូវ support មកទេប៉ុន្តែបើយើងមានគោលដៅច្បាស់លាស់ហើយយើងប្រាប់ប៉ាម៉ាយើងពួកគាត់នឹងអាចផ្ដល់កម្លាំងចិត្តឲ្យយើងអាចនឹងទៅមុខបាន
ខ្ញុំបាន inspire ខ្លាំងទាក់ទងមួយចំណេះដឹងកីឡាហើយលើចំណេះចិត្តខ្មែរយើងនឹងអភិវឌ្ឍច្រើនទៅហ្នឹងនឹងមានអ្នកជាច្រើនទៀតដែលគាត់បានស្គាល់ពីថៃទៀតបង
Project Next was born from your passion, fueled by your hopes and expectations. At times, we stumbled, but you were there to support us. And when we succeeded, you were there to cheer us on. Now it's time to start the next chapter together. Creating bigger and better experiences. And telling new stories and legends. Let's treasure every moment together. Celebrate every accomplishment. Your love and dedication is what makes all this possible. Together, let's shape the future of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Next for you.
Greetings everyone! From June 5 to June 17, the MSC Guest event will be available in the esports channel in-game. Just log into the game and cheer for your team. Once you've made a guess correctly, you will gain a lot of MSC coins as a reward.
You can use the MSC coins to redeem a brand new Atlas Rune Sentinel epic skin, a MSC exclusive avatar border, emotes, and past MPL skins like Jawhead, Space Explorer,
and Claude Earth's Mightiest.
Don't wait, join the event now.
How are the matches, everyone? From the 5th to 10th of June, the MSC Guest event will be in full swing in-game.
Join the event and you can make your guesses on who will emerge the victorious as champion team. If your guess is correct, you will be handsomely rewarded with 1,000 MSC coins. You can exchange the coins for the brand new Epic Atlas skin, Rune Sentinel.
A 2023 MSC exclusive avatar border, emotes, and past MPL skins like Jawhead, Space Explorer, and Claude Earth's Mightiest.
More rewards are waiting for you. Don't hesitate.
Don't hesitate.
It's time to get them. That's right, everyone. From June 17 to June 18, as long as you log into the game, you can claim MSC Banner of Morale and the corresponding MSC coin reward.
Use the coins you have to redeem brand new epic skin Atlas Rune Sentinel,
a 2023 MSC exclusive avatar border, emotes, and past MPL skins like Jawhead, Space Explorer,
and Claude Earth Mightiest. There will be other rich rewards waiting for you to claim.
So what are you waiting for? Join the MSC Carnival and enjoy the event now.
Join the MSC Carnival and enjoy the event now.
Heaven, set a fire to the sky. Keep burning bright, kill the allies and enemies mesmerized. Strive for domination. Feel the pressure rising. Fight with your life and for your nation. With your devotion and motion. Lay it on the line. The choice is yours. Offense or defense. Let the courage war. Reaching for your heart. It's not the sun. kingdom and reign. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, that is his match. Let's be at the hero, heal and slay. Never back down, under restraint. Jump, fatal length. Sink or swim. Match by match, day by day. Dissemination and one at a time. See the world, mission to conquer. See the world, be a warrior. Lay it on the line, the choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights, it's time to soar. Now or never, time to rise. We will suffer. Take the world by storm, time to see the world. To the little dawn as we see the world.
For 6 years, Southeast Asia have been the conquerors of the land of dawn. But now, new competitors have arisen, hungry to vanquish C's dominance. 12 teams will come to battle. Only one can be champion. In this MSC, the 12 qualified teams 2 stages. First, the group stage, and then the knockout stage. The group stage starts with a draw. The champions of MPL Indonesia, MPL Philippines, MPL Malaysia, and MSC 2023 Myanmar qualifier are placed in Pool 1. All other competing teams are placed in Pool 2. Pool 1 teams will be distributed across 4 groups: A, B, C, and D. The other 8 teams will be drawn randomly into the other groups. Teams from MPL Indonesia and MPL Philippines will not be drawn into the same group, making sure things stay challenging. Each team will fight each other once, with the winner of each match decided in a best of 3. Only the top 2 teams of each group will advance to the knockout stages. As for the knockout stage format, it will be a single elimination bracket, with each team fighting in a best of 5 series. Teams from the same group won't be drawn into the same knockout matchup. There is no second chance. Losing teams are eliminated from the tournament until it comes to the semi-finals, where losing teams fight for a chance at 3rd place. But after the semi-finals, we come to the grand final in a best of 7 matchup. The knockout stages will take place over 4 days, from June 15th to 18th. No matter which side you stand for, let your voices roar and carry your team as they fight for honor, glory, and victory. Witness history in the making as we see the world this MSC in Cambodia.
2019 menjadi tahun bersejarah saat Onyx Esports menjadi tim Indonesia pertama yang menjuarai MSC. Tangguh, itulah satu kata yang tepat untuk menggambarkan
cheers and cry, ready for the better cry, with our might and strive. War against the heavens, set the fire to the sky. Keep burning bright, kill the allies, and enemies mesmerize. Strive for domination, feel the pressure rising. The fight with your life and for your nation, with your devotion and motion. Lay it on the line, the choice is yours. Offense for defense, let the courage war. Reaching for your heart, it's not the song. Now or never, time to rise. We will try for more. Take the world by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Fighting to build a legacy in this battleground for kings. We're here to show the world that we're the chosen one that brings the heat, the passion, the heart, the soul, and the fury. Show it all, let the world see we are legends. Stepping on the ground, no time to waste. Striving to conquer, face the foes, break grace, be the challenger. It's time to soar. Now or never, time to rise. We will strive for more. Every boundary and chain, ain't nothing can stop our restraint. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny kingdom at last. Battle like Atlas, winning of madness. How us to practice that is his match. Let's be the hero, fear the slay. Never back down, never astray. Jump, fatal length. Sink or swim. Match by match, day by day. Determination and one at a time. See the world, reach to conquer. S-E-A, see the world. Be a warrior. Cheers and cry, ready for the better cry, with our might and strive. War against the heavens, set the fire to the sky. Keep burning bright, kill the allies, and enemies mesmerize. Strive for domination, feel the pressure rising. The fight with your life and for your nation, with your devotion and motion. Lay it on the line, the choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage war. Reaching for your heart, it's not the start. Now or never, time to rise. We will try for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. Destiny kingdom and Atlas, bringing us madness. Count us for practice, that is his match. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, under restraint. Fatal length, sink or swim. Match by match, day by day. Determination and one at a time. See the world, reach to conquer. See the world, be a warrior. Lay on the line, the choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights, it's time to soar. Now or never, time to rise. We will start from. Take the world by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the world by storm, time to see the It's not a fight, let's be cheers and pride. Ready for the battle cry, with our might and stride. War against the heavens, set the fire to the sky. Keep burning bright, kill the allies, and enemies mesmerized. Strive for domination. Feel the pressure rising. The fire with your life and for your nation. With your devotion and motion. Lay it on the line, the choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage roar. Reaching for your heart, it's up to soar. Now or never, time to rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. We're fighting to build a legacy in this battleground for kings. We're here to show the world that we're the chosen one that brings the heat, the passion, the heart, the soul, and the fury. Show it all, let the world see we are legends. Stepping on the ground, no time to waste. Striving to conquer, face the foes, great grace. Be the challenger, it's time to soar. Now or never, time to rise. We will strive for more. Take the world by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the world by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Hey, every boundary and chain, aim, nothing can stop our restraint. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny kingdom and Atlas, bringing us madness. Count us for practice, that is his match. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, under restraint. Fatal length, sink or swim. Match by match, day by day.
Glad to have you, everybody, here at MSC 2023. My name is Gideon Q, here to be the anchor for today. Eterna is going to have to sit back and relax a little bit. But we got Mirko. We've also got Leo here at the desk. How you boys feeling so far?
Doing good, man. You know, we actually casted the first match, so I already got a taste of what MSC had for me. And man, that first match really started us off real good. Burnix Flash almost pulled a massive upset against one of the tournament favorites.
Let me get in there real quick, all right? I understand that we started off on the wrong foot, or in my case, on the wrong seat. But folks, it's amazing to be back on desk, and especially for this matchup. It's going to be Phoenix Esports, the new superpower from Myanmar, facing off against the former M1 world champion in EVOS Legends.
It's crazy to imagine that Myanmar has so much talent inbuilt to them, and so far they've only produced superstars here on the main stage. But guys, if you don't know, the MSC is currently powered by Muntan, supported by ROG, the official gaming phone, and Secret Lab, our official chair partner.
If you don't already know, the brand new ROG Phone 7 packs the game-winning power of the latest Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 Qualcomm chipset with ray tracing acceleration to give you the ultimate performance. The two-tone ROG Phone 7 doesn't compromise, and neither should you. You can grab it in Phantom Black or in Storm White, coming out soon.
I don't know, it felt for a moment there that the ROG was already pumping through my veins, and I was ready for that kind of energy that they have, especially here with the crowd.
You're so close to it too.
I'm so close to it as well. Thank you so much, ROG, for making all of this happen. Now, we got to get down to business. I don't know how you guys are feeling, but Phoenix kind of being the hot superstars, and definitely a team that everybody's kind of got their eyes upon, especially since we aren't going to be seeing the other representatives that we have been, you know, come to love to a certain degree. Falcon, not going to be here today at MSC, but Phoenix, oh boy, I don't know. I'm sweating, and I'm very excited for them.
It's super unfortunate to see Falcon lose outright, but in the Myanmar qualifiers, we really did get to see how good Phoenix truly are. Now, maybe it's a bit unfortunate too, but Phoenix are very inconsistent. They are really good at times. On the right day, they can actually go and become contenders in the whole tournament and actually become one of the favorites, but on a bad day, they will lose to mid-table teams, and this is something that we're going to see as well. Up against EVOS Legends, who are notoriously inconsistent in MPL ID, the Crouching Tigers will be facing off against the Hidden Phoenixes.
Crazy enough, I do think, you know, a lot of team stakes, and especially for EVOS Legends, it's surprising to see the fans actually backing away from this team who managed to go so far in their local league. Unfortunately, unable to get that championship, but still, I mean, they have won tournaments before.
If there is something that we can say about EVOS Legends, is that they put on a show, right? Talk about how far they went, how deep they went into their recently concluded MPL ID Season 11 Grand Finals. Unfortunately, it was a sweep, but watch the games before that. That series alone doesn't give them justice, but watch the series prior and the series before that where EVOS played. They went all the way, and I hope that tonight we go all the way with both EVOS and Phoenix.
I mean, this would be the best opportunity to do so.
Let's take a look at it, man.
This is Myanmar MLBB's best kept secret. Long road ahead of them, and more importantly, they have won through their qualifiers. They have been runner-ups at IESF World Esports Championships 2023 Myanmar qualifiers, and not to mention the qualifiers for IESF Road to Bali.
Honestly, looking at them, I actually got the chance to watch their match in the IESF during the qualifiers up against the Seabowl team, which was Blacklist International at the time. And at the time, Blacklist it was just losing was a no-no for them. This team showed them what it was like to lose for the first time in a long time. And it's in their unpredictable nature, the way they play the game and the way they tackle the game, it's just so unique, even with their 7 active members in the roster.
Is that an interesting relationship that we have? Now that we mentioned the best kept secret from Myanmar MLBB Esports, you have to compare to Blacklist, which is, luckily enough, here in MSC. They're playing here today.
Let's look at the internal power rankings itself and see where they stand. It looks like they're not making it all the way into that top 5. EVOS Legends actually taking that top 5, but currently they're just below Outplay, just above Fireflux and Unity. And I don't know about you guys, the fact that they are Myanmar's best kept MLBB secret, I feel like maybe this might not be entirely correct.
They're in my top 4.
Ooh, top 4?
There must be some stakeholders and maybe talents from other regions that may think otherwise, but after seeing them play and following them for the better part of the past 2 years, they have had a close rivalry with Falcon, right? They've always been second banana, but here today, now that they have reclaimed that spot, again, now being the sole representative, I think they deserve more than just 7, man.
What about you, Mirko?
Yeah, honestly, I agree. I feel like Phoenix Esports, the reason they're at 7 is because not a lot of people have actually seen them play, right? You've seen them in the Myanmar qualifiers, but you haven't seen them in the international stage. You've even seen them in ISF qualifier, an international stage, but it was online. Now stepping up on the stage is completely different, and we've seen what happens to teams who crumble under the pressure. Onyx and MSC and M4. Oh wow, you just have to let that out.
Miracle, I thought those tournaments didn't exist. I didn't forget about those.
Didn't exist.
Oh, right.
All right. With that being said, MSC has been going on so far, so good. But the entertainment only continues as we bring out our teams. To officiate the first series of MSC 2023, we have our marshals here to facilitate the game. They are here to ensure fair play, esports integrity, and address to any player or technical needs. First, welcoming up onto the stage, hailing from Myanmar, the players couldn't contain their excitements to show the world their true strengths. Let's go, Phoenix Esports! Can Phoenix Esports replicate what Falcon did in MSC 2022, or maybe even more than that? Former M1 world champions and winners of ISF Bali 2022. We have the fearsome White Tigers from Indonesia, Evo's Legends!
In ISF Bali 2022, they were the champions. They showed that they have the formula to win it all. Will that formula come into play here in their first series at MSC?
It's going to be a tough call here, boys and girls. Oh, I don't know about it. There's so much to keep in mind, but let's bring out the brains behind the brawn. To kick things off, it's going to be Hetwindo as well as coming in as coach and analyst. Head Marshal Kun going to keep it off and ready to get this bout going. For Evo's Legends, they have Coach Age and his analyst Tax Stump. Now, for the most part of season 11, it was actually them mixing it up. It wasn't just Age at the head coach position. It was Tax Stump at first, then they rotated their lineup. When Age stepped in, it felt like they just found that stability, and that's what Age is looking for right here, to bring this Evo's Legends roster that was in SEA Games and unfortunately did not have the outcome that a lot of people expected. Now, out of this 7-man roster, we've got to talk about the first 5 that we're going to see here today. Benny, Fayan, Royal Milk, and as well as J3X. Leo, talk me through this here. This is a 7-man lineup, so what kind of play style are we expecting from these 5?
This is the Mock and Jex variety. I have seen both starters. Simple and PX7 starting off, Mock and Jex starting off. Actually, you know what? I like how they're switching this up. I like how even their opponents, even Evo's Legends right now, being the, I'd say, more established team in the realm of MLBB Sports, has to consider which one is it. And now that it's the Mocks and Jex variety, I'd like to think Mages are going to run roughshod.
We've seen it before in the Myanmar qualifiers. They've been able to rotate this roster even mid-series, which is something that Evo's Legends had tried to do back in Season 10 that didn't work at all for them. That's why they swapped into just using their full 5-man lineup for the most part of Season 11 of MPL Indonesia. And this is it. Brands, Taz, Psychots, Hijume, and Dreams. They like the stability this composition brings to them, and especially with their brand-centric front-to-back composition, they shine. I love consistency. I love something where you don't have to look too far. I love a team that continues to evolve, and this is why Evo's Legends is one of those teams I have my eyes upon. But with Phoenix, the fact that they can change it up, and you mentioned variety, variant, that's such a scary thing to hear, especially if you are a coach and analyst. How many slides do you need for prep?
Speaking of coaches, Coach Age, Tax Stump, when they were studying Phoenix, I'm sure this had to come into play. Coach Age, you're past. You played with Bigatron Alpha. Isn't Bigatron one of the most experimental teams in the history of MPL ID? Could he not have been saying, yo, this is familiar. This is from my recent past. Maybe, just maybe, he put himself in those shoes again.
For sure, I think so, right? I mean, Age, I gave him this moniker back in MPL Indonesia Season 7, the Mad Scientist.
The Mad Scientist!
Wait. We gotta take a look at the predictions first here, because there is a little bit of a difference.
Yes,
coming from me.
I believe that should have been me, bro.
No, because I...
Oh, no!
Yes, this is intentional.
Have they put the curse into play?
Yes.
Is it the C word?
It is the C word.
It's the curse.
We gotta be very careful here. Look, we don't have another person to cancel this out. We're gonna have to hope for the best here and hope for their favorite teams to win it out.
You also have the curse?
Luckily, no, not this time.
All right, so you know what? I don't know, man. Now I'm confused. Just as much as maybe even their opponents now, as Evo's Legends now. Like, what is this? What are we doing, Mox and checks?
I'd be shaking too if I was up on that stage. Not to mention, beautiful stage, by the way. I came in here expecting like, this should be a walk in the park. No. The intensity, the air is almost palpable between the two teams. I would argue that there's almost even bad blood. Oh, I don't know about bad blood, but certainly, again, if we go back to the topic of Age, I do want to touch on that a little bit more, because for Coach Age, this man, I gave him the title of mad scientist because he was able to bring out the best of every single one of his players in terms of their hero pool. The diversity of it, bringing Sicilian when it was not meta, bringing up the Gord against the Lunox. He understands the hero counters to a T, and I expect him to use those experimental picks here in the first game.
I'm expecting him to bring out a folder if he's going to prepare so hard for Phoenix, but let's jump right into this. Remember, this is going to be an important matchup between the two. Don't forget that the ROG Challenge segment is going to be happening. The Asus Republic of Gamers, or the ROG, is the official gaming phone partner of MSC 2023. The ROG Phone 7 comes with the Aero Active Cooler 7 that provides you with a portable 2.1 sound system, and alongside the spectacular 165 Hz AMOLED display that you can play your games like you have never experienced before. So make sure you check out the new ROG 7. And well, I mean, looking at how these players are warming up, it feels like it's like cutting half the time down by half.
Feiyan was pretty mean without the ROG Phone 7, and now here at MSC, you saw it was just like
super fast, man. I couldn't even see the fingers on screen because the 165 Hz captures it too fast. We don't have enough frames to keep up with this. Definitely not, man.
You know who has enough frames?
Who?
ROG Phone 7.
Oh. And I gotta sign up for the Republic already. I feel like I'm outside the loop here. All right. Hopefully we get excited for this upcoming draft. Man, I am nervous for this draft. I'm legitimately sweating. I am soaking my headset. I think looking at the drafts we've seen today, right? The first two matches, it's been pretty standard. There's not a lot of flex picks coming out except for just the normal things that we see in MPL. Frederick, the only thing new being Novaria. Well, here's the thing, right? I am not a big fan of the Fredrin opener. I don't know about you guys here. That's a personal flavor of mine.
Okay, you don't like the Fredrin opener? How about some Alice, though? Yeah, this young man from Myanmar, Feiyan, he's a Burmese prodigy. I have heard rumors about him wreaking havoc in Filipino server RGs, right?
Really?
This was
That's the best server in the world.
This is a little whisper. Hey, you're not wrong. This is a little whisper from a good friend of ours, Midnight. He said, hey, yo, Feiyan, that's Feiyan. I've seen him in the RG ladder. He's pretty mean.
No, wait. I remember you telling me about this player, right? What's the moniker you gave him? The title that you gave this 19-year-old
All right, it might be weird, but I'm sure a lot of fans would agree when I say he's like a baby Wise.
I mean, baby Wise. You saw some of the picks there. We saw an Alice there, and that's not exactly very popular. Only very few players and teams make it work. I think so. I mean, I've seen a fair share of Alice games in MPL Indonesia as well. Usually it's with Ken, and Feiyan, you're right. The utility jungle role just fits him perfectly, and that's something in Phoenix's arsenal that they can utilize here in the draft. Getting into it for game number 1. All right, everybody, the draft is going to begin in our best of 3. Phoenix versus Evo's Legends. Let's jump right into it.
Now looking back at what's happened so far in MSC, blue side is the strong side. I can definitely say blue side is strong side, despite that last pick for red side being so clearly a way to save or to cover up for what you're missing. Just to be able to get that first pick trade, you swing hard, and then you close up strong with the 2 on the last phase. I still think that matters.
Here's the thing. I feel like a lot of the draft is with the relationship to the mid lane. You know, artillery mages are always going to be key for a lot of these compositions unless you're playing Valentina, and I think a lot of teams are comfortable dealing with Farmis in particular. Unfortunately, with Hellkurt not being able to be picked up, that kind of changes it and forces the blue side to be a lot stronger in terms of win percentage.
Don't forget the Grok as well. There's also auto ban here. In addition, the Novaria that has actually, changed a lot of the prio lists here at MSC. It's also going to be taking up a whole ban slot that was usually used for one of the, again, prio heroes that we usually see. For Evos, the prio heroes differs, right?
Well, it really depends, because earlier in Season 11, when the Claude was absolutely busted, that's always first pick for them. Since it's been nerfed, since a lot of the counters have been, given a lot of buffs, the Claude has really just slimmed down, and for Brands, he's really struggling to find a place in the meta. I feel like the overall Claude is going to be generally the Swiss Army knife, right? But you're hoping for a little bit more explosive power coming in from Brands specifically, because the team plays around him. Now, if we look into the bans, the Novaria, the Valentina, the Arla, for the side of Phoenix, already gone. Joy and as well as Wanwan being targeted with the final ban going into EVOS Legends.
I sniff an early Eve. I feel like Phoenix is going to snipe that Eve and then protect that mid lane. Again, that's the lane, or at least the artery that they, I don't know, play around the most given their rotating roster. So they don't have to worry about Royal Mix. They don't have to worry about Benny. They don't have to worry about Feiyan. Let's see if that's going to happen.
All right, let's find out here, because I was really concerned about that clue until EVOS Legends finally banned it out. First pick's going over to Phoenix, and it's going to be Eve. Who called it? Stand up, my brother.
I'm actually standing up.
Yep.
Show of dominance.
Be proud, man. You called the first pick. But now it does give EVOS a little bit of a tough spot to be in, right? What do they want to go for here? Usually for Brands, again, those low-range marksmen like the Klon, like the carry, becomes the prio. But since the Eve is here, Faramis and those low-range marksmen might just be out of the picks, the drafts already. Let's also consider the fact that suppression abilities are still available, right? Again, there's a lot of outlets that's already been banned out, but Franco as well as the Kaja still available.
This doesn't happen very often.
No,
you usually have to take one of them on the way out, but no, EVOS does not oblige. They take the Lancelot, they pick up the Kadira, which I'm not so sure if this is going to go in the mid. We don't know. Dreams is a diverse roamer, but look how quickly Phoenix answers back. You call Claude an answer, a catch-all? How about the Beatrix? Beatrix does it all.
I mean, it's obvious that Phoenix is trying to build a composition designed around team fighting, but it has a lot of attributes spec'd into sieging, right? If Beatrix is able to get unlocked from her lane, you're expecting tier 1 towers to be falling before 6 minutes. All they need now is just a solid frontliner or an initiator, right? Looking at, again, Mok playing in this game, Jax and Mok, they usually go for something like a double mage combination in the mid lane. This time, they will just pick up the Fredrin. Again, a pretty good flex pick. You don't like it as a first pick, but it's third pick here, last in the first phase.
How about now?
Yeah, now. It makes a lot more sense, because this way it's more of a flex pick rather than, yes, this is my dedicated jungler. I'm trying to bait out as many people as possible to believe that it's a jungler and not the EXP.
I actually agree with you, but what this does is it allows Brands to maybe pick up the carry.
Ooh.
Might do it here. Yep. And again, run the 50-50 against Benny. Just has to play off of confidence, play off of experience. He's the better known player.
That's a very, very good point here. However, I will say that when we're looking over in terms of flexibility coming in from EVO, they're going full ISF this time. Yeah, they really are.
All right, Brands, sit back. Psychots, you answer this.
Yeah, I think it's a really good response though, right? I mean, looking at the Beatrix really struggles up against the Yuzong. We've seen it multiple times, even at ISF. Oheb was still trying to utilize that Beatrix, and in the end, this Yuzong Kadira. Remember, it's not just Yuzong. You can use your Purify, but double Petri, so much CC, and a lot of dive will kind of just place this backline in an awkward spot.
Yeah, you tactical reposition out of there.
Yeah, I don't think you have much of a choice, right? And I think even for EVOS Legends, they recognize that, okay, now we have to get rid of annoying heroes that stop us from going hard into that backline. You can open up the map safely and still provide that threat. There we go. So the Kaja and as well as the carry, both have been taken out here. These teams have done a lot of research on each other.
Yep, just as much as we are fans of them, they are also, I believe, fans of each other. I believe this is one of the best ways to show respect. It's just, I know what you're up to. Let me take that away.
Absolutely, absolutely. I love it so far. The drafting has been great. I'm just surprised that it's on the priority of EVOS to get rid of the Kaja. It feels that they want it feels like they do want to make sure that this Kadita is still flexible until that very last ban. Definitely, right? Similarly to how Phoenix still have a flex pick to play with into the last phase. With the Fredrin, they want to have the same amount of flexibility, and they go for the Diggy ban, which is definitely a very, very good hero to go up against this full, heavy composition that relies on that CC initiation. So with the Franco ban here, say goodbye to all the suppression heroes. No more for suppression, no more cancel for the real world manipulation.
Interesting how these two teams are mirroring each other, right? Number one, suppression for suppression. Another is specialty for specialty. We foresaw the Brands pick up on the carry. Yes. We foresaw the maybe double mage in mid, Diggy plus Eve for Mok and Jax, right? So this is amazing. Agi and Kalama are on each other. They're like, no. It's not that easy.
I love the word specialty here. It really gives the identities of both of these teams away, especially with the composition that they're designing, right? Next pick going over to EVOS Legends, where hopefully we're going to be able to get a read of where this Vegeta is going to go. And it looks like Quad Swiss Army Knife has been locked in.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking maybe like something like a Melissa, the carry earlier, but with the carry ban and with, honestly, just so much flexibility still placed onto the hands of Phoenix with the Fredrin pick, they can certainly just pick up something like a Lapu Lapu that will disrupt the Melissa heavily. So with the Quad, it is the safest pick up against the RWM, and they still go for it. Edith, wow, Edith and Lapu.
This might not necessarily be easy for this club, but Brands, one of my favorite players personally from a very long time ago. My motivation since the day I joined esports was to win MPL Indonesia, and I'm still working hard towards that goal. Now that I'm playing in MSC, I hope that I can achieve that too. Now that is a word of a true competitor. Words of true competitors.
I've been a fan of Brands since he was playing in the jungle. So now I love him now. He's basically the foundation of EVOS Legends, who's making a go for another title. Let's see how they wrap up their draft. What's missing? Some from a boy
or mid?
Some from a boy Dreams, yeah? We don't know. Yeah.
Depends where he's sure. Oh, it is going to be the Lolita pickup here, which honestly is pretty good up against the Edith and the Beatrix. I can see how it works here, but the Yi, the Fredrin, especially the Lapu, is still going to have a lot to say towards that back line. Honestly, looking at it, I'm okay with it. I'm okay with the fans.
I haven't seen much Edith roam, man. Like they're just settling in. Like, whoa, that is a roam Edith.
Yep. I mean, I do feel like there is a couple of uses for Edith, and especially in very niche situations that Phoenix is trying to force upon EVOS Legends. But at least with the Lolita, this kind of rounds out their comp even more, right? We have ways to just hard dive into the backline as a unit of 5. We have ways to disengage, but let's look at the audience predictions here.
Okay. Well, still waiting for the audience predictions to show up there. It creeped up a little bit, but then it hit. You know, maybe
it was a series prior. Yeah. We'll see what people think of Phoenix and EVOS in just a bit. But I'd like to say, on paper, I think EVOS won the draft.
Yep.
That is a cleaner go. Execution is so much simpler, but Phoenix has the potential to, again, just overshoot and somehow land in a place where even EVOS isn't sure what happened.
I just love the fact that we both looked at Miracle when we said EVOS won that draft and hoping to get a reaction from it.
It's clean. I like it.
It's clean. It's brawn. Let's get into our final best of 3 today. It's going to be Phoenix on blue side versus EVOS Legends on the red side.
Looking at it so far, early on, again, this is one of the reasons I actually agree with you, mid-control. Mid-control is the number one prio, I would say, for EVOS Legends because of how they play. That brand-centric playstyle, you can expect EVOS Legends to play around that gold lane already, even from the first minute on, but they're actually going for a cheeky little invade here. Oh, they get the knock-up on. That's going to be the goal picked up by Hijume. A good steal on the invade, getting Fei and, not as much XP and space to play with. Now, should be a contestant lethal Wanderers. Royal Milk actually loses down to that trade, and Taz wins out the retry battle here. Fei-En will choose to save it for later.
It's interesting to see, right? We didn't get to see Dreams immediately move on to the EXP, try to rush that level 2 to make something happen. Instead, they want to maintain this control. They want to say, we want to fight for every single one of these POIs on as long as it's in the river.
Yep, it's man-to-man defense, essentially, what's happening. So again, from the draft to the early game, you see that Phoenix and EVOS respect each other. Looking at how things have started, Brands is just settling in. Oh, wait!
Oh, Phantom Execution up top! You thought they were going to play for the gold lane, but EVOS, they've evolved.
This builds on the fact that Brands built up them pants. He got steel leg plate. So even if they rotate towards him, he'd be fine. But all the more, the beacon, the threat levels are much higher now in the XP lane. Oh no, this is going to be an amazing ramp up for Brands from the early to mid.
The question is, when is he going to unlock him, right? When is Psychots going to be able to move out of that lane comfortably? Now that multiple angles have been achieved at level 4 as well, Psychots, this could be really big. He could snowball off of this if he gets another kill.
Okay, Black Dragon form already from Psychots. He's have to petrify. Hijume already now trying to flank, goes in. That's a petrify locked in onto the Edith. Jax is taking very low. The rough wave does not connect. It's still to be secured by Fei-En as he's able to walk out. Royal Milk now jumps to the Bravest Fighter. That's a double man knockout. Double down blast to lock them down. Royal Milk still fighting, sustaining back up, getting some damage, but in the end will be forced to use the flicker, and even that isn't enough to take him out.
Beautiful, beautiful play coming in from Evo's Legends. They recognize that, hey, Turtle, not that big of a deal. EXP, that's not what we care about. It's all about snowballing and gaining this early momentum. And speaking of which, Cyclops did get that initial kill, did get another kill for himself, so that lane is essentially over.
Yep, Turtle is amazing, especially if you can convert from it, but they paid the price. It was so expensive, and eventually they couldn't even capitalize, which led to a 1,000 gold lead in 3 minutes, which, folks, by the way, let me just say, is significant. That is impactful, and much of it might not be on the gold lane where you want it, but yeah, it's on the man of the hour currently, or the minute in this case. It's on Cyclops. Cyclops is going to force out Royal Milk into being a comfortable XP laner, and what will that say for the rest of the map for Phoenix?
That's the thing, right? They lose tempo, they lose priority, and Phoenix, especially with a composition that wants to unlock this Beatrix from that bottom side, farm as much of that gold plating as they can, and then transition up the top to do the exact same thing. Now, that game plan has to take a step back. They need to start stabilizing, and they need to start finding openings in this defense from Evo's Legends.
They're doing it quite well right now. The little, I would say subverting of expectations early on really worked. Royal Milk definitely didn't expect the crazy early gank from Taz, whereas, again, Evo's Legends, they usually play strong side gold. Both these teams actually do usually play strong side gold. Royal Milk, 0-2 down already. This is significantly going to impact Phoenix and how they actually tackle the next few neutral objectives.
And here's what's difficult. Royal Milk is known as one of their anchors. He's one of the 3 that don't rotate out in their 7-man lineup. And I'm used to seeing him play glue, but now he's on the Lapu. What an early switch up.
This is great for Evos, because they know Cyclops is ahead. He's significantly ahead. He's going to make so much more impact by this Turtle fight compared to Brands, who still needs his 2 items.
Now you bully Benny.
That's a great way of putting it, but now the Turtle dance, this is going to be very important here.
Okay, Cyclops now with Black Dragon form once again with that lead. Bravest Fighter responded over. Bayan going to be engaged on right now with Petrify. Double on it. That's going to be time securing the Turtle as Bayan will fall. The hands of Hijume. A double stun comes in with the RWM on top of it. Hijume still able to escape with this Ocean Oddity, and it's going to be a knockup and a clean disengage from Evos.
Really good call coming in from Evos. They were targeting the down Bayan. They still remembered, okay, Bayan technically stole away the Turtle the very first time. We're not going to let him do it a second time. Luckily, they didn't even trade kills back to Phoenix.
We keep talking about the XP laner. We keep talking about the gold laner, right? Those side lanes. And we forgot. Hijume is lethal, especially against that Eve, especially against Mok. This is a miserable matchup, and that's why you're seeing Mok here. Yes, no deaths, but this is a matchup that you wouldn't want 9 times out of 10. Going up against Akadira as an Eve is miserable, and that's what's explaining this, yes, relatively early Ice Queen Wand, given that Mok is rocking Bargain Hunter, but looking at Hijume, looking at how that's affecting Cyclops on the Yuzhong. Dude, he's almost building up to the next core item after the Hunter Strike. He now has free reign. If Benny doesn't build up to maybe more pants or maybe an early wind chant, it's dangerous. This is going to be more bully. Oh, and they answer back with a switch again.
And even if Benny does go for an early win chant, it's not really going to be effective for him because he's not going to be able to reach that mid-game power spike that you so desperately need on the Beatrix.
Yeah, you're just delaying what your composition wants to do. You want to seize down, you want to start hitting turrets as soon as possible, but they don't have that momentum anymore. Now the question is, what do they do to slow this down? Because I feel like this is where Edith starts to get hurt a lot, because if we're talking about comparing both roamer styles and more importantly the heroes overall, Lolita just has way more in her arsenal in comparison to Jax on this Edith.
And that's exactly why, oh wait,
wow, full engage. Jax still able to disengage with an onward, perfectly timed to catch Hijume off. And Phoenix, just like that, they've got an advantage right before the final Jax
turtle.
Heard that. Jax heard me.
He did. And again, I think this is building up on the concept of subversion of expectations. We were expecting that Phoenix had a better box. No, they just had to surprise Evos, and now third turtle up.
Oh, still gonna be Taz who takes it away. Clean escape as well. The boy genius from Indonesia. Beautiful play coming in for Taz. Able to dodge literally 2 abilities at once with Thorn Rose, but now Benny finally activating the game plan that Phoenix has been looking to do for so long, but it's still 1 step behind Evos, right? They've already cracked down on the bottom tier 1, top side tier 1 is taken away by trade, and now the switch ups are coming in.
I love it. We really haven't talked about Taz much in this 7-minute bout. He's an amazing workhorse. Like, you don't even have to really look at him much, and he's doing work. Despite it being a winning situation or a losing situation, hell, this could be what? 13-1 in favor of Phoenix, and Taz will still be doing his job. So this is just par for the course.
Honestly, I love the fact that we came up with the term subverting expectations so early on, because that is a legitimate theme here from both of these, from both representatives.
Speaking of subversion, look at Lancelot on Taz. You don't usually build War Axe so soon, unless maybe it's because of the buff to the item, but usually you want to build maybe 1 or 2 more tank items and then War Axe. But I think Taz understands you gotta build up the tempo. I want to kill dudes, man. Well,
Thunderbelt
in the game. There you go, Thunderbelt.
He's speeding up. He's speeding up. This is all about tempo, right? Now, Evos, they want to make sure that Phoenix can't really do much about the situation. Oh, this might be an engagement here.
Hello?
No. There's no reason to fight, right? 40 more seconds until the Lord actually spawns. So good decision from both sides not to get into an early bout.
It's already a very different Evos Legends to the one that I am used to seeing, right? Brands is completely weak side now. They literally haven't rotated to Brands at all.
He's so quiet.
He has been so quiet. And for Phoenix, they've actually been forced to respond and play towards Royal Milk, which they are definitely not comfortable doing.
Okay, so here's the thing. I have seen my own fair share of Phoenix games. They've been in the same situation before. Like, they have lost the early game, they've lost the mid game, and somehow come back. But do note, a lot of those games, Feiyan wasn't a scaling hero. Feiyan was an Alice. Him on the Fredrin here and putting all of their eggs in the Benny and Mock basket, I'm not so sure. It's not too late, but this isn't a good position. I wouldn't say this is something favorable for Phoenix.
Look, if there's anybody I have to believe in here, it's an EXP laner that can play, make it Royal Milk. He has to be that guy. If we're looking for a big stun, he's got to hit 2 or 3 people if he wants to turn the tide for his team.
Well, Brand so far is still free farming the bottom lane, finally rotating up top. Royal Milk and Mock now trying to just clear out that mid wave as the Breath of Ocean will be used up. He's jumping out with a Petrify as well. Royal Milk can be bursted down before the Turtle or the Lord even gets slow. Jack's the onward now, only on the Dreams have the full burst. 3 ultimates committed instantly. Jack's still doing some damage with the Primal Wrath. Now he's going to be blazing throughout the mid wave, but he's going to have to take a lot of damage in return from the Nibiru's passion. Brand's still trying to go for the basic attacks. Mock going to force him out of it. Battle Mirror Image used up now. It's going to be time. He's going to be gunned down. He's still able to escape. Side cuts. Jumps in the midst. Now he's 1v4. Jumps in with Pure Side once again. The retreat should be collected, and yes, it does by Feiyan. Evos Legends are still trying to walk their prey down, but the Phoenix have flown out. All right. Oh boy, my stomach is churning right now. It is very uncomfortable here. Phoenix are able to get this Lloyd, and this might be able to equalize the goal over. All that early game might have come crumbling down for Evos if they can convert this well. That's a big assumption, because so far, the way that we've seen Taz been playing, you mentioned it, the workhorse, this guy is putting in the hours. He is making sure this team feels comfortable. 2 levels at the same time.
Gideon, number 1, you gotta get that checked. Your tummy. And second, it's not too late for Phoenix. Despite the expensive trade on Benny, I think getting the Lord here, enhancing their minion waves, makes the map a little more comfortable. It doesn't get them out of the woods, yes, but it will allow for these rotations from Brands to be more all the more expensive, all the more full committal. Right? See, look, Brands knows they have a Lord. I can't go in deep here. So, yeah, so far, I can expect their late game to be kind of favorable. I think it's not that bad.
And this is the thing about Lapu Lapu, right? Something that can completely just be punished. He's going to be caught now. Wow. Beautiful RWM combo with a Feiyan taunt. Was able to lock him down. Brands now needs to be very, very careful. Feiyan already just sandwiching him here to provide the space necessary to take that tier 1 down. All right, they get the tier 1, no problem, but walk us through the Lapu Lapu you were mentioning. Yeah, again, Lapu Lapu, this is the weakness that he, well, his weakness that can be exploited, actually. For Evos Legends, they're always split pushing with Brands, where, you know, Royal Milk can't actually go 1v1 there. He's not a mobile hero where he can actually help his team whilst also clearing out those side waves. I think it's one of those things where you have to just like outplay your opponent, and against someone like Claude, who just so easily, especially with EMI, right? It's such an easy ability to time. It's tough to manage to catch somebody out with the stun. For now, the best that I can say is that Evos Legends, what they want to do right now is to basically just play for these neutral objectives, right? Not even taking the neutral objectives, but fighting by it. Phoenix, on the other hand, they need this Lord to be that workhorse for them, to get them that lead, to start pushing into the enemy base.
All said and done, about 12 minutes in, 2K, 3K down for Phoenix. this could have been much worse. Specifically with the fact that Mok and Benny aren't rocking Purifies. See all the CC from Evo, so they've been picking fights very well, very carefully. If anything, it's Brands who has been protecting himself very well, despite there not being much action from Phoenix, because a lot of their fights here have been counter-initiated, have been surprise pickoffs. So yeah, I think we're yet to see the full rise of Phoenix.
Funny enough, I actually wanted to start saving a couple of pointers for specifically Brands. Like, I miss the old Brands, you know? He was able to kind of be self-sufficient. He was able to really start popping off. But now, we get to see him so early on. We'll take that off the checkbox.
A lot of people have already tried to make assumptions, right? Especially when Evo's Legends right before MSC have been losing a whole lot in other tournaments. Are they saving their strat? And certainly it does look like they are a different Evo's Legends right now with Jax activated. And that's a Petrify connecting. And the rough wave is enough to burst him down with help of Brands. Now it's going to be a full commit inside. Taz will be able to dash all the way to the back line. Not able to find Betty, but Mok will fall to the Petrify that Psychops places onto him. Lord traded in for 2 members.
The old Brands is back, Leo. The old Brands is back.
Oh, nothing comes for free and nothing comes easy for Phoenix. Oh wait, they're looking for something.
They're not going to take it. They're not going to take it. They just have to let it go, right? It's a good conversion coming in for Evo. But at the end of the day, it's Lord and Power and Minions. You still got to play the macro game.
All right, I was saying, it's never free. It's never easy for Phoenix. But at some point, this is going to be diminishing returns. At some point, Evo has to understand killing them is not enough. They're willing to take the trade. Earlier was Benny. This time around, it was Mok and Jex. Maybe they could have avoided that Jex kill. So that's what's one problem I'm seeing now for Phoenix. They don't have very good vision. But oh look!
Oh, good pick up there. He gets some of the rough waves buried right now. Taz going to be able to get it back, and Benny will fall. That's again the pure side by Psychos and Brands with the blazing duet melts the back down. Taz picks up the kill, and Evo's Legends have fended off another Lord push.
They heard you. They heard you, Leo. They're like, yes, it's not just about finding those conversions. It's not just about finding those kills, but converting those kills into something that's palpable, something that is going to help them win that game. And they are just inches away from another inhibitor turret.
That and the whole vision reach situation. You saw very clearly. It was less vision, more about reach. Phoenix has to be honest about their engagements. Phoenix has an amazing box. Phoenix has amazing zoning. But unless you're the first there or you shock Evos into playing into your placement and your zoning, you got nothing. And that's what Evos has. I think Hijime has been conditioning Phoenix. The last 2 deaths he has was all about, okay, I think they can go this far. I think they can go this deep. And then he'll tell the rest of the team, this is worth taking.
He's finding his distancing, right? And I think now that he's got a very good sense of it, the second thing that he has to worry about is the box. Because the last time he died, it's not just about the onward, right? He figured out the onward, but if the box stops his rough waves mid-animation right at the edge of the RWM, he's in a lot of trouble with the follow-up from Feiyan.
Okay. Now, looking at how far Mok has gone.
Oh.
That's an Eve that hurts. I'd like to say that's good enough, but...
Full item Brands, though.
Yep. At 15 minutes, he can start juggling. If it comes down to it, fast fingers, pick up an Immortal. Oh, Royal Milk!
They're just looking for it. Royal Milk perfectly placed. Brave Spider, well played to get out of that cheeky little pickoff that Evo's Legends were setting up for.
Yeah, but Phoenix instantly going to punish this, right? Yeah, send 5 members over to my EXP laner. I'm going to take mid-tier 1, and now they finally have access to the enemy. Royal Milk.
Ouch! You see that? 3 basic attacks, that counted it. Brands was able to get him to a quarter. Jex now all alone, caught again. The Pure Stab and the Petrify locking him down, giving up blast as well. Brands in the back, dealing some damage. Zoning Bay away with nature, but Jex is still alive somehow. That's going to be the Appraiser's Wrath, locking him down. Psychos not able to find Benny as he's able to flicker out Brands, buys the immortality in time, and look at that, it's still going to be Taz who picks up a double kill. Benny going back now to the render. He wants to try to snipe some people down, trying to provide some vision for the team. He shoots it out, doesn't connect onto anyone. Evo's Legends still have the control on the Lord, and it seems like Phoenix will be forced to concede.
And this is the situation we were hoping to see coming on for Evo's Legends. They want to fight pre-Lord. They want to fight around this pit. And Phoenix, unfortunately for them, when they don't have that sort of position, then they're forced to go back into their jungle in these choke points, which Cyclops really benefits from, and as well as Dreams.
Even in an open field, Mok and Benny's path of movement is a choke point. It's so scary. I was looking at the map, and here we'll see in the replay how well Hijime cordoned off the rest of Phoenix. And yes, Mok did pop off his RWM. Ult came out, everything but the kitchen sink, right? But what's scary is the fact that Evos are still outgunning Phoenix. And even if you can find the right timing, it's too little too late. Jax and Royal Milk are out. You have no frontliners. Mock and Benny couldn't do anything. Oh, wait, what happened?
Benny, well, Royal Milk is next on the chopping block. And Evo's Legends are just running wild inside of the base without the Enhanced Lord, which is still marching down in the bottom lane. Evo still have the resources necessary to look for another siege.
Wee bit messy, 2 for 2.
2 for 2, but not exactly the most worthwhile, right? We're losing a gold laner and an EXP laner compared to a roamer and his lane mid, and I think it's very good for Evos in this particular trade.
Definitely.
2 for 2.
Definitely.
Wait, Taz? Just poking him down right now, dodging away from the Razor's Wrath. Fans going to be able to use that to just go on to the Lord. Taz, the fast hands, jumping back and forth, trying to buy some time as Brands is in that top side, able to take that base turret down. It's always so annoying. Evos Legends, they're splitting it up, making Phoenix look. Man.
Brands doesn't sweat.
No. He's incapable. He's incapable.
18 minutes, he has no sweat glands in this game.
It's disgusting how far he's gone in this game, how much he's been allowed to get away with, in a matter of fact, just for the fact that Evos just has tempo, right? Just one step ahead, one beat ahead of Phoenix is making the difference here.
Time and space, I think. Time and space is what bought Brands this 18-minute game, sitting at 2-0-4, just pushing to his heart's content. Given the fact that Cyclops decided to go, yeah, I'm going to go double time here early. I'm going to give Royal Milk a welcome to MSC. And that's what bought this 18 minutes, 6-13, almost 8K gold lead. Yeah, Phoenix has won a couple of Lords, but again, there was not much conversion. They were trading bodies for it, and I think Evos understood the economy.
They really understand the economy because Brands has actually sold his shoes. He bought a Rose Gold Meteor, so he's going to rely fully on his passive to get mobility.
Barefoot Brands.
Barefoot 5-stack clawed Brands. That's the thing right now. And, you know, let's address the elephant in the room. Brands has been getting a lot of hate for his performances lately, and this is a way to shut them up. This is the way to shut your haters up. It's a very good way, in a matter of fact, right? He has been proving time and time again, like, again, you have to be a very confident marksman to go in Blazing Duet straight away in front of Beatrix's face. You're going to pop that Winds of Nature to hopefully get resources out of Benny. Benny, he doesn't even flinch. He gets put down to half, and only when he sees Cyclops does he drop that Winds of Nature. So you got to give it to him. Right now, Evos, they're just fishing for utility from the side of Phoenix. When Benny doesn't have his Winds, when Benny doesn't have his Winds of Nature, that's when you're going to see Evos get a little bit spicy. Oh, man, already chunks a half. So, oh my god, that damage! What? What is that damage, Brands? Oh, just takes him out. He's still waiting there. He's looking for a Jex. Oh, Jex finds the onward. And Earth Shatter could purify out. Looked very, very scary. But now with no purifying, that is a valuable piece of information that Phoenix will definitely use right now as they push the pace into that Lord pit. They're able to clear it out. Sycon's already positioned himself to go for a flank. Evos Legends, are they still going to try to 50-50? This Taz already jumping in. No 50-50. They want to fight. The back line going to be targeted down. Sycon's diving deep. Whoa. But it's going to be the flicker to bait him in the RWM as Brands jumps in with a Blazing Duet, but that's going to Primal Wrath. Use some damage. Brands loses his immortality. He escapes. He baits the team. Now Taz on Benny to buy some time. Fei Yang going to be able to escape right now as Brands will lose his immortality. Royal Milk not able to find that range right now. But it's going to be with the nature. Benny is still able to cut away. Taz falls. That's a shutdown for Benny. He's looking for more. Green will fall as well. But he has the immortality here to buy a bit more time. Phoenix, they might have turned it around. They've done it. They've done it. They finally pushed this out, finally getting their full builds, and finally got Evos to use their abilities.
It's a big money 2 for 1. And yeah, they shrank that gold lead almost by half, and they're going to go for it. They're going to make a blitz for this Lord. They are missing Taz. They're missing Dreams for half a minute.
They're going to need to fight, aren't they? They don't have a choice. They really don't. They're trying to speed this up, but Benny, he's got to be extremely careful.
Uh-oh.
Though Benny doesn't have a flicker, able to dodge away right now. Good positioning by Benny. Jax is going to lose his life, but that's going to be the suppressed by the Winter's Function. Fei Yan with the red tree. Will he be able to do it? It's not Fei Yan. He falls, and Jex becomes the hero for Phoenix.
The Jex of all trades, the master of none, but only his fate. Did you see that? 2K ahead. Evos is now trembling. What went wrong? We were in control. They went for a 2 for 1. We killed the Fredrin, but Phoenix still got the Lord.
let's look at the instant replay one more time here. This long, drawn-out fight forced out every single one of the cooldowns from both sides, and Benny, the fact that he was able to outplay, the fact that he gets to live the free
without the cutie.
God, oh,
it's a different Benny.
It's a Benny with an eye.
This is their in Korean culture called their maknae, their youngest member, and they are proud of him. They are proud of him.
Welcome to the family.
He's a prodigy. I love it. Now he's showing himself. Now he's introducing himself to the greater MLBB community.
It's hot. He is hot stuff. The Benny name. I can't wait to go on to ranked games to see everybody calling themselves some variation of Benny.
Oh man, that was an absolutely phenomenal team fight to watch. And Evo's Legends now, it's still the same, right? Brands has just been cycling and juggling those items. Meanwhile, for the rest, they've already completed most of their items. You can already see for the Fredrin, I believe that's just the immortality that he sold.
Yeah, he's juggling. He's building up to something else. I'd say possibly more physical defense if he needs it. Twilight armor to save himself from Hijuma here. But something to note, all right? Something to note. We are going into the comfort zone of both teams. Both teams are notorious for taking it to the ultra uber late game, right?
Man,
So hunker down. This is Saturday night MLBB.
Now, the early game plan doesn't matter anymore. It's not about sieging. It's not about none of that. It's all about getting those fights, focusing on how many resources that you can actually have and playing this war of attrition. It's going to be long and drawn out here because both sides, the cooldowns are getting longer and longer as time passes by.
We're past TikTok timers.
We're past it already, and I'm honestly sorry, man. Like, why? Burnix Flash Onyx, I thought that was going to be the best series of the day. Turns out we have this now, and I really hope, please, give us the first full 3-game series.
Yeah, hold my sting, right? Hold my sting. You haven't seen Phoenix Evos yet.
Oh boy. 42 more seconds until the next Lord is going to spawn, and in the meantime, wow. I mean,
I'm sorry, with the way that they're playing, man, I don't doubt this might go 30.
It probably will go 30, I'll be honest with you. I don't see either one of these teams wanting to make that first move, right? We're looking at the roamers, and I think it's probably going to be on Dreams who's trying to find that big Numnon blast to kind of set it up for the rest of the team. And for the side of Phoenix, right? I think they can play a little less responsive. They want Evos to make that first move.
Whoa. Is that Queen's Wings? Oh, all right, there you go. All right, Twilight Armor, get out of here. Queen's Wings is the way. He needs that for the lifesteal, the skill vamp.
Yeah, he wants to get an Appraiser's Wrath so big that he gets back to 100%. That's the idea. But now, this is the big POI. All right. Let's see how they set this up, because the waves aren't exactly managed very well right now.
4 immortalities from both of the sides, I believe, right now. No, only 3 immortalities for Evo's Legends. Brands, again, that's the damage that you need to respect. He's already able to dish out so much damage onto Royal Milk, forcing the regeneration.
Well, what that's going to do is it's going to reset the information on Royal Milk. He's clearing the wave now, but I give the advantage to Evos. Evos has a positional advantage. I'm not so sure if Phoenix knows that Dreams and Hijuma are here.
Look at that wave up top, right? They're just waiting for it to crash. They're waiting and they're building it up. That slow push is definitely going to hurt Phoenix here. Fan might have to go for a commitment here. The whole team might have to go for it because it's either that or they concede the Lord with that top lane push. But Evo's Legends, they go face first. That's ready to be popped in. Benny's still going to be able to find that back. Petrify locked in onto him. Feiyan going to be able to find the kill right now. The Sun connects. I'll get him out. Now Feiyan, leave a retribution. He doesn't even need the 50. Gets it, Feiyan with the retry. Benny now gunning Taz down to pick up the double. And it's an absolute disaster for Evo's Legends.
Make that a triple. It's 3 for none. Plus the Lord on the way.
Oh, the split-second call just wasn't good enough. Everybody was on a different page. Everybody was in a different situation, and the game state has changed. Dreams and Rand's the only one to defend this.
DNB!
Oh, my God.
Phoenix now still in that base, trying to march it down. Has one Cannon in Dreams. Needs to stop it from happening, but the miscommunication will be the death of them. They need to coordinate perfectly here. Dreams able to do so right now, but a midway crashing down again will mean that there is nothing they can do. They need to out of the back, but the base will simply just be gunned down. Phoenix have made an impeccable comeback to secure the first game of this series.
Wow. Let's just take it in for a moment here. Take it in. This team, every team that we've seen coming out of Myanmar are just absolute superstars. What an ultra late game fight. What an amazing call coming in for Phoenix.
We called them Myanmar MLBB's best kept secret. I dare say superpower. I know. Game 1 in a best of 3 against EVO's Legends. But, you see a smile on Benny's face?
Oh. After a performance like that, and you don't smile, I don't know what kind of human being you are.
All right. And in contradiction, right? What do you think is going on in the minds of EVOs? Because they're very mum. Is that normal?
Well, I wouldn't. Not really normal. No.
So that must have been something.
Definitely. I mean, if you lose a lead like that, and if we crack the 1 million PCU record,
we're at
on the first day. Yeah. We're crushing it. PCU over 1 million. You guys know what you get. Please redeem the code while it is still on the screen. Share it to your friends, as a matter of fact. Get more people so we can hit the next milestone.
I'm sure of the million, a good chunk of them are the Burmese. We need to invite the Indonesians. They need to support EVOS right now.
We definitely need them now more than ever. EVO's Legends had the game in the bag. It was their game to lose, and they lost it. They lost control of the game with a few bad calls that ended up with Phoenix just overwhelming them with a few good skirmishes here and there. There was a lot of good moments for Phoenix, right? I mean, especially when it comes down to the defense, it was building up to this climax that EVOS had this snowball going for them. They were waiting for that one key moment. They achieved phase. The second phase never came, and once we saw the ultra late game actually come into full fruition, that's when you saw Phoenix. This is finally our time. This is the moment that we've been waiting for. Our comfort zone.
There is a concept I'd like to introduce here. The potential, the cap. I believe EVO's cap was much lower than Phoenix here, and when push came to shove at 25 minutes, Phoenix knew that.
They figured out, they sniffed out that they've hit their plateau.
Yeah. So we can force it. We can force it now.
I honestly have to say, right, like before this match, I was really struggling to pick a star player from Phoenix. We had a discussion in the backstage as well. Like, who's the star player in Phoenix? Because it feels like everybody just carries their own weight. Everybody performs really well. But after this game, I gotta say, Benny has really stolen the show for me. His positioning, maybe you didn't catch it, but in the replay, you'll definitely catch it. His positioning was absolutely phenomenal. Maybe it's the name, but also the playstyle that is actually very similar to Benny Cutie. Literally, he plays in the map, wait for these engage tools, and then he maneuvers over to the team fight to actually help out, and he ends up winning the team fight for the team.
Okay. When Homie starts split pushing lane and winning games off of that, then for sure.
For sure. When he gets that back door, that's when he holds that moniker. But let's have a look at our MVP of this game, Benny! He really did steal the show from me, man. I mean, his positioning, there's not much you can do on a Beatrix, usually up against a Kadira and a Yuuzha. The fact that he was able to wait for so long while stealing damage, he wasn't staying idly by.
That's right, and he used his flicker proactively. You would assume. I'd say most Beatrixes would say, looking at that much CC, oh, I'm going to rely on my tactical repositioning and then purify. I'm good. But no, Benny understood his limits, and he pushed his limits here. And you'll see in, I'd say, half of the team fights here, wherein he knew that Hijume was hunting him down, he knew that Psychots was hunting him down. He knew exactly how to get out of there.
He just knows.
Yeah. Benny knows. He does two things: kill people and know things. That's what he did. And it's amazing. Again, we'll see here in the highlights exactly how Benny was such a role player. And here's the thing: he was on from minute 1. Royal Milk had to claw himself back into a contributing position for Phoenix. But Benny, all this while, Mok, you are my threat magnet. You pull away Hijume. Maybe I psychot if you can. I'll take care of the rest.
Just give me the space and I will make magic happen. I mean, just look at these small moments that we saw. The fact that they were able to turn this around, this was almost a game-winning moment for EVOS. If it wasn't for the fact that Benny was making sure that he was literally untouched throughout that entire fight.
Okay, young Homie was threading the needle. You see how he would still roll forward to make sure they get the kill? That's dangerous, but not for Benny. He knows what he's doing.
You know what? I take it back. I don't think he plays like Benny. He kind of reminds me of a spectacular individual who also got the spotlight, stole the show in another MSC. It reminds me of Kelra. The way he's spacing, the way he's playing this Beatrix, very similar to when Kelra won with Execration. Honestly, the way that I'm looking at it, it feels like Phoenix has taken all the greats, honestly, even the Hall of Famers, might I say, from the Philippines, and put it into this team. The 7-man roster is kind of cracking all of these different playstyles and figuring out just the core essence of it.
So where are we now currently? we got Baby Wise and Fayan. We have the gold standard, the Filipino Savage, and Kelra with Benny. Who else might pop through, right? Looking at the builds, again, folks, we usually do not get this far in the games. This is not the average game time. But for these two specifically, Phoenix and Evos, 26 is just but a walk in the park. This is like a day in the life of Evos or Phoenix, right? Like, this is just how they go. So yeah, expect for them to juggle items and to pick the right items for the right situations.
Oh man, if we're talking about right items, right situations, right? And that's when we start looking at the Queen's Wings. How effective is this item going to be? Because it's all dependent on a person who is confident in making that play. Because most people would honestly take a step back and be like, you know what, Twilight Armor is the safe way to go. It kind of does everything you need to, just doesn't have that spell ban.
It's pretty smart. I mean, again, it's very situational, right? The item, and he noticed that towards the late game, he is less and less getting targeted down. So the Queen's Wings actually does give him a bit more value than the Twilight Armor.
A clapback.
Exactly.
Oh, it bumps up your damage once you hit a threshold. Now looking at Evos' build here, they hit their climax. They hit their peak in item and firepower much, much sooner. So you can expect that they were forced to juggle suddenly when Phoenix presented a threat.
What was Taz building there? Towards the end, he had a Legion Sword.
Yeah, he did have a Legion Sword.
I think he just had it and said, you know what, I'm going to go back to normal Lancelot, like old school Lancelot.
Wow. I need to take out Benny somehow, right?
Yes, I think that's what exactly what's going on in his mind. Is because Psychots, Hijume, thanks for the early to mid, but right now we just need to take down the boy wonder from Myanmar. Like, it's got to go down. But just the same, you'll see how it's split, 50-50. Rich Guy and Ace goes to Evos, while Guardian and Wingman go over to Phoenix. Yes, 100%. Speaking of Jax, he was dying a lot, but he was putting in work.
He was. Honestly,
impressive.
it's surprising. Yeah, that's the crazy part. The fact is that Edith has, again, a couple of animations. Just you need to know your frame data here because you're able to cancel people out, especially with the onward. It is a knockup, which is a very powerful mechanic that not all people don't really understand, right? Stuns, some ultimates still go through, but a knockup completely cancels out so many abilities in the game.
So watch out. Tis but called the suplex. Oh. And again, I don't see Edith roam very often, so
true.
Jax made me a believer.
Yeah, and honestly, it's a really intelligent way they took. The way they actually played around Edith is very interesting because the reason me and maybe you guys as well don't really like the Edith as a roamer is because it's pretty easy to read, right? The onward, the earth shatter, not really a reliable source of CC. Yep. But in this particular situation, he's never the initiator. He's always waiting in the back. He's always waiting for that follow-up. He is the follow-up, and in that messy team fight, he is always going to be able to find a target that he wants to target.
Actually, that's what we did see during the mid-game, right? Both sides having a read of each other. Again, the spacing, trying to bait each other out, the conditioning even between both the roamers.
Edith lives in the chaos.
Exactly, and that's the beautiful part, because when you find that capitalization, and especially once you go out of that mech and start dealing some real damage, that's when you start to realize, like, okay, maybe we need to take a step back. Maybe we can't exactly expose people.
Well put. I've never been to the chaos, but I would love to see what's going on over there. I need to meet more Ediths for me to learn more. But yes, the 2023 Project Next update is coming soon, starting from June 27th. This is what we're all waiting for, the revamped emblem system.
Oh, man,
Every Dishu story, I love me some lore, you know what it is. Brand new hero, generous events, and remarkable bonuses are about to meet everyone. So log into the game if you want to know more about the new update. I can't wait for June 27th.
You know, I was looking at it, I was like, man, I immediately got salty because the last time we had anything to do with lore, we got absolutely rolled, Miracle.
I wonder by who? I wonder by who?
Oh, don't make us say it. Don't
do it here, man. Don't make us say it here. I like how the camera pans to us, right? As you know, yeah. Okay, that's perfect. Don't put it. No, don't go back. Don't go back to Leo, please.
That's lore. That's lore.
No. Just keep it on us. Just keep it on us.
You know
for the time being. But honestly, this game has.
Oh
no.
Don't listen.
These games have been phenomenal, right? And I think this is a very good taste test of what to expect for the upcoming best of 3. I'm assuming it's going to be all 3 games because Evos Legends, they're not going to take that lying down.
Nope, not so much. But again, I'd like to throw back to the moment after the game. Miracle confirmed that's not par for the course. That's not usually how Evos responds, even after a long, drawn-out loss. Is it maybe because they owned a majority of the early to mid to late, and then there was a comeback? Is that it?
I don't know if that's it, because, Evos are notoriously slow starters in the game. That's something that I've actually, seen throughout their games, throughout their performances in MPL Indonesia. We've seen that in 2 series in the playoffs for Evos Legends, they won in a reverse sweep fashion. So the fact that they lost game number 1 does give us a little bit of a hint as to maybe what they're trying to do, especially considering Game 1 felt very experimental in EVO's Legends is, well, in their playstyle. The way they played was definitely not the EVO's Legends I know, where usually they just prioritize brands, brand-centric.
But you mean that in a good way. Yeah. It's not the EVOs you know because they started off strong.
They started very strong in a matter of
Now
fact.
I'm worried that they start strong and they end not so well.
I don't know about that. I still feel like to the name, especially for EVO's Legends, right? Based on their track record, based on their history, yes, they are slow starters. But I think that especially with the way that they played here today, it still gives them the information that they need. They're still trying to figure out, hey, how do they respond, right? How do they respond to certain situations? How do they play the lore dance more importantly? And I think now, at least for the team, Psychots recognizes that, okay, Benny is a lot harder to catch than the eye can actually see, but more importantly, and especially when we're talking about the junglers, man, Fei Yan is winning out a majority of these retry fights.
Yeah, it looked very impressive early on for Taz, right? He was getting a lot of these good dashes in and out, retry, the hit and run retries.
And isn't that weird to say? We were just talking about how Taz is a workhorse. Taz doesn't need the highlights. He just works for the map. He works for EVOS, and he makes sure that Brands gets there. But yeah, it's very uncharacteristic. It's very uncanny that he was getting highlight plays from the early to late, and the game ended at ultra late. But yes, I don't know how they planned to swing back.
It's tough, but let's have a look at some fun facts here. Dreams, supporting Dreams, has a unique hero count of 13 and an average assist per game of 8.02 during the MPL ID Season 11. That is a lot of assists and a lot of different heroes.
He's a very active roamer, right? And, you know, Age, again, he likes experimenting, he likes giving his players a lot, and you know, he likes utilizing the full potential of every single one of his players, not just in the way they play, but their hero pool too. He always encourages the team to learn new heroes so that he can actually utilize that in the draft. And honestly, sure, in Game 1, I feel like we didn't really get to see that creativity, right? We saw the flexibility from the Kadita, but that's about it. Every other pick we've seen before from EVO's Legends. Now, is it time for them to go for a pick that they are saving perhaps for another day?
It's still groups. I don't think it's that time to really, balls to the walls, throw everything into the wall.
Can you afford just losing 2-0?
I don't think it's going to be a 2-0. Have some faith here, because I still feel that at the end of the day, it was building up to a climax that Phoenix were able to overcome.
Especially in the group that is maybe the group of death part 2. Some would say it's C, right? But I believe there's some fire here to be. This is RSG Slate SG, Phoenix Esports, and EVO's Legends. This is also just as dangerous, hell, maybe even more dangerous.
I don't know. The more now that you're bringing up the fact that RSG Slate is part of this group as well, oh goodness,
I've heard great things. Same. A source of mine says they've been doing great in scrims.
Oh, even better. Okay. I can't get too excited with this. We're going to be starting the draft, and let's see who is going to be on blue and as well as red. It looks like it's going to be Phoenix once again sticking on the same side here. Novaria, Valentina, Wanwan getting banned out. It looks there.
No changes so far.
Yeah, no changes so far. It might be a repeat of game number 1. Because to be fair, at least for EVO's Legends, right, it came down to just a couple of one or two bad calls. Overall, the execution was looking clean. Overall, the macro play seems to be pretty tight.
They started strong, and that's not often what you can see from EVO's Legends, so that's already a very, very good thing that they have going for themselves. And I think with the same bans, yeah, they want to try to use that formula again, but this time they want to refine that late game. Those bad calls certainly have hit them in a way where they're going to wake up. EVO's Legends are a team that we've seen before come down, come up back, and reverse sweep their opponents, so you can't count them out just yet.
Would you say they like the pressure?
It seems that way. I don't know why. Every single time, EVOs, whenever you feel like, oh, you know, the game isn't really that, it's no stakes, man. It's like, oh, whatever. We play like normal, but then stakes, and they're like, bro.
I have been keeping this analogy for quite a while now. I want to take it from the expert, the MPL ID caster. EVO's Legends reminds me of Omega.
Yeah.
They like to take it long.
And they play through their gold lane?
Yep, they play to their gold lane. They like to take it from the back foot, and they love going for reverse sweeps.
Oh,
is that
man.
not? Oh wait, what? We're back. This is
game number 1. Welcome, same draft.
exactly. Yes, and here's what's weird, right? We were on agreement. We love the EVO's draft game 1.
Yes, we did. And honestly, I still think it is going to be an overall strong draft, but usually you want to end the game before it gets to that ultra late stages. Let's have a look at a quote coming in from Fei Yang. Kaltizi said that Phoenix is the dark horse of MSC 2023. I think maybe because we can pressure the Philippine teams. That's why he done so. That is a big statement. And as well, it's a 2-for-1.
It's the same exact game so far. Literally, for the picks, it is literally the same. The pick order, the way they're banning, everything.
Is that a good thing though? It's because EVOs can just troubleshoot wrong, apply pressure where it matters, and then duration.
Okay. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. They are literally just going. The thing is, Phoenix has time now. They understand what EVO's Legends were doing to them early game. Exactly. And they understand that in the mid to late game, they actually can take control back. So if they play safer early, if they don't give as many kills over, resources over, EVO's might be caught in a tough spot.
All right, so this whole run it back, iterate and try again, do better, works the same way for Phoenix as well.
That's what I was going to be running on, because I do feel like, especially for Phoenix, it's still, that early game is 50-50 between the two. Whoever gets the initiative essentially gets a free win during the mid game. But then when you get to that late game, it's going to, again, reach that climax once more. So that's the exact same story that we're going to see this time. It's great to see that Psychots is going to get Yutong once more, and maybe this time he's going to catch Benny.
Make my day.
Make my day.
But here's the thing. Might we see a change in battle spells?
Ooh, that's a good call.
Yeah, no, that's the thing.
Four, that's the thing, right? And even here, it's not guaranteed to be exactly the same. First phase, completely same. Oh, never mind. They actually... No, the Diggy... Was it Diggy?
Yes,
it was the last battle. It was the last battle.
But it's still the same phase.
Yeah, still the same phase. And that's the carry again. All right, no, they're not changing anything. They still want the Claude.
So expect these last two to be Franco and Kaja, right? Doesn't matter what order it's from or what team, those two weren't banned out in game number 1. If it changes to the very last second, that'd be very funny. But let's see, 30 more seconds to kind of discuss this. And the better question is, what exactly are they discussing about?
There you go, that's a change.
Oh, okay. So this is what they were discussing about.
We're not time traveling anymore.
This is the present. All right, does that mean that Phoenix is going to adjust as well? Kaja is going to be open. Franco is going to be open. Only one of these get to go through.
Wait, something tells me they might have to adjust for Jax then. It was very difficult for the Edith. Yes, they won, but it was very difficult. They were lacking vision. I hope he gets the Franco, unless, oh no!
The Franco might just be picked up by EVOs.
What dreams?
AKA Rahman, pick it up. It's a signature pick.
Let's also not forget the fact that Lolita's Guardian's Bulwark can block the hook, right?
So it's a coin toss now.
It is a bit of a coin toss. There's both arguments are very valid here, you know, for either one of these picks.
Oh, but I actually like the Franco more for EVOs. It's more confirmed, it's easier. There's not much they're blocking. There's not much they're blocking with the Bulwark too.
Exactly. So it's either, do they want to get the Franco to make sure they can shut down this Yi, but they've already got the Kadita at the same time. So it's a bit of a toss-up unless they go one step further. They go one step further. We see the Claude once more by putting this Kadita into the roam position and getting another mid laner for themselves.
I'd like to think that's not an option. I really like Ijume and the Kadita.
I do though. Right? I agree with you on that one.
Yeah. So here, does Jax pick up the Franco? It looks like he should, right?
The Franco certainly does work, right? I mean, again, we mentioned many times that in game number 1's draft, the Franco was a good answer to the Claude, the Yuzong, and even the Lancelot 3 dive heroes, and heck, even the Kadita technically.
It was banned.
But it was banned.
Yeah, so they do it.
The priestess of primal.
Oh wait, no, what?
Wait. Oh, they paired it up with the Mincetar. This is so smart.
What if Mincetar roam and then Edith? No, you know what? Never mind. Don't. If it ain't broke, use it.
Yeah. Jax was able to get 100% KP on the Edith.
You blindsided me on that one. No, but I
subverted your expectations.
Again, that's the theme of this entire series so far, right? But I think this Mincetar is such a genius pick. There's so many dashes on the side of Evo.
Everyone has a dash.
Even if they do lock into Lolita,
this went under the radar for us. About a month ago, Minzitar was revamped. How are we not so hot on him? Maybe more than a month ago, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I do still feel that Minzitar is very situational, but this is one of those situations where they're getting so much value. Do we see an adjustment? Yes, we do. Akai, just to make sure that they can disengage from the King's Calling.
Ruin that box.
Solid choice.
Smash it.
Smash
Cut
it.
right through.
Spin through it. Spin to win.
Heavily.
Heavily. Oh boy, this is going to be, wow. There's so many interactions to keep in mind from both sides. So much counterplay, in a matter of fact.
This is a very interesting game because I am still trying to think about how the dynamic's going to play, right? In these team fights, I believe, honestly, Beatrix is going to have a bit of a better time here. Even though, sure, they have an Akai, they can disengage, and that just gives Beatrix much more room to play in these team fights, using the Renner as well to poke them down before they can even do anything.
Well, I will say that we did lose a little bit of dive potential from the side of EVOS Legends, right?
Yes.
Again, the disengage is very heavily dependent. It's instant impact. It's not about setup anymore. It's about how much can we actually respond to the defense coming in from the Phoenix lineup. So it's all about when they use their abilities, not how, when.
Yep, I'm not even questioning if they can pick up a Purify. I expect them to go Flicker and still play the same way. They understand their box and they're not afraid to use it. And how about here we go again? Right? Like, yeah, the battle doesn't change much. Benny is still rocking that flicker.
Still 4 flickers. They don't care about purifies.
Gotta play for the greed. Gotta play for the greed.
This is how we do in Myanmar.
We just flicker in, bro. We just flicker in and gotta show them what we're made of. Let's get right into it. See, there you go. This is the EVOs I know.
Yeah. Wait, I don't know. I don't see Dreams on the bottom side of the map. He's just chilling. He's just chilling for now. Brands, he's gonna have that. Wait, they also get Hujime here. Phoenix actually made the move to the top side. Huh.
Wait, it seems like... No, they understand that. That's a lot of movement down bottom. This allows for the XP lane to breathe much easier compared to game 1.
Yeah, and it's already a little bit different here, right? I mean, Lethal Wanderer went to EVOS Legends, so now with more control over the jungle, Fan's gonna have a lot more to say on the Fredrin, even maybe building up to a lead that Taz had for the entire game of game 1.
Interesting. So now we're trying to figure out a way for either one of these teams to start getting that early lead, right? We're looking for that first POI, that first turtle to actually spawn, because that's when we're going to see those level 4s being hit. And hopefully Hujime, yeah, he should be okay. All right, thank God he's all right.
It's about 30 seconds from now, and yeah, no, Fan is just used to, as a Fredrin, bullying Akais, but it's the wrong kind of Akai. It's a roaming Akai. Yeah, no, they're playing for the XP lane, as you can see. But something to note, I'm not so used to seeing XP lane Minzitars. There are roam Minzitars from MPLSG, a little bit in MY. But gold lane Minzitars, what happened in the Philippines. So this is something new. I'm excited to see what Royal Milk can do.
No, I've actually played with a few XP Mints. Your damage is very underrated, and a lot of people don't actually take into account that damage with the King's Calling, and especially with the built-in stun in the second skill. Black Dragon form now by Psychon, so within onward as well for Dreams. He still have the heavy spin right now with the Petrify locked in. Bayan will still be able to dash out, and Zijume, who picks up the turtle. That's the heavy spin, locking him down. Breath of the Ocean as well. Jax is trying to run them down, but it's now just a 1-for-0, making it 2-for-0, as Evo's also claimed the turtle.
Look at the trigger control. Royal Milk could have flickered in, confirmed the kill or two, but he knows maybe he doesn't have the damage just yet, and Phoenix just takes the L.
Exactly. See, now they're adjusting to each other, right? This is, again, when you are playing competition after game number 1 going for so long, you're trying to stop yourself from remembering a couple of behaviors that have been conditioned by your opponents. You got to reset once again. Royal Milk definitely had an opportunity, and he could have preemptively dropped the King's Calling, but again, when we look at EVOS, and especially when we're looking at Psychons, once he's in that Black Dragon form, the damage technically is already done. You don't know when he's going to stop.
So yeah, even as winners, even Phoenix know that they had to reset too. Not only losers have to reset in a series, so that's definitely something that you can say, despite for them being young on the global scale, the Burmese Phoenix Esports has quite the medal.
I just wanted to confirm something. Miracle, when you were talking about the EXP Mincetar, this is Golden Staff build, am I correct? Or Corrosion type Golden Staff?
Or like hybrid fighters?
Hybrid. So you do go for the corrosion side, but you don't go for full damage. You still need that tankiness in you, that sustainability, especially towards the late game when you're up against these marksmen who outrange you. But in this case, yeah, same. I don't think they want to go full damage, even though Brands is pretty easily caught by the King's Calling, because that heavy spin does answer the King's Calling.
All right, so that's great. That's great that we have some confirmation on that one, because again, I've seen many different variations of the Mincetar, especially during the Snapdragon series for sure, but come back into this one, right? No team has found that momentum just yet. Not a very big conversion coming in from EVOS, unfortunately. Now, next POI going to be fought for. Dreams is going to get on out of here. 10 more seconds until the turtle spawns.
XP advantage for EVOS across the board. So again, that allows for them to clear much faster, rotate much faster, and make it to these major objectives sooner. Yeah, you see Payan is on board, but wait, oh wow, Jex is able to escape with a flicker there. Now retro battle, it's gonna be one out by Taz this time. With 11 advantage, Payan was not able to secure it, but now the King's Calling come through. Brands is still able to escape from it with the battle mirror image. Dreams steps out, and EVO's Legends have been clean into these neutral objectives.
Yeah, very clean indeed. At least they're moving together. They have the same objective. When they disengage, they completely disengage. I'm slowing down. Hopefully they don't die right as I finish my words. But yes, they're finally out of there.
That and EVOS not only walked away with a major objective, but they burned a lot of battle spells and ults from Phoenix. So they got away with it. They got clean. No one died. They didn't trade for anybody. DHS already here on Brands, and looking at where Benny is currently, still nothing. So this is the phase wherein as a Beatrix you just hunker down.
You're hoping for the best, right? You're hoping that you can start sieging down as soon as possible. But again, this is the same movement that we saw from last game, right? EVO's quickly turning it around, knowing that the turtle's going to spawn on the bottom side. They want to make sure that Cyclops has the most impact, because right now, Brands, he's basically just farming gold.
And so far, I think, yeah, we are on the course for that XP lane Mincetar. He's building up to the corrosion side, and then he has a pair of pants.
Yep.
It's just the way you word it, right? It sounds really funny for Mincetar especially here, but again,
Royal pants then.
Royal pants. There you go. Benny already hit his power spike technically. That's the VOD, and they're utilizing it instantly right now. Hijime jumping with a petrify. Next unable to cancel it. Buck will fall. It's great. Wait, Hijime's still alive for a bit. Benny gets the kill. 1 for 1. I think it's worth it for Benny right now, but Taz will have something to say about it now. Snipe out, heavy spin. Checks down, bringing it back. Cyclops gonna jump in with a fierce dive, and that's just Jax falling. But it's only on to Taz's pockets, the utility jungler.
Honestly, that's actually not bad. I really thought that initially when they traded 1 for 1, it's not really worth it for either side. Both ultimates are especially powerful. Maybe a little bit more for the real world manipulation, but at the end of the day, we didn't see Cyclops use that Black Dragon form. So it's great to see that the heavy spin was utilized instead, just to control this neutral objective.
Yeah, little wins with little
with major returns.
With major returns, because those add up. You push the advantage, and now look at this. Turtle take.
Black Dragon form, as usual. Cyclops the enabler now, making the plays happen. As the King's Calling locks them down, but Taz is still able to secure it with phantom execution from the back, getting into the turtle pit. Of Cyclops is able to escape with the furious dive. Is acting as a distraction right now. Spayan still wants to go through. Appraiser's Wrath locking the panda down. And that's why they're starting to go extinct. Unfortunate. Pandas are cute. Pandas are cute. They are also endangered, funny enough.
Yeah. All right, so what I saw there was maybe an overload or a misplacement of the ults. I think you overload the turtle pit by putting both RWM and King's Calling.
Yeah,
this is a new age Squid Game.
It's that's a great way of putting it, because again, you walk anywhere, you're in some deep trouble. Man, it is interesting to see how you position this. Does he get one shot?
Oh, he does. Beautiful combo there. Just like the lay as well, and that Petrify waiting for the right moment to get it with the rough waves, and now they have complete control in the bottom lane. We'll be able to take this tier 1 for free. If Bayan walks up, wait, okay, the response from the top side doesn't get as much value as we're hoping to see here, but at the end of the day, it is Brands. He is playing on this quad, so he shouldn't get punished, especially if he has his BMI up.
We have yet to see Royal Milk's Mincetar pay off, and again, there was a little blurb there. Last time he was picked on a global, in an international tournament held by Muton, yes, was M2. You were there.
Yeah, it was not that great. I'm not gonna lie. He was
on the way out.
He was on the way out. He wasn't a very good hero at that point of time, but the idea is definitely there. Everybody, when you think of Minstar, you think of the King's Calling and nothing else.
He was literally just there to babysit Harith.
Yeah.
Harith was running roughshod. He was unsupervised. He needed a babysitter. Minstar.
He needed to put a tax on it. 13 more seconds until the next objective is going to start coming back up. I'm looking at the alts. I'm seeing everybody's got, majority of them have their battle spells. In this fight, it's going to be pretty much all or nothing here because both sides have not been able to develop any sort of lead after 8 minutes into the game. Only 6 kills overall.
This is super tight compared to game one. I'm wondering why that is, despite both of them iterating to some level. They just changed the one hero.
I think a lot of it comes down to the layering of abilities, right? Because you can get so much impact from one ult, but how do you maximize 2?
He's a man. Nice. Oh, that's a double petrify, but Royal Milk is still able to escape right now. Benny able to flicker out a heavy spin as well. That's a 2-man earth shatter to the back. Cyclops will fall. He brings Brad Dodge away, but Benny will snipe Taz down from downtown. Bayan doesn't have the retribution though, so it is still possible for Evo's Legends to look for a cheeky little steal. Brand's clearing out that mid-wave, trying to make this happen for the team. That's the onward, locking them down. Brand's gonna be able to use the Blaze in the Red as he pops into Purify to lock them down. But now they don't have enough damage. Royal Milk, Brand stuns him up. Benny takes him out, and Phoenix don't need the retribution.
And finally, we see Phoenix getting a conversion here. They cracked open Lord, and now everything is theirs. That purple buff absolutely gone. Going over to Feiyan, and the rest of the team will start to sweep over.
How? Cries in Bahasa. That was amazing. 4 Evo's Legends started out great with Hijume trying to catch them, but Royal Milk flickered on out. And yeah, look, even Dreams found that amazing pull. A hold on to Mok, but they all got away. They were all so close to dying.
It's all Jax, man. You really, like, in the highlights, in the heat of the moment, you're like, all right, it's Benny. It's all these damage dealers making the play, but you see the highlights and you're seeing Jax just zoning all of the Prio members. The worst part is that initially I was thinking that the RWM was doing the damage, but then Dreams with that heavy spin with CCing here, making sure that he can't tap for anything.
No tap, no swipe. Wait.
He just died there.
Evo's just clapping back up. I think Feiyan may have been off position there. They didn't call him.
I think it's one of those moments where you're going autopilot and Evos is like trying to look for something to get back to even out that score because it's 5-5 right now, and gold lead developed by Evos dropped straight down to basically nothing.
Yeah, so now, again, a subversion of expectations, right? Usually you're afraid of the core heroes. Usually you're afraid of Benny. Usually you're afraid of Mok. But look, here, again, as mentioned, it's Jex. But also I'd say, your Royal Milk, they're afraid of when the King's Calling might come out. And it came out at the last minute. Much like those last minute Black Dragon forms. That hook plus King's Calling, Brands wasn't expecting it.
He was waiting for the right moment. He was waiting for that Purify to be popped. He was just bobbing and weaving, just waiting. Okay, a little bit of there, a little bit of here, a little bit of this, a little bit of this. And he jumps in with the King's Calling, and yeah, Brands was just simply not ready for that. He thought it was used up.
Yep.
I don't blame him. I don't blame it at all. If game one was supposed to be a battle of fists, just to learn your moves, learn to land those combinations, this is a game of rhythm. It's all about making sure that you time it just right, just perfect. You don't want to get a okay score, you need a perfect score.
And despite the reset, right? Oh wait, Jex finds one!
Beautiful Breath of the Ocean though. Stop that from happening. Again, wants to still look for it. Royal Milk is walking up now. No information just yet as to where the other members are, and Phoenix will not take that risk to open up that bush.
Yeah, they didn't know the Dreams and Cyclops were there. That could have been dangerous. That could have been lethal.
Very good call.
At least 2 for none.
Yeah, at least, both sides are disciplined. They understand that even if they do get a fight, what are they really going to get out of it? The objective hasn't even spawned. Pretty much, even if they do, maybe just a mid-tier one, and even then, that doesn't really change the state of the game.
Oh, man, looking at this now in hindsight, about 12 minutes, 30 seconds in, despite it being relatively different, numbers-wise from game one, the dynamics both teams have brought in, again, given the fact that they've only changed 1 hero each, are very similar. Evos is so all in. Like, they will find you, hit the full combo with the burst and the petrify, and then go from there. And then Brands will maybe late initiation, just blazing the wet around. Sure. Phoenix has an amazing box and also amazing potential for re-engage. That's what's scary. So you really can't count out either approach.
It's man, they needed. I think, especially for Evolve, right? Their engagements have been a little weird. It's to be expected, right? It's the same person every single time. We haven't seen them change it up to kind of throw Phoenix off balance to make maybe a unnecessary call.
Hey, he's giving a pretty good push down bot side. Very good push. No one's recalling now.
Oh, this is
he's gonna force it. Jax with the flicker already. Now it's gonna Dream who finds Feya. Now zoning him out. It's gonna be Taz who finds it. Benny's dove it in. Psychots finds the kill. And guess what? All the while, Royal Milk was actually baited out. Now Brands jumps in onto Mock. Still able to get kited away, but Taz again is able to find Jax. And this might just be it. 4,000 gold. He's whoa. Dodges away from it. Now Feyan is actually isolated from the team. He's gonna get chased down by the Panda and Claude.
They're just messing with him. He can't get back to base.
Delaying the inevitable. Run, Feyan, run!
They're staggering the death timers. This is gonna be really good. Look at the way they're just taking their time. The stagger is gonna be really massive. Phoenix are not gonna have their frontliner, and Cyclops picks up the kill right as Benny and Jax spawn. Beautiful stagger.
Ooh. Eventually, I think the math checks out. That was worth it.
Yeah, it was extremely worth it. He's not gonna be back for 30 seconds, and these inhibitors are under threat.
All right, so in the wake of this defense, I'd like to say, wait, Dreams!
Oh, he's blocked there. Royal Milk jumps in with the keeps calling Buck. He's gonna brawl. Taz jumps back and forth. He gets the kill. He does not die. He finds immortality in the back line. Hazuman is able to find the rope way. Benny has been slain. Cyclops is running wild in the back, and Jax will certainly fall. Primal Wrath does not help him, and Evo Legends, they crawl back and they equalize in game number 2. You have to admit, that was a beautiful game coming up from both sides. Incredible calls being made, and what an angle coming out from Dreams. What a heavy spin.
I'm not so sure. My Bahasa Indonesia might be rusty, but that was Sedap Gila for Evo's Legends. That last team fight into the eventual split push threat by Brands, and then the eventual splitting of the whole team fight. Phoenix did not know what to do. Phoenix could not respond. There was just too much Evo's Legends was presenting. And from out of nowhere, too.
That stagger, man. That stagger really did Phoenix dirty.
It cost them too much. It wasn't worth it in the end.
And the worst part is that Hijime was looking real tantalizing there. He was like, I'm 15% HP. You can absolutely kill me. Catch me if you can. Oh, dancing around. What a game. We're finally, hey, actually, we got your wish. We're going all the way to a game 3, right at the very end.
This is what we wanted. What the people wanted.
3-game series. We're going all the way, folks, for the first day of MSC. We cracked the 1 million PCU already in day number 1. I'm looking forward to crack 2 million maybe in day number 1.
It's provocative. It gets the people talking.
It does. It does.
The best of Myanmar versus Evo's Legends.
Oh, I can't wait for this, because now here's a couple of things that I'm expecting to see out of Phoenix. Number 1, eventually it's either they're going to sit on the same side or switch sides, and in most cases when a team loses, that's when you need to start shaking things up, right? So we might actually finally see a different draft coming out from Phoenix this time around if they hop on over to the red.
This does switch up how blue and red interact on the win rate, right? So far since game 1, blue has been winning a lot. But now, Evo's Legends proves, hey, we've got something too. And off of the back of a iteration approach, they changed just one hero, and then I guess they cleaned up their engagements. They were more decisive. They were more sure of how to do it. And again, especially in that moment when we were calling the shot, Brands was down bottom. No one's recalling. Evos is sure. Evos knows.
I did feel that Phoenix in that very particular moment, right, was expecting like the conditioning from game number 1. This was pretty much the exact same thing that happened last time. Like Brands went down to the bottom side, got that initial push, and then eventually joined the team for the full 5v5. And I think that's when Phoenix were like, yeah, this is happening all over again, right? This is history repeating itself. But no, he kept on pushing a little further, and finally they started to feel uncomfortable. Finally, the morale started to go down, realizing that this could be honestly a potential backdoor.
It's the same weakness that they tried to exploit in game number 1 with the Lapu, but it's even more easily punished here with a Minsathar, right? If Lapu isn't mobile, man, Minsathar's gonna have a hard time doing anything if he has to go back and forth, and we saw that in the last few minutes of the game with Royal Milk forced to clear out that bottom lane. But aside from that, I honestly feel like Evo's Legends really fixed these small, minor mistakes that they were making early game in game number 1 that actually gave the space necessary for Phoenix to bounce up a comeback, because they were just taking neutral objectives Legends backing up, using their mobility so well. And that lane swap. We got to talk about that lane swap. Psychots always where the neutral objective spawns.
If anything, the whole Lapu-Lapu Mincelar situation was exacerbated because of the fact that Psychots did not have to change his hero, so he knew exactly what Royal Milk was capable of. And now with a less mobile hero, his one dash is his ult. The one time that Mincelar jumps out is when he has to press the ult. So that made Psychots' late Black Dragon form engagements all the more efficient, all the more effective. And yeah, he picked up the huge. This is Festival of Blood, Petrify, Hunter Strike, and your gamut of defensive items. This is how you play a Yuzhong.
Yep, and you know, half the time, especially maximizing the duration of the Black Dragon form, as soon as you see the King's Calling, well, I still got a couple of seconds to work with to position myself outside of it so I can utilize my full kit and really punish my opponents. But that's the thing, right? This is space denial, and if we're talking about space denial, at least for the side of Evo's Legends, they don't really care about it, right? It's all about working around the clock, looking for different angles to hit your opponents and to make sure that this isn't a traditional front-to-front. Because if it was a traditional front-to-front, Benny would have gotten out with so much more.
It's the scissors to Phoenix's paper.
Exactly.
I don't know how, but Phoenix got away with playing paper in game 1 and won. But now, all the more they understood, hey, maybe it wasn't the Lolita. Maybe we needed someone to cut right through that box. Phoenix loves their box. Ladies and gentlemen, we know that they are now strong. They know their macro, they know their micro, and they play a certain way. But we didn't know how much they love their box. So here, Evo's Legends, Coach Age and the gang said, you know what? Cut that box up. Dreams, you're playing the Akai.
Let's get deep in it. And I think, you know, looking at the highlights overall, this is, you know, the perfect example of it, right? Dreams is just looking for a way to kind of disengage the rest of the teams, but it's all about the timing. Whoever uses or presses their ultimate first, need to find that follow-up. And Psychots, he manages to catch out Benny more times than he probably should have, especially since he's standing right next to Mox.
It's almost like, you know, in game number 1, Benny was almost untouchable, and in game number 2, Psychots made the necessary minor adjustments to be able to catch up. He waited on a lot of these abilities, even the basic attack after second skill, so they can gap close after the flicker.
I mean, that, and he still had Hijume on him, plus Dream. They just overloaded the young Burmese prodigy. He's thinking about both the Akai, the Katita, and the Yuzhong. There was nothing left, and yeah, because of that, it ended in a snap. What was that? Under 15?
Under 15. It didn't go double the distance, unfortunately, right? And I think that's where Phoenix really wanted to start, you know, catching back up. But there were good moments, right? They equalized the score. It was like, what, 5-5 for at least 4 minutes straight until we got to that very last fight.
Yep, looking at the item build here, nothing much out of the ordinary. You see here that Jex is building up to have good coverage. He has that tough boots to protect himself from the massive amount of CCs. The flickers, of course, something that might be specific to Myanmar. Now you see here Evos. Again, Kaz builds the first, I'm not sure. I think, yes, he built the War Axe first.
Yeah.
Thunderbelt and then Guardian Helmet.
And he even has a Fury Hammer next, right? Like, he wants to go for some more damage in that late game.
He means business. He means business. He's like, all right, we added Dreams just in case. I will also kill Benny.
Just having that extra insurance policy is always great, right? I mean, as a jungler, you start things off, get that Molten Essence, eventually start building to whatever you need to. And I think War Axe is such a cost-efficient item compared to something like a Hunter Strike or even Endless Battle. It just takes too much gold.
And looking at the post-game stats, you'll see this time around, it's Evos who has that good split, right? Phoenix, they were very Mox-centric, but yes, despite him surviving a lot of heavy spins he shouldn't have, Evos had a clearer go at it. Evos understood that we're going to get these kills, whether it's off of, again, very clearly, Psychots and Hijume, they knew that they were just really gunning for Benny. They were gunning for Mok even, and they got their quarry. They understood, and they are now sitting at match point. Like, both of them match points.
Yeah,
Game 3.
It's back to a best of 1.
It's back to a best of 1, and I don't know what's going to happen here, right? When do you call it quits on, like, how long can we really elevate this draft? How long can we just do the fine tunings, right? The minor adjustments like we saw in game number 2.
Well, again, Evos are slow starters, so the fact that they started so well in game number 1 shows you how promising this new iteration of Evos Legends, the refining that they were able to do during the downtime of, the tournaments. Evos Legends have come a long way from, obviously all the games where Brand's got a lot of that hate, a lot of the moments where he was actually just doing his own thing in these team fights. In this game, I didn't really see much of that. He was 1 HP when he actually cleared out the mini waves, which he had to do, and his split push actually kind of gave them the victory. So they have improved significantly, and Phoenix, again, that approach, it's literally the same approach, but they were outsmarted, I believe, in game number 2 by Evos Legends, who kept it the same way, but again, made those little minor adjustments that Phoenix weren't ready for.
I love it. This growth from Evos Legends has shown that they are no longer the one-trick tiger that they once were, right? They're not just brands in the gang. It is now Evos Legends.
I thought you were going to say gang in the brands.
Well, I hope Game 3 doesn't show that, because again, they're off to an amazing start. Again, everyone from the XP down to the gold lane is a legit threat.
Yeah.
They are so good at just allocating and delegating roles and work. I believe now it's up to Phoenix. Dare I say, what if they bring in the other two?
What if, and really change it up? I mean, Evos are slow starters, so you give them a new team
and then
to start with. It resets. Oh, interesting choice. They might actually try to do that here. Remember though, they might not want to reveal all their strats. 1-1 is already not bad for both of these teams.
Yeah, X7 and Simple are waiting, man. They're warmed up. They're like, oh, we see it. Oh, Psychots and Hijime want to dive.
Waiting for the call.
Yep, coach. Bring us in, coach. Let's go. In Burmese.
In Burmese, yes. Oh, man. But then, okay. So if that's going to be the case, right, because I do feel that, overall Jex has been playing in overall strong game, so how do they change without really, messing up the dynamics so far, right? Because then where do you attack the map? Are you going to be looking to hurt Taz? Because a lot of these times, as you've mentioned before, Taz has been that workhorse trying to go into these fights and more importantly to secure these objectives. And the slight adjustments in game number 2 where they're actually focusing down on making sure that Feiyan doesn't get even remotely close or is put down to 1 HP to make that early retribution come out faster.
I think targeting Taz isn't really going to be a viable option to go for, because again, Taz is always placed on these independent heroes in the jungle, right? He is that workhorse, like you mentioned. He's a very independent jungler, and he always makes the utility jungle role work. You take away the Lancelot, now that is a way you can try to shut him down, because the Lancelot is just emphasizes Taz's playstyle. It really synergizes well with his playstyle, and if you take away the Lancelot, say, force him on a Fredrin, which hasn't actually been doing too well, despite being 100% in the pick rate. He's actually lost 4 games and only won 2, so right now not looking really good for the Fredrin at all.
So what if that is a direction, in addition to maybe Simple and PX7 coming in, who I assume might play a more traditional mid lane duo, right, instead of like the Edith plus Eve. What if it becomes simpler, like
an initiator and a
killer? Yeah, there you go, right? So there's not much you can do for mid. Sad time to be a mid laner. But yeah, that's what I'm saying is, what if in addition to the Simple and PX7 gambit, they try to, in-game and in the draft, choke out Taz? What if that's what's been holding this new Evos Legends together?
I suppose whether it could shake things up, right? But I feel like the dynamic is going to come down to the draft more than anything else. I feel like a lot of this is going to be linear towards that mid lane, but let's keep in mind, the 2 heroes that cannot be picked so far is Hellcrit and as well as that Grok. That needs to be abused. And again, the only people who really mess around, especially with these artillery types of mages, are going to be the EXP and roamers. So I do feel like there's going to be an adjustment, and we are going to see things, especially when it comes down to like, hey, maybe Farsa needs to start coming back in. Maybe we need to start opening things up like Glue and as well as Farmis. That is a natural relationship.
Maybe ban the Yve, go for the Faramis, right? Something that we have seen before was that, or just another iteration of just leaving the Glue open, picking up a Faramis for yourself. A lot of these, strategies that we've seen before in our local MPLs, yeah, they kind of have been slashed a bit here in the series. Glue getting banned, even the Joy not, let open at all. There's just a bit too much respect, I feel, for these heroes. And honestly, I want to see some differences in game number 3. If they go for the same exact draft, then it's just a battle of wits again.
Evos and Phoenix aren't really touching the jungle. I don't know if it's respect or the fact that they both know that these 2 dudes can play anything, Feiyan and Taz. But yeah, no, not a single jungle ban. I hope that maybe they start attacking the Lancelot, the Fredrin, forcing one or the other into the role. Hey, what if Feiyan steals the Lancelot?
Ooh.
He has a pretty decent Lancelot.
That's a really good point here. I didn't think of that actually. Maybe if they, start. Well, to be fair, it could just get banned out. But let's say hypothetically that Feiyan does get access to the Lancelot. What is going to be the response coming in, especially for EVO's Legends, right? Because again, Lancelot is one of those heroes whereby it's a bit of a struggle. I'm thinking assassins, but the win rate for EVO's Legends on assassin junglers has not been very good.
Yeah, you don't want to give him Fredrin, right? Fredrin is iffy at best in the hands of Taz right now. No Hellcurt. He played a Hellcurt in the grand final, so that means Coach Age has plans for him. Like EVO's Legends is prepared to play around the Hellcurt, but that's banned. In addition, Hellcurt is great against Lancelot. You really can't just dash around and be the arguably best objective taker in the game right now when you don't know where you're going. So yeah, there's this whole Hellcurt situation may have made the situation worse for EVO's Legends.
Honestly, I would say the Grok was the big hit for everybody, right? Because he is a very big solution to so many things. Oh yeah, you have an artillery range, no problem. I can cancel it out majority of the time with just being Grok, Natural abilities, especially with the Nature's Barrier, that wild charge always puts the fear in the hearts of marksmen everywhere. All right, though, I want to really just talk about EVO's Legends a bit more there, for Taz especially, because Coach Age always has a certain member who he forces to play random heroes that end up being really good, right? In Big Alpha, it was Renbo. That's how he came up with the Johnson Kadita combo, the Gord.
Mid Lapu Lapu.
Yes, all that. Now for EVO's, it's Taz. He's the one who's been experimenting with a lot of crazy picks. Arla Jungle in MPL Indonesia. Paquito Tank Jungle was first used in MPL Indonesia. The Tankito and
Tankito.
I love it.
So he is Age's monster.
He is Age's monster.
I hope it comes through.
He's a toaster. What?
Monstaz.
That's the one.
He can do it. I think he can do it.
I think so. Would he get away with it? I do feel that Tankito might be honestly not that bad of an option, right? I do. Especially with a few buffs.
Homie got buffed.
Homie got buffed, but I do like to see full damage Paquito, right? I want to see them snowball all over again. The impression that EVO's Legends gave off in game number 1, it's still sticking with me till now. I completely forgot, but this man, Taz, we've been talking about his utility jungle, but when he joined the MDL, one hero was 100% banned away from him. It's the Fanny. This guy's a Fanny god, and we haven't seen the Fanny in so long. So that could come up.
So even if the Fanny is open, you think Jex would allow it? Dude, Duke can play everything. So even if the Fanny comes through, I just pick up a Cho, I just pick up a, why is a Kaja and Frank when I pick? I pick up a Kufra. What now, Taz Fanny? What now, Fanny Taz?
Even so, I mean, even the Minotaur could be given to him as well, right? Why not in these situations?
That's true, a Roamer Minotaur.
It's just not, it's so annoying to deal with, right? There's so many things that a Roamer could do to really mess up a jungler's day, and that always comes into question in these matches. I'm excited to see what the adjustments are going to be, and especially, I think if this is going to be the case, it's Phoenix who decides which side that they're going to be on. If we see them on red side, wow, we might see a complete turnaround.
I'd like to see that, but also I think this confirms it's not simple in PX7.
Yeah.
Because Jex is still sitting there.
Oh, man. No trade, so it's not active here in the first day of group stage. Maybe they might cycle through later on in the next few matches that they have.
And when and if they make it through the knockouts.
That's the thing, right? It's 1-1 right now, which is already a pretty good score. Remember, it's like 2-0, I believe you get 3 points, and then 1-1 you get 2 points, and if you go 0-1, you get points. You get points.
Imagine how RSG Slater are doing now, Diablo and the gang, right?
They're looking at each other. Guys, if we just go 2-1 each and every single time, we might be able to make it out, no problem. If better, just 1 win.
Coach just saying, hey, watch this. Right? These guys are crazy. They're strong.
Yeah, they are, but it's time for the drafting phase. Enough of us. Let's see what these teams are going to execute. What tools are they going to put into the hands of their warriors as we jump right into the draft of Game 3. Current score 1-1. Phoenix versus EVO's Legends.
Something to note, their side choice, again,
what's it going to be?
Blue has been heavy, and if it's up to Phoenix, then...
trade. Oh, no, it's the same.
They stay blue!
It's going to be the same thing all over again, isn't it?
Looks like so far the bands.
Same bands, exactly the same. No changes at all. These teams are ready to go. They are banning these things out fast. They're just going boom, 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 each and every one. Phoenix, they want to get the show on the road. They're still hot and ready to take on EVOS Legends. EVOS Legends slowing it down, making sure that they have momentum, resetting to make sure. Let's keep in mind, the conditioning is still there from game number 1 for the side of Phoenix, and they needed to reset in game number 2 if they wanted to win that out.
Of course, they close up the banning phase with the same 3 heroes per side.
Same.
Literally. So it's gonna be the E first.
There you go.
They steal it away. They steal it away.
Stand tall, stand proud, Leo. He's standing up right now.
I don't know why I had the shortcut steal, but yes.
But yes, the Lancelot finally going into the hands of Heian, and now EVOS Legends looking to respond. It'd be so funny if both teams just switched compositions. Eve Hijime is something that it is his comfort pick.
He's amazing on the Eve, but I think he knows. But with that knowledge, does he pick up the Eve and say, you know what, I can outplay the Kadira? It's not favorable, but I know how to do it.
I think he does. Hijime is known for playing this Eve. His Eve was literally, one of the standout picks for him. It's his signature. They will go for it with a Kaja as well. I love it. I love the fact that at least for EVOS, they're not going to be like, we're not going to take your entire composition. We got to make sure that we do have insurance policies in place, and this time it's going to be in that Kaja. Kaja, super important here because, again, if Heian is able to get on top of that turtle plate, he's got a very good chance to beat Taz in that retry battle. It truly is a 50-50, but with a single divine judgment, he can turn that 50 to 100%. If Phoenix don't pick a gold laner here that can do well against carry or just pick up the carry, it's going to be carry next. We were all hopeful. We were all looking there. It's like, did he get it? Did he get it? But it's going to be Beatrix once more. I do think it is still a little risky, but I do like seeing the Kadira getting into the hands of Phoenix.
All right, so with that, we are going to limit test Hijime. He's been playing around Kadira as an Eve in MPLID. I wonder if he's ready for a Burmese Kadira.
Oh, we'll see, man. Again, though, Eve, Kaja. You need someone to help that Kaja burst down some members, and honestly, the best choice would still be that carry. The carry against the Beatrix isn't that bad. If you go for the Purify as well, up against the Kadira, you can survive. So I still see this as a viable choice that EVOS Legends can go for. And if they want to go for the carry, it has to happen now because it will 100% get banned out in the second phase.
Also something to note, there is an absence of dragons that are big and black.
Oh, that's a good point. I love how you finish your line and instantly Lapu gets locked right in. The timing could not be more perfect.
And then they're going to ban the Yuzhong.
I was hoping for the timing to actually work out there, but well, let's see. Let's see whether this is actually going to be the
Considering it.
Here's the thing, right? I was hoping to see maybe even a Harith option here coming in from the side for EVOS Legends. You know, Brance has played it before, and I think it actually does pretty well, especially if they're going to be playing gold lane centric, and they need to start smashing this matchup against Benny. I don't know. Looking at it, he's had a few or many moments to go for the Harith or a Lunox or just a mage gold laner in general or just a different gold laner. Even Valentina, he tried it and it never works out for him. So I think in terms of signature, in terms of comfort, it still has to be the marksman, as he's known for, the king of marksman in Indo. I think that's fair as well. Edith gets banned out. The respect.
They read into it. They understood. And here we see Phoenix blocking out Brand's picks. They're okay with the Claude.
So they're okay with the Claw. I was expecting the Claw first and then maybe consider the carry here, but the fact that they're banning out the carry does kind of give away information, right? That Phoenix is looking to posture to make sure that they have at least a lot of tanks. EXP lane probably going to be attacked. Maybe they could also be looking to hold on to the Franco possibly if EVOS don't ban it out.
Oh yeah, no, EVOS is thinking Franco ban or Yuzhong ban.
Tough call. They decided to go for the Yuzhong. All right, they want to make sure that Brance is going to be okay.
This is a no dragon zone.
No dragon zone. They're done with the dragons, man. After game number 1 and 2, the dragons are doing so much in the game.
One dragon being named Tycots. It's amazing. Game 1 and 2. Despite losing game 1.
Yeah, despite losing game 1. I'm just imagining Coach Agi just looking at Tycots and like, I'm sorry, bro. I gotta ban this. And he's like, I understand. Ooh, Brody gets banned out.
They're so okay with the Claude.
Wow, I did want him to play the Claude. I think at this point it's really because for Phoenix, they might actually have better mid control now with the roamer that they're actually thinking about. And with that, Brands isn't really going to be able to do much as he did previously on the Claude. The reason he was able to get so much space was because of that mid control continuously going to the favor of EVO's Legends.
I suppose, but then again, if we really break this down in terms of mid lane control, it's tough to outpush both the Yugi and as well as the Kaja. We finally get to see the blocking coming in from Claude. That's to be expected. Coming back to Phoenix, right? Again, same exact problem. How do you kind of maintain that control?
Here it is with a Franco and whoa!
Terizla.
Royal Milk with his Terizla. Okay. I like it. Again, it's very clear. Still, even when the draft has to change drastically, Phoenix still plays with their box. They love their box.
They're going to get a box some way, some form, whether it be a penalty zone or an RWM.
It's more like a bowl this time with the penalty zone.
Yeah, it's circular. It's circular. It's even the rough ways.
They've got some good combo components, I will not lie. Right? Phoenix, it's all about just chaining the ultimates together.
And it's guerrilla warfare. They have great re-engage.
I think
better vision this time too.
Do they have better vision?
Taz is smiling. I have a feeling he might go for something like a Fanny here, but they go for the
Monster. Oh man,
I was hopeful. I was
Monstaz.
Monstaz. We'll just go for the Martez. You know, anti-CC Martez. Martez does really well against the Lancelot, by the way. You know, the anti-CC, especially against a Kadena and a Franco.
Get out of penalty zones too.
More importantly, they can actually play for the early game, and I think that's all going to be something that's great coming in from EVO's Legends. But run me through it, boys, before we get into the Land of Dawn. Which do you feel is the stronger draft? I'm going to start with Leo. Phoenix or EVO's Legends?
If you are a conservative player and you just want to stick to what you know, I think EVO's drafted very well. I think that's very comfortable for each and every one of them across the board. But when you're talking about potential, when you're talking about like the ceiling of their execution and what kind of firepower they're able to output, I love what Phoenix has done here.
All right. What about you, Mirko?
I think Phoenix basically drafted the same way that they drafted in game 1 and 2. It's still the same issues here with a low mobility XP laner that can be completely punished by Brand so EVO's.
Okay, that's fair enough. I'm going to lean towards Phoenix, and I'm going to right off of your point, because you put it in perfect words, Leo. The skill cap, the potential coming out for Phoenix is just so much higher. One single Iron Hook could change this game, and immediately we're going to go into the pause. Oh, even the game itself, it's like, I can't handle this intensity.
Yeah, no, and is that not where Phoenix wants to be? As a challenger, as a newcomer to MSC, you don't want to be the one responding to what's going on. You don't want to be the one who is put on the back foot. So with that being said, I think with the lineup that they have, again, the penalty zone, those hooks, and as well the Kadira, first time we're seeing Mock here on a mid laner that dives, by the way, in this series. I think things are going to change. And so, yes, that's why I favor Phoenix.
Yeah, well, it looks like we have a Type 4 issue, which means probably something going on with their audio. They need to make sure that they have clean and crisp. It's super important that these headsets work for them just to make sure that they can communicate them with minimal delay. So don't worry, our marshals have got that covered. In the meantime, we get to discuss Theory Craft a little bit more because, again, where do you attack on the map? And I feel with Phoenix, they've got so many different angles that they can come from. It's a little bit more straightforward for EVO's Legends.
Walls are going to matter more for EVO's. They don't want to fight where it's tight. The opposite for Phoenix, which works well for their box, because when you say box, you want an open field. But Phoenix actually enjoys where it's tight, especially when you find this odd penalty zone with just two dudes. This is the kind of matchup we're in. If Royal Milk finds a penalty zone for two, he'll take it.
Neutral objective control is going to be the name of the game for the side of Phoenix, right?
Which I'm exactly talking about, the turtle pit.
Exactly. Turtle pit, those little clinch spots that you want to try to force EVO's in is going to be the main win condition for you. You need to try to bait that out. But the thing is, EVO's Legends have what it takes in game 1 and game 2, Brands with a split push.
No, here's the thing. The one thing that we didn't see from Phoenix from game 1 and game 2 is the early lane swap, right? The EXP laners want to make an impact, and of course, Cyclops was there for every single one of these turtle fights. I can't say the same for Phoenix, but now with the Terizla, I expect him to match him every single time because Terizla is going to absolutely smash Lapu Lapu pre-level 4.
It'll be close closer to a 50-50 now. In game 1 and 2, it was Lapu-Lapu versus Yuzhong. Mincitar versus Yuzhong. So yeah, this time around, Teresa versus Lapu-Lapu. Yeah, definitely. No, just on a step-by-step comparison, yeah, Teresa's very fast.
Yep. Especially in that lane. Again, so point of contention, maybe even a pain point for EVO's Legends. They might even get that if it goes so badly in the EXP lane. They might need to call their junglers or maybe even a roamer just to show up, show presence to get that lane pressure.
I think the concern right now is the fact that XP lane is no longer that 1v1 lane that we knew from MSC 2022 M4. Now it all relies on the mid as well, right? Mid control, I think earlier we kind of suspected that maybe Phoenix wanted to go for better mid control, but with the Kadira and the Franco, I would still actually give it to Yves and Kaja to clear out this mid wave a little bit faster. So with that, they should be able to utilize that faster rotation into the XP lane to get a better position for Psychots to actually respond to the turtle first, which can change a lot of things.
And that's on a sustainability note, right? You're clearing mid waves much faster and you're able to stay for much longer. That's what Phoenix is lacking. Franco and Kadira, they go in. You know when their ults are spent, they can't re-engage. They have to wait.
Here's the thing, right? I agree with all these points. Mid is going to be super important. However, the very, very start of the game, we have seen teams actually go with the formation of sending their mage up by the EXP to get their early level 2, while the support sits around in the mid lane, hits their own level 2, and then looks to rotate across to make as much impact in the widest net possible.
Which we didn't see much here at MSC.
Exactly.
That was all the rage at SEA Games. It was all the rage in the, playoffs that happened in the past couple of months. But now, what's going on? Has there been a change in the zeitgeist, in the culture, through the scrims? Because again, I don't know if it happened at Snapdragon.
It happened very often during the Snapdragon, right? But again, it's on condition. Like, how strong are you at level 2? And I think in this case for Phoenix, it's the perfect time to do so because you're not going to get mid anyway. You might as well hit your level 2s and maybe start affecting this with the weaker side or maybe even the stronger side.
It's all very situational, right? And I think you're right. I think in this particular situation, that level 2 power spike is going to give Phoenix so much more room to play with, so much more kill threat in the early game, kill pressure that they can place on EVO's Legends, because honestly, that's what they need to play with. Wave pressure isn't the way to go for them.
But it doesn't come for free. There's an opportunity cost to get that power spike, right? If you park your dudes in mid, you can rotate where you're needed. But if you go for the XP gambit, that's it. You're stuck there until you get there, all right? With that, is that game time? That's game time.
We're getting right into it. Welcome, everybody. This is going to be the very final match. Who's going to take it away? It's going to be Phoenix on the blue side versus EVO's Legends on the red side. Let's find out. As we jump right into it, we don't see too much of an interaction through the mid lane, but no, we didn't get to see the cool maneuvers in the beginning.
No, they parked them both in mid, and that means we're at 50-50. No one got the checkmate. No one won.
They're just going to isolate their targets, right? I mean, Royal Milk, he's going to have the best time in the world in Psychots. After the punishment he received in game 1 and game number 2, this is like, all right, this is sweet, sweet revenge.
Yeah, both the gold laners as well, just playing it super passively. But again, Dreams on this Kaja, you can expect him to play more towards Brands. He wants to utilize this early, no kill threat Kaja to just build some pressure, open up the map for Brands, giving him a safer lane. Meanwhile, Taz, the workhorse is doing his thing once again. Fan getting a little bit of damage onto Dreams there, even using the retribution to poke him down. As Jex looks for a hook, gets. Hello, Taz. Oh, they might just be the full commit. My goodness gracious, Taz. Definitely, had a little bit of a surprise there.
Oh, they did. Luckily, Mock, he was very confident. He was like, okay, if we have enough damage, we can bait something out of him. We know if we, use that Petrify, we can guarantee the kill, but there's also the opportunity that the Protocol goes through first.
Yeah, so with that, again, we're at a 50-50. No one lost out on anything. Taz didn't spend his retribution out of panic. No battle spot from Phoenix either, and now we're at clean 50-50 for this turtle.
Oh, Royal Milk still saving the penalty zone, jumping in already, doing some damage onto Taz, but Fan has taken a lot of damage as well, getting poked down by Hugement earlier. Dreams is waiting for level 4. Once he gets that, the Divine Judgment will give him a lot to say, but the Bloody Hunt locks him down in the rough waves. From Muck will pick up first blood for Phoenix.
That was a really good call. They knew he wanted to get level 4. They were going to prey on him for it.
There was some level of conditioning there, because so far in this 2-minute, 30-second game, there's another hook!
Jex is lethal, and that side cut. Another member falls. Taz, is he still going to try to look for this right now? He does have the mortal coil. He's going to jump in and Taz! Retri's Faye just walks in and jumps out with the Retri win.
No way. We need to get some, honestly, well, I'm going to talk to Freddy later. In this game alone, what are the stats for the retributions between these two junglers? You never know who's going to get it.
Oh, that was amazing. Let's see what this 800 gold lead has done for Phoenix. As you can see here, yeah, Benny can go either way. He can go for the early Hunter Strike, can build up quick to Blade of Despair, all this wild brands. Gets a pair of pants on first, and keeping that gold lead very close. Again, 50, 30 gold between these two gold laners. We're off to a good start.
Very good start indeed. Again, not seeing much aggression from either side, right? I expect to see EVOS being the aggressors here and looking to specifically punish like either Mok or even Jex. One or the other, right? It's hard to affect the side lanes without these two coming in for re-engagement and reinforcements at the same time.
Oh! Good hook, but asking his dreams with the Divine Judgment, locking Mok down. Good targeting that. No! Mok is still able to survive for a while. Good Mortal Coil to cancel it out though. That looked a bit iffy, almost surviving.
All chat has my turn. Revenge.
Dude, the timing on the Kadena passive actually fucking getting that heal bought that extra couple of seconds, and that could have been the difference maker there for Phoenix. But unfortunately, at least EVOS, they walk away with it. Fine, no big deal. Let's see where else we can attack on the map.
Half a minute until this turtle goes up. So far, Feiyan and Taz have been on point, keeping their retribution when they need it, spending it when they don't. And so far, I'd like to think we've yet to see our XP laners join.
Yeah.
That's what I'm excited for. They're still not going to be part of this next team fight.
They're not. They're just going to keep them isolated here for now. We've seen the early proxy and a quick recall coming in from Phoenix's side. We can see Royal maybe joining the party here?
Yeah, he is. Psychos is making his way down as well, but he's taking his time with it now. Ooh, a cheeky little hook there from Jex. Taz is opening up the turtle side already. Yujume just doing some poke right there as Bonk has in position to go for the flank right now. Yujume doesn't have the Purify. Dreams unable to open up that side of the push just yet. Now Psychos jumps in with a Brave Fighter. That's only the Bloody Hunt used up onto Psychos. Now he's blazing away to the back line. The stun comes in, but Taz is able to find the Mortal Coil to take Royal Milk down. And just like that, EVOS Legends will be able to secure this turtle. Not for free, because look at Benny.
All right, a turtle for a turret, yet still I'd say EVOS won that out. They got a 2 for none, plus a turtle, at the cost of nothing. That's $3.99. And plus they eventually get the push anyways, and Grand Theft Orange.
Yep. I gotta steal that. I'm gonna be stealing that real soon. I love it. That's a great one. That is a great one. But at the same time, we need to talk about the conversion, right? Because now, EVOS Legends, they were able to get what they want. A neutral objective, they got a couple of kills, and more importantly, they took the entire bottom side jungler, the most important buff from them, as well as a tier 1. This is a great start.
Oh, Purify. Now Psychos with Brave Fighter instantly with the stun as well. That's the better trade, but it does nothing against the frontliners from EVOS Legends, who can soak it up and take the kill. And that's a snowball that we were talking about with the Martyrs, that potential 3-0-1.
Psychos had a small lead over Royal Milk. I saw that he was on his way to his own. Oh, wait!
Royal Milk, that's a flicker penalty zone. Huge man, no Purify this time, locked down.
Of course, as a caster, as soon as you mention something, it happens, right?
That's the curse, man. That's the curse. That's the caster's curse. Specifically, it's not Mirror Curse, caster's curse. You gotta be very specific.
I was saying Royal Milk was actually trigger shy in that mid lane engagement, but then again, as soon as he saw that they can get all his dreams!
Oh, Dreams actually gets out of that one. Phantom Execution in the back. Oh, that's a good judgment. He conceals it, but the Thorn Rose gets him. Feiyan now trying to run away, but now just a little bit more damage. He gets canceled away. Pulls it back. Taz still looking for more with the Bravest Fighter by Psychos. And the stun to lock Mok down. He still is able to escape. Brandon's chasing him down with the Battle Mirror image. Evil Purify out of the front of the ocean, and he takes Mok down. 6-4 in the 7th minute. I'm telling you, the fact that we have spaces in this arena not filled up is a disappointment. They need to be here to see this match. This is high tier Mobile Legends.
Oh, that's a deep easy right there. Defensive penalty zone. Phoenix is not ready for these fights, man. 2K ahead for EVO, 7 minutes in. I don't expect Feiyan to try and take this. Yeah, Jex just made the call. Bro, they're too quick. They're too quick. Give this turtle away.
Yeah, not anymore. We can't take more damage. damage. Not like this, and especially if it goes bad, that's going to make that 2.6k lead from the side of EVOS turn into a 5k, and then the mid game is basically done for.
Look at Psychos, man. He's making bank about 500, 600 goals ahead of his lane rival. And yeah, he's on his way to a beautiful dominance ice. That's going to do work against a majority of Phoenix. That is going to make... That's such an investment. I love the dominance ice right here.
It really is. It really, really is. And it feels bad for Royal Milk, who's supposed to smash this lane matchup, but Psychos is just getting more out of these team fights than Royal Milk himself. Now keep in mind, Phoenix, it's all about their ultimates. Without their ultimates, they're not going to engage.
They need to find the perfect penalty zone too. In contrast to Psychos, who's all right with maybe, all right, Bravest Fighter Part 1 here, and then I can keep the other charges when it matters, plus I have a flicker to play around with. Yeah, for Royal Milk, it's an all-in situation.
Yeah, the anti-CC really...
Whoa,
wait, Royal Milk, man, penalty zone, but he's going to be the one bursted down here. Taz with Decimation. Jax is looking for a concealed play. He flickers forward, finding some Brands there with his pression. Jax is going to lose out on this mortality. Root Passion is doing so much damage onto Taz, but he's still able to escape. It's the real world manipulation from Hegeman. Takes Jax down. Brands down for 2. 2 for 1. Bayan doesn't want to stop there.
Oh, Rose Phantom
Execution to the back even. Just getting out of Dreams' range, even though he doesn't have the Divine Judgment. Wow, I can't believe they found one back there. I thought it was definitely going to be a 2 for 1 for sure.
Yeah, he was fashionably late.
Yeah.
I could have sworn Phoenix was done. And I was going to say, isn't Feiyan a little too late? But no, Feiyan is never late. He's always on time. Check it out again. Like, I wonder if that was well communicated. Or was it like a last minute thing? It was like, no, I can still do it.
I mean, look at the movements, right? Like, Beatrice, specifically Benny, is super late to this particular fight, right? He takes the safe path around. And while this is happening, you can literally see Lancelot coming from the bottom side of the map to try and clean it up at the end of the day.
And clean up he did, but in the form of just one take. It's Hegeman. Here's a Lord Hand.
Okay, Taz revealed Jax, now Bravest Fighter as well. They're just isolating Jax really well. Dreams finds the Divine Judgment onto Mock. Good read, right flickering in onto the bush instantly. Royal Milk trying his best to stay as that frontliner, staying and getting vision, but Bayan will be gunned down, zoned away. EVOS Legends 3 for 0. This should just be a free lord over to the Tigers.
All right, yeah, maybe this time Feiyan was late. Maybe this time, all right.
Maybe this time, but you have to give it to Dreams. That game sense coming in from him, phenomenal, right? Again, that could have been a gambit whereby you don't have vision, you're flickering in, nobody's in there, guess what? You wasted a flicker for nothing and you look like an idiot. But this time, he is on a point, so sharp right now, so hot.
And not just that, they started off on the best of feet. They denied the Franco the ult. He didn't get the bite out on anybody. Exactly. They bursted down Jax even before he could respond. So I think, off of the back of that win, a free lord, a 3 for none, EVOS can force the advantage, despite Phoenix for sure being able to defend this against a level 1 lord. They can use that to the next team fight's advantage. They can say, you know what, it's fine, burst down on Jax, and then let's re-engage.
It just feels like EVOS Legends, they just need to initiate first. If they do that, Phoenix will just completely they're going to be chaotic. And Royal Milk doesn't want that to happen. But it's a good disengage right now. Brands
follows him through. Brands still able to cut away, but he will fall. Benny with a flicker forward. Whoa! Buddy Hunt locks him down. Psychos still able to stay for a bit. Goes in for the stun. But Taz is jumping in. That's a decimation. Taz is going for more. But Jax will flicker out EVOS Legends. I don't know how they recovered from that.
Yeah, they trade 2 for 2 somehow there. And Taz able to also get a big flicker coming out from Jax. So now, with the Lord pushing, this could be huge. This could be an inhibitor.
Oh, this is a clear win for EVOS. They're winning the lane. They're winning team fights. Feiyan versus 3. Feiyan versus 3.
He missed the Thorn Rose. That just might be it right now. Taz is using that passive stack really well. Already getting him down to half HP, but with the Lancelot, I don't know, man. It's really hard to kill.
Taz is playing at times 2 playback speed. You see that, Marcus? And that forced Jax to flicker out. So yeah, for a minute from now, he can't play aggressive. He can't bite down on Brands nor Hegeman. Let's look at the items this time around. Oh, it's interesting to see that despite Benny having this kind of items, I'd say Brands has been more aggressive in the past 5 minutes. Right? Like,
yeah, no, you're entirely right. I mean, especially with the way that the game has been going on so far, I feel like, Benny has been targeted, but not as much as he was in game number 2 itself. He shows up late on purpose. He makes sure that the team goes for that big combo, but keep in mind that he works very, very closely with either Mock or Jax, depending on the situation. Less with Royal Milk because
because of the clapback from Evo's Legends.
Making sense. Mach and Jex are interchangeable. The Kadira combo plus Petrify works the same way as a hook bite down.
Exactly.
They both serve up to give a kill to Benny.
Yeah. Thing is, right now, Phoenix, again, they just need to go for these 5v5s, but at this point, I think that goal lead is really starting to hurt them, right? Like, Benny isn't able to close the distance, and even if he closes the distance, the damage is certainly not enough right now.
It's a significant 2.5K. Yeah. Some 2Ks are huge, some 2Ks are small. This falls on the former.
Yeah. With a major, Brands. Yes, this is what we were looking for, right? As soon as we hit that 42K mark, Evo's Legends, especially for their cores, will have their item power spike in comparison to Phoenix, who aren't there just yet. But if they delay this, if they reset the Lord at least maybe 1 or 2 times, they should be able to hit their own power spike. Oh, Dreams. That's going to be concealed by Jex. Nobody spots him just yet, but there you go. Dreams has finally spotted him, able to escape. Ooh, Ijume. Good sidestep to escape from that Iron Hook. But Phoenix have got a pretty good opening now onto the Lord. Taz is doing a good job at just trying to reset it, but he's keeping it at bay, just buying some time. And look at this. Exactly what they did in game number 2. Francis is going to be in the side, but now Phoenix trying to go for a tag with a Mortal Coil. He's still going to go for it, but Bloody Hunt knocks him down. And that's going to be a free retribution for Fayyad. Now it's going to be a 4v5 play right now. Benny's going to be able to go for the Wesker onto the back line. That's the Defiant Judgment to lock Benny down. Taz somehow still able to survive, dodging here and there, bobbing and weaving. Taz is alive, and Evo somehow come out on top in a 4v5. No way Taz lives that. How does he get away with this?
Yes way Taz lives through that. Evo's Legends understood the situation. They knew that they lost the Lord.
No way.
But they're going to push it.
Sidecar to the sun. Rough Wave still comes through. Now Fayyad trying to clear out the waves. The puncture is perfect. He gets down and he defends his base turret.
This Lord for Phoenix marching up through top lane is so expensive. Yes, they are going to buy some time. They're going to be able to spawn back and regain some parts of the map. But it was super expensive at the cost of Royal Milk and Benny. They need both for the next engagement. So yeah, they get to push up top. There's this wave that they're forcing Psychos to answer down bottom. But I don't think it buys them much in terms of team fights, at least in the coming minute or so.
For now, I mean, both sides still looking for opportunities to punish the other, but I think especially with the middle wave already staggered, right? They only have 2 waves to really care about. And the outer turrets, yes, fall, that's totally fine. At the end of the day, they're still looking for that opportunity. Find that information. That's why they're sniffing out. That's why Dreams is playing a lot more forward in spite knowing that Jex has that Iron Hook. As soon as he uses it, he gets even more aggressive.
Speaking of forward, y'all fellas think that Benny may have buttoned off more than he could chew. Like, he flickered forward earlier, right? On the shotgun. He's doing it like it's 2021.
You're right. Literally, 2021, the Beatrix-Wesker combo. And unfortunately, the hitbox is just not there. It's not the same as it was before. And even the damage is not definitely far off. But, oh, good hook, Jex. With Bloody Hunt. Oh, what? I didn't know that interaction was possible. Taz gets out with a Mortal Coil despite getting Bloody Hunted. And now, Dream. There's a pull. Flicker forward. Here, have a taste of your own medicine, but the penalty zone locks him in place. He's ready to be able to purify out of the Iron Hook right now. Psycho jumps into the back line with the damage. It's not going to be enough. That's a good flicker by Benny. Brands will still be able to take one down. Psycho still surviving, but Benny is still alive. He flickers forward, and Benny might have just been able to do it. With nature, Brands double kill, looking for some more. He's able to equalize a bit, but look at the minion wave crashing down the base. Oh my goodness, they're going to lose this inhibitor turret all off this fight. 3 for 2 in favor of Phoenix.
Plus an inhibitor takedown. The penetration, that's permanent damage that Evo has to deal with. And through that, the turn of table, Phoenix are now the aggressors.
That's the Odyssey. They're not really going to go for anything else. Brands actually sells out probably the win nature there for the immortality. And Phoenix will not be able to do anything else. Wow. Those just lose 2 base turrets. Oh my goodness. Losing 2 inhibitor turrets off of that interaction alone, that's some devastating losses considering the kill score. I mean, it's 11-17.
All right. I stand corrected. I eat my words. Phoenix have made the most of that expensive Lord from previous. And now, here's a luminous one. I'm not sure if it's going to get evolved, though. But this is, we were talking about massive 2K gold leads, right? I think this 500 gold lead is pretty big, too. Right? Oddly enough.
These leads are getting rather nuts here. And I don't know, the linear paths that we've been seeing from all the members from Phoenix and as well as EVOS side, they're starting to really understand it, right? They've conditioned each other. They're really taking into account who makes that very first move. And I think especially for Phoenix, it is a little bit more straightforward, right? It's very dependent on their ultimate. For EVOS, they need to take their time with it. And especially with the interaction that we saw earlier with the Bloody Hunt, as well as the Mortar Coils, if they can replicate that all over again, they might be able to make it happen.
Look at this, look at bot, look at bot.
Is nobody going to respond? No, we are seeing two people come in.
Yeah, Roamer Gold duo.
Look at Lord though. The Lord is already down to half of his HP. Feiyan wants to go for the commitment already, and Royal Milk is trying to zone Taz away. They have vision on Taz, and they have that mini wave consistently just pushing down in the bottom lane. Conceded over. EVO's Legends cannot withstand that macro split push, that forced error.
Cleanest Lord take in this 18-minute game.
Yes.
All the others have been
and they lose a base turret.
All the way.
Serious? Oh my goodness. It feels like they just looked at EVO's Legend one time. They saw Brand split pushing in game number 2, and they're like, we're taking that. We can do that too. We can do it better.
And this.
Oh, thanks. This is brutal. And I mean, they timed it well with the lore being taken on almost pretty much a 3-second interval with the wave pushing. Let's see how this fight occurs.
3 waves are doing pretty well right now. Micromanaging right. That's gonna be Feiyan actually dodging all the way. Dream's gonna be able to find Mock right there as Brand picks up the mega kill. Penalty zone on the 2 members. Feiyan's still gonna be in the back right there. The Blazing Sweat comes down, but it's still gonna be Benny. We're hitting the back, dealing some damage, but it is gonna be ultimately EVO's Legends who shoved them back. Royal Milk gets isolated completely, and it's turned around again. It's a 2-4-0 for the Tigers.
Amazing defense by EVO's Legends here. They punished Phoenix, and we were talking about leads, right? That was a small 2.5k lead, right? From a large 500 gold lead to a small 2.5k gold lead. EVO's Legends understood the defensive dynamics, and we'll see here again in the replay exactly how they did that.
Right, let's take a look at this defense, right? Because all the ultimates were blown here, and almost immediately we see Claude instantly finding that first initial pick. Once the ultimates are down, and you saw, Royal Milk didn't get too much out of his penalty zone. The rest of the teams slowly swarmed around it to punish the rest of the team members one by one.
What happened here? Jax suddenly got caught. That's going to be stunned. Mock jumps into the back line, but Hijube is able to purify out of that right now as the rough waves get Mock to safety. Feiyan, Phantom Execution back defensively. And EVO's Legends will not be able to crack that base open, but they were really close. 1 hit away.
You can't miss a beat here. You can't blink. You can't leave to go to the bathroom. Take your phone with you if you're watching. But just the same, I have to say, the fact that Royal Milk is sitting at 1-5-5, his Festival of Blood not doing much. So even if he does get to swing at maybe 2 or 3 people with the penalty zone, he's not as sustainable. So that's maybe one key to why that siege in the potential end for Phoenix didn't work out. So I'm guessing EVO's going to play to that strength. They understand that, hey, Royal Milk ain't so bad.
I mean, he's playing Terizla. He scales off very naturally, and I mean, look, his items, he's just dedicated to being a frontline tank, right? That's his main goal, and that's all that he wants to do.
KOD Feiyan, he's going full damage.
El Clasico. Wow. He's had it. Yeah. I assume this is where Taz would have gone if time went on, even if the game didn't end. You know what? Fine, I'll do it myself. That's what Feiyan's saying here.
But again, we have been seeing Lancelot particularly not liking Hijime, right? He's been getting right on top of him, trying to get as many auto attacks on him as he can, but still, it's a lot of health to get through, especially when he has that brute force breastplate.
And Ice Queen 1, I told him HP, man.
That's true.
And some sustainability. So I love it. This is the response from Phoenix's jungler, who has been doing quite a bit on the map. He's no longer just for clearing waves, no longer just for farming the jungle or major objective takes like this Lord. I think he's understood the fact that, yo, I have to start killing. Much like Taz. Look at Taz, man. 9-1 and 9. Woo.
All right.
Taz has been having an amazing game. That's an amazing series.
He has been playing out of his mind. And in this game, he's really popping off. But this is where you see a lot of macro movements, right? Especially for EVO's Legends, right? They don't have any inhibitors. Like Phoenix, they can force it out of them. They can take the time. Yeah, dance around with it. Look at your waves. Your team cannot support you for that long.
Look at Benny, all right? Benny and Jax, you said it, Leo. The only thing that he's missing from his arsenal is that split push maneuver, and right now he's looking for it, right? The fact that only Psychon's in the back. But EVO's Legends noticed something fishy. He noticed that Benny and Jax are missing from the fray right now. Oh, they conceal all the way in the bottom lane right now, but Feiyan's gonna be able to deal some damage onto Dreams. That's gonna be the bottom lane. Turn it down, Flicker, and the stun. Jax gonna be caught away, and they actually disengage for the Lord, so they will not even be able to find that Phoenix. They did not commit. Royal Milk is caught. He's not this mobile, so he can't get slowed down now with Retribution as well. That's the divine should just be. Yeah, with another blazing or bravest fighter is another lockdown. Mockler petrified, still trying to save him away. That's an immortality bought in time. Royal Mill with penalty zone now surviving. Brad dashing away, use a battle mirror image to escape from the man's rage. But Royal Milk will certainly fall, and it's a 2-0 free for Evo's Legends.
Oh, the commitment. We needed to see the commitment from Phoenix to chase them down all the way to the very end.
There was a pincer maneuver there, so for sure, somewhere, somehow. But yes, there may have been some hesitation along the way, and Phoenix just like half of them, 2 out of 5 said, yeah, no, let's not do that. And that's what resulted in the free pickoff, and eventually a free Lord for Evos, unless Van has something to say about it.
Well, again, if Van, he's on Lancelot, he can turn this 50-50 very quickly around, but it's on the assumption that Dreams doesn't catch him first.
Do they want to risk all of it here? Phantom Execution, Fei Yan looking for it now. Puncture in as well. Fei Yan's very low. Retry still Taz gets it. Everything's thrown out, and Dreams now is going to be able to fire the Divine Judgment onto Mock, locking him down. The decimation comes through. The immortality is going to be popped away, but still Evo's Legends who come out on top 2-0 with the Lord.
Lord coming here in 5 seconds. Mind you, Fei Yan and Mock are out for 50. This is going to be a dangerous defense. If it's ever going to happen, I think Evo smells blood in the water.
They know it. They know it. It only takes about less than that. Like, honestly, about 15 seconds from here on out until we see that Lord crash on, especially with the waves. And even better, Evos is clearing the waves for it as well. They want to end this quick.
That's the Lord in the mid lane. One hit away. Dreams going to seal, flickering forward. Benny is going to be caught in the Divine Judgment. The Tigers claw their way to a victory. Starting slow, but decimating everything in their way. Evo's Legends have reverse swept Phoenix. The crowd, you can hear them even from here. They are excited, and it's great to see that Evo's Legends come into form, but what a battle against Phoenix. Every step of the way attacks, every moment, every minute that passes, a death, something to learn. Oh my goodness. Myanmar coming out 1-2 against Evo's Legends kind of gives us a good power scaling for the rest of the tournament.
I love it. I love it. The fact that we've given an MVP over to Psychots, we've given an MVP over to Benny in game 1. When is Taz gonna get his nod? Taz played out of his mind.
This is the time. This is the time. This
right
is the
here,
time.
it's Taz time.
It better be. It better be.
I hope so.
I feel, oh man. Teams, they're gonna fist bump up there. They gotta show their respect, but man, they gotta be happy. What a battle this has been. Oh my goodness, the crowd is loud.
Man, I feel like I'm in Jakarta, but no, we are in Phnom Penh, but there are a lot of Evos fans here.
A whole lot of Evos fans in the building, all just cheering for them as they win again. Reverse sweep. The fact that we called it, you know, they start slow, and their start was pretty good, so that was a scary Evos. This new